An Undercover Detective's Bride. Westward Hearts Book 6. By Blythe Carver. Chapter 1. Rachel Reed wondered how her sister Phoebe managed it. Spending half of her week with her husband, and much of the time his boisterous young nephew. "And this is the garter snake I found yesterday, down by the pond." Young Jesse showed off his treasure with pride. He held the wriggling snake aloft, staring up at it with the sort of unfettered joy afforded only to the very young, especially when they happened to be little boys who thought nothing of keeping snakes as pets. Not that Rachel had very much experience with little boys. She merely assumed they were the opposite of young girls, and that was a subject with which she had much experience. Growing up with 4 sisters had taught her quite a lot. "You know Miss Reed has no interest in your garter snake." Jess's mother Martha, a bustling type of woman whose work never seemed to end, hurried down from the second floor with a bucket in hand. She brushed back a long dark strand of hair from where it had fallen over her forehead. "That is hardly the sort of thing you wave in a guest's face, Jessie, and I raised you well enough to know that." She and Rachel exchanged a look. "At least, I think I raised him better than that. Sometimes it's difficult to say. There are moments when I'm nearly certain he came from an entirely different world." Rachel was uncertain what was expected of her in this situation. Should she agree with this near stranger? Should she say that yes, young Jesse did indeed seem to come from a world of his own? Just how did women with husbands and children react in situations such as this one? She certainly did not wish to cause offense. There was nothing in the world she wouldn't do to avoid causing strain in Phoebe's life. This was Phoebe's sister-in-law after all, and the two of them had grown quite close over the several weeks, which up to that point constituted the length of her marriage to Sheriff Rance Connolly. Boys and girls are so very different. Yes, that seemed neutral enough. She reached for her teacup, lifting it to her lips with a small smile. "Many was the time my mother voiced her thanks for having birthed nothing but daughters." Jesse, while in the act of returning his treasure pet to its box, looked at the both of them with a comical frown. Why was she thankful for that? He asked, puzzled. His mother was barely able to suppress a laugh. "You'll find out one day," she assured him with a fond smile, reaching out to run a hand over his thick shock of curly hair. He ducked out of the way, giggling madly before dashing off for the door leading to the rear yard. With a sigh, his mother turned to Rachel. "There are times when I fear the far-off, one day, I always speak of, when my son asks uncomfortable questions, is coming sooner than I could have ever anticipated. Such as when he ducks away when I try to pet him. I think you have plenty of time before he begins wearing long pants." She laughed merrily. "Then again, there are times when I look forward to that day with great excitement. It would be lovely, no longer being forced to share my home with a menagerie of snakes, toads, spiders, and the occasional earthworm." Rachel had no idea how the woman managed. She had no idea how anyone with children managed. Her sister Holly had been a teacher back in Baltimore, and even a fraction of the day which she'd been forced to spend with a room full of children had often left her weak, grouchy, and with an aching head. To spend one's entire day, from dawn until dusk, solely responsible for the well-being of a small person who one also happened to love a great deal, left her feeling amazed and slightly worn out. Footsteps came from the stairs, and a moment later her older sister came into view. "The upstairs is as clean as we can possibly manage," Phoebe Connolly announced with a tired sigh. "And I'm quite certain that I shall sleep for a week once this is said and done." Martha's brows lowered. "It seems the woman my brother hired to manage the house in his absence did very little housekeeping. But she was quick enough to take his money, I assure you. Outright thievery." Rachel held her tongue on this. It seemed to her the house was in fair enough condition. Nothing had been stolen, after all, nor was there any damage in sight. What more could a person expect? And just how much filth could accumulate in a house when no one lived there? If there was anyone to blame in her estimation, it was Rance. But what did he know? He was just a man, one who'd been living as a bachelor at the time. Phoebe lowered the bucket to the floor, stretching her back and shoulders, raising both arms over her head. I told you time and again I can manage. You need not expend yourself so. Nonsense, she said, shaking her head at her sister-in-law. You know I would never leave you with a new house to clean entirely on your own before you settled in. I'm only sorry now that bringing Rance in to live with me left you with this business to sort out. This house was a good deal smaller than the home Martha had shared with her late husband, in which she currently raised their son. Purchased when Charles was alive, and there was still hope of filling so many empty bedrooms with children, it left her with far too much space and too much to keep up with on her own. Rance had been generous in agreeing to stay with his sister and nephew, offering protection and support in those early trying days. Now that he'd found his bride, however, there was no continuing that arrangement. Which was why Martha had taken in not one but two boarders, both of them young women whose weekly rent meant added security, and whose presence in the house meant companionship. Rachel imagined, too, that the poor woman needed a new start. Many was the time her sister Kate had nearly swooned over the heart-wrenching situation. Imagine losing one's husband so suddenly to such a silly yet tragic accident. Had she placed the back of one hand to her forehead and fallen limp onto the velvet sofa in the parlor, it would have come to no surprise to any of her sisters. They had all long since accustomed themselves to her flights of fancy. This was one situation in which it was difficult to find fault with Kate's reasoning. One moment, the man had been alive. Young, healthy, full of life and vitality. The next, he was gone. Fallen from the roof, while in the act of repairing a broken shingle. Fate could indeed be cruel, the way it twisted and turned. The way it took a life, while seemingly on a straight, determined course, and set it on a new course with no preamble, no advance warning. Nothing whatsoever, to give a body the chance to accustom itself, before an entirely new situation was at one's doorstep. She knew this all too well. All of her sisters did. They had gone nearly overnight from a family of 5 motherless girls, all of them fighting to maintain their place in society, living in a comfortable home in a fashionable part of Baltimore, and doing what they could to stretch the dwindling family fortune as long as possible by taking employment and doing their own cooking and washing, to 5 co-owners of a family ranch none of them had visited in 15 years. And they were managing again. While none of them had been particularly pleased or delighted with their new lot in life. In fact, Kate had gone so far as to attempt an escape, much to her detriment and the brief loss of her eyesight. They had all adjusted. The ability to adjust was a characteristic they shared, just as they shared their hair and eye color. She supposed a woman had to be willing to adjust if she was to make her way in an often unpredictable world. At least Phoebe had married a man with a pleasant home. She looked around with a smile, admiring the simple yet charming surroundings. Perfect size for a childless couple, yet with 2 additional bedrooms on the 2nd floor for when they decided to start a family. And what do you think? Phoebe pretended to offer this question casually, taking a seat across from her sister. She lifted the lovely embroidered cover from the teapot, and poured herself a cup, adding 2 lumps of sugar to the steaming brew before lifting it to her lips. Rachel knew her too well. It meant a great deal that her sisters approve of this new arrangement. While it would still be a matter of months before she could take up permanent residence in this home, according to the terms of their father's will, which demanded all 5 girls live on the ranch for 1 year, it was hers in spirit. She was proud of it, the only thing which had ever truly belonged to her. I think it is just perfect for you, Rachel assured her with a wide smile. I think you'll be very happy here. Rather than beaming in pride and relief, Phoebe placed cup on saucer with a slight frown wrinkling her brow. You sound fatigued. Anyone would believe it was you, who just finished scrubbing an entire floor's worth of rooms from front to back. What's the matter? This is hardly a suitable topic for conversation, and nothing she wished to share when she had paid this visit in the hope of spending a bit more time with her sister, who had been splitting her days between the ranch and her husband's home since their wedding. Knowing that one's sisters would someday marry and move into homes of their own, would one day fill their time with husbands and families, was one thing. Living through it was another matter entirely. She missed Phoebe. She even missed Molly to a degree, and they still shared a house. It wasn't the same. Not now that she had a husband, someone with whom she now shared her most intimate thoughts. Thoughts which had once been shared with her sisters. No, we will not speak of such things today. This is supposed to be a pleasant visit. Phoebe's frown deepened. Now I know you are avoiding something, because you refuse to offer a straight answer. Do not flatter yourself by believing for a minute that you have me fooled. Now what is it? You have far too much on your mind at present, Rachel protested. Never so much that I cannot see when my sister is in need. And never so much that I would not have time to do everything I could to help if possible, she added as an afterthought. Rachel shifted in her chair, suddenly uncomfortable. This was not the direction in which she had expected the conversation to turn. Then again, how did she expect to conceal her fatigue from one of the few people who had seen her nearly every single day of her life? She supposed that were the tables turned, she would have put Phoebe under the same scrutiny. I have not been sleeping well as of late, and that is a fact. Again? I thought you had put that behind you. You told me so. You said your sleep had improved tremendously. Phoebe leaned in, her familiar eyes narrowing scrutiny of her sister. Is it the same dream as before? How Rachel wished she could say no. How she wished it were anything other than that dream, not just a dream, but a memory replaying itself again and again. Phoebe had no way of knowing the reality in which the dream was based. Not when Rachel had neglected to speak of what she had seen, just before she and her sisters had embarked for the train station back in Baltimore. Not when only she knew of the tall man. That was how she thought of him. Tall man was the name she had given him, when it became clear there was no forgetting the figure, half hidden by shadow in the narrow alley between their home and the one sitting beside it. A figure who had stood and watched them climb into the coach designated to carry them to the station. Only she had seen him. Anyone else would have spoken of him immediately. Kate might have screamed. Holly might have marched straight up to him and demanded he tell her his business there. Phoebe might have insisted they avoid noticing him, reminding all in the coach that he was not a threat. Not when they were on their way to a new life. No, only Rachel had seen him. Only she remembered him. Only she knew in some deep instinctive part of herself that he'd come for some devious purpose. How else could one explain away his menacing stance, his insistence at remaining half-hidden? The fist which had been clenched at his waist? She had not seen his face. Never in any one of the many dreams she'd dreamt was his face ever clear. Why would it be? When she had never seen it the first place. Somehow that was the most unsettling part of all. He had no face. He might have been anyone. Anyone who had come to their home with the intention of harming them. Of harming her. Why she believed he had come specifically for her, she could not say. Something about the way he had not flinched further into the shadow when she looked at him, perhaps. About the way he remained in place, as if challenging her to give him away. As if he'd expected her to know him. But she did not know any men. None of her sisters did, not really. Molly worked with men, so had Holly on occasion. Rachel had made many acquaintances at the telegraph office. She had worked for over a year prior to the move to Carson City. None of them could be considered anything more than that. No serious suitors, a truth which had plagued all of them. Who might he have been? And why would he want to hurt her? The fact that she had put so many miles between them did little to ease her mind, as evidenced by the continuing presence of her dream. If she did not know who he was, or why he had come to menace her, what was to stop another such man from menacing her here? There was no need for Rachel to confirm her sister's suspicions. Phoebe patted her hand, the gold band she now wore as a token of her marital vows gleaming in the light through the window. There's nothing for any of us to fear, she said with a cheerful tone. All is well. You have nothing to worry about. Louis keeps you safe on the ranch, Rance keeps me safe here. None of us are in any danger, none of us need ever fear losing our place in the world. We are all provided for. Rachel knew this. While learning to live on a ranch, far away from the bustling city and all of its many wonders, had never exactly thrilled her. The uncertainty which had plagued their days since the death of their mother, and the realization that her family's fortune was much less than it had once been, was a thing of the past. Once the year was up, she would be part owner of the ranch and would never need to fear again. Nor would she ever need convince herself that a dull, cheerless man whose looks hardly thrilled her was marriage material, simply because he could provide a comfortable lifestyle. This was the sort of man her mother would have wanted for her, for all of them. Someone to keep them comfortable, someone to provide stability, and a father for their children. She had a great deal more freedom than she ever could have imagined for herself. Now she need only forget what she had left behind in those last heart-stopping moments before the coach had rolled away. Chapter 2. And how are things at the house? Rance Connolly leaned back in his chair, hands folded over his flat stomach. This position allowed his coat to fall open, revealing the leather holster in which he carried his pistol. It reminded any who noticed it, along with the badge affixed to his lapel, just who they were speaking with. He was a mild-mannered man, and reminders such as this could come as a shock. He was the law in Carson City. Any man who thought they could get the better of him, that mild nature of his deceiving them into thinking so, would be sadly mistaken. Half the town had learned as much upon witnessing that terrible day in front of the jailhouse, when he'd thrown himself in front of Phoebe to stop a bullet meant for her. Rachel had believed such bravery to only exist in storybooks, or in the plays and novels which Kate read from morning until night. She had never known a man so kind and true, and all of the Reed sisters agreed that they owed him much more than the respect one offered a brother-in-law or even the town sheriff. Rachel chuckled. About the same as one would expect, she said with a shrug. I wish I knew where your sister got her energy. Many's the time I've asked myself the same question, he admitted with a grin, looking and sounding rather rueful. She's been running circles around me since we were children. And it would appear Jessie inherited that trait from her. He burst out laughing. That he did. That he did. It was difficult to imagine Phoebe ever having been locked up in one of the dark, sparsely furnished cells behind Rance. That was how they met, when a case of mistaken identity had left Phoebe taking the blame for a stolen wallet. The fact that she had refused to explain the situation or describe the unfortunate young woman who had thrust the wallet into her hands meant there had been no releasing her, even though Rance had never truly believed her to be the thief. Rachel secretly wondered if Phoebe had not deliberately withheld the truth when she discovered how handsome and kindly Sheriff was. If she had schemed to remain in his presence longer than was strictly necessary. She would never know, for she would never dare voice her question to Phoebe, and if that were the case, Phoebe would never admit it. Rachel patted the lid of the dinner pail her sister had entrusted to her. Your wife advises you to finish every drop of the soup in this pail, she reported with a stern expression. She says you've not been eating nearly enough as of late, and spending far too much time here at the jailhouse. You'll need your trousers taken in if this goes on much longer. His face flushed, and the sudden need to clear his throat spoke of his surprise at her frankness. Truth be told, there's little else for me to do when she is staying at the ranch, he admitted. Returning to an empty house at the end of the day was one thing before I knew what it meant to go home to a family. She understood this. He had grown accustomed to arriving at his sister's after a long day of work, to the smell of supper on the stove, and the sound of his nephew's laughter ringing in his ears. Now, with Phoebe maintaining partial residence at the ranch, so as to obey the terms of the will and make it possible not only for herself, but also for her sisters to inherit the property, he was lonely. Little wonder, then, that his clothing had begun to sag on him. Little wonder, too, that his demeanor brightened knowing they would spend the next 3 days together. It seemed cruel that he need stay in the jailhouse during the day when he might be spending the time with his bride, but his deputies were all off taking care of other matters. It will only be a matter of another 8 months, she reminded him, knowing how hollow the words rang but feeling as though she ought to offer something. 8 months. That was a very long time, especially to a newlywed. Even more so when the newlywed in question was so deeply in love with his bride, and she with him. "I'm all but counting the days," he admitted with a wink and a grin, pulling the pail closer and lifting the lid. "And I'm sure it will be easier as the months go on, that we'll adjust. Just the same, between you and me, I can hardly wait for it to be over." It was touching, really. And it stirred something in her, a tendency to look for the romance in a situation. Perhaps it was silly, perhaps it was none of her affair, but the love her sister shared with her husband gave her hope. Perhaps one day she would find the same for herself. "I'll leave you to it then," she said, as she gathered her reticule and the bundle of papers which Molly had entrusted to her care. "I one more stop to make." "Let me guess," Rance managed around a mouthful of fragrant soup, along with one of the biscuits his sister had taught Phoebe to bake. "The newspaper office." "The very same." Molly had been a regular contributor to the Carson City paper since their arrival in town, drawing upon the experience she had gained while working at the Baltimore Sun. Now she enjoyed the added benefit of having her own name attached to each piece she wrote. No more hiding behind a man's name for the sake of her work being published. "Take care on the drive home," Rance advised. "And be certain you don't linger in town longer than necessary. We wouldn't want you to run into trouble after dark." She laughed merrily at this. "You know as well as I there is no real danger. I've made the drive back and forth so many times over the last several months, I might attempt it while blindfolded next time. Just for a bit of excitement." Rance failed to see the humor in this, his gray eyes darkening. "I hope you would never take it into your head to try something so foolish." He sounded every inch the concerned sheriff now. She chuckled, waving a gloved hand. "Of course not. Do you think Molly would leave a scrap of skin attached to my flesh if she ever got word that I had attempted something so brazen? Or Louis, for that matter. Or myself, for that matter." Rance lifted one brow, smirking. "You may not know this, but I've come to think of you as a sister. I hope you don't mind." "Mind?" She beamed. "Nothing would please me more." Rance kept a neat and orderly jail, but that didn't mean the breath of fresh air Rachel enjoyed upon stepping outside wasn't welcome. She breathed deep, then nodded in acknowledgement as several of the town's citizens greeted her on sight. "Why, good afternoon, Miss Reed." Rachel did her best to place the face before her, one attached to a gentleman of roughly 40 years and a rather portly frame. He had a friendly smile, and seemed genuinely pleased to see her. If only she could remember his name. Was he affiliated with the bank? Or with the stagecoach office? She couldn't place him. There were so many faces, and the Reeds lived so far from town. It was impossible to keep everyone straight. "No matter. And good afternoon to you too, sir." She nodded, touching the tips of her gloved fingers to the brim of her hat before ducking her head and hurrying away. There were times when feminine modesty came in handy, and this was one of those times. It helped when a woman could disguise the need to get away by pretending to be shy, modest, and retiring. Anyone who knew Rachel would know nothing could be further from the truth. Not that she was ever immodest, exactly. But she had never been one to swoon faint or carry smelling salts in her reticule, the way so many young women of that day and age tended to do. Then again, this was Carson City, not Baltimore. The finer rules of society tended to matter much less here than they did back in the East. Especially when one came from a fine old family, such as the one Rachel had been born into. No one in Carson City expected airs and graces from her, of course. No one who would know her father, who by all accounts had been a mean, rather disagreeable man. The fact that Louis had stayed on at the ranch as long as he had was nothing short of a small miracle, though from what she understood, her father had taken him in and provided a home for him after he'd been orphaned in a fire on the property. From what she'd heard, it more than likely surprised the townsfolk that Richard Reed's daughters had any manners whatsoever. Like so many things, this could be attributed to their mother's training. No one would deny that the death of their mother was a tragedy. Still, Rachel sometimes wondered what life would have turned out to be had she not succumbed to the disease which had ravaged her at such an early age. Would they be back in Baltimore, perhaps married off to one of the so-called eligible gentlemen they had so energetically pursued. Would she be burdened at that very moment with a husband she did not care for? She could not have explained, if given 100 years, why the notion disturbed her so. The memory of her dearest friends returned to her sometimes, and she had only just that morning dropped letters off at the post office for them. Sarah, Elizabeth, Rose. The girls who she had clung to just as tightly as she clung to her sisters. Girls she might never see again, and if she did, they would be so dramatically changed as to defy recognition. They had all married, naturally, being of the same social background. While Rachel was in the midst of securing a position in a telegraph office, all three of them had been in the midst of courtship, then the planning of their nuptial ceremonies, then the setting up of housekeeping. She had watched from afar, wishing them all the best, telling herself, as they more than likely told themselves, that happiness was indeed possible, even when one's husband had been chosen for them. Perhaps watching them force smiles, witnessing the strain they had been under while pretending to be as happy as a new bride ought to be, was what haunted her still. She would never turn out like one of them, even if it meant having to fend for herself until the end of her days. Her romantic nature had something to do with this as well. Why would a person accept anything less than complete and utter love? Now that she'd seen it possible for both Molly and Phoebe, there would be no settling for second best. They had only reinforced the romance she had always carried with her. How their mother would have rolled her eyes in dismay at the thought of a daughter marrying for the sort of mad, breathless love that had led her to an ill-fated marriage with Richard Reed. The newspaper office, which sat on the other side of Carson Street, was nowhere near as busy or hectic as the offices of the Baltimore Sun. She had visited there several times while Molly was in the paper's employ, bringing her dinner and even supper on some late evenings when a deadline loomed. During those visits, it had been easy to understand why Molly had been drawn to that world. The excitement, the energy, the sort of environment only men were supposed to enjoy. No wonder Molly had felt it necessary to lie. No wonder she had been willing to work until her fingers cramped, only to see her work attributed to a man. Earning a wage that she might share with her sisters was one thing. Her involvement with the newspaper had meant so much more than that. Mr. Grant. Rachel favored him with a warm smile while stripping off her gloves. I've brought my sister's latest piece for the paper. It's good to see you, Miss Reed. He always looked a bit vague, as if he'd only just finished scrambling about or was on the verge of doing so. His having so much work to do, and so few hands to do it, had made it easy for Molly to earn a position on the writing staff. She asked me to bring along any work which you saw fit to be edited. She said she'd be more than happy to do so. A minor illness has confined her to her bed for the last 2 days, and she is in need of something with which to busy herself. Mr. Grant appeared stricken. And you're certain it is only a minor illness? Oh yes. Perhaps a touch of the grip, but nothing more. She managed to conceal her amusement. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might believe him truly concerned as a friend, or even as a vague acquaintance might, for the sake of propriety, ask after the health of another. She knew better. Molly did too. Mr. Grant needed her badly. Upon her first visit to the newspaper office, Molly had described the man as running about like a chicken with its head cut off. Is there anything I might take her? She prompted. A time-sensitive piece could be returned tomorrow, whereas anything that might wait will take 3 days. I shall drive into town to fetch my sister, Mrs. Connolly, when it comes time for her to return to the ranch, and could easily stop in then. Mr. Grant shook his head, clicking his tongue in a sympathetic manner. It might not be my place to say so, he murmured as he gathered a stack of paper, but I do feel rather sorry for the sheriff. This is the time when a husband and wife ought to be together. This caused her to bristle in discomfort, though she knew better than to voice her opinion on this stranger voicing his own. He knew little of the situation, only as much as the people in town had shared with each other, no doubt. If it were not for her sacrifice, and for his, none of us would be eligible to claim our inheritance. The ranch would need to be sold, the men working on it sent off to find other employment. Believe me when I tell you that none of us takes their separation lightly. While she had made certain to couch her rebuke in soft tones and gentility, there was no missing the steely message at its core. The Reeds were family, whether they married and took the names of their husbands or not. They did what needed doing for each other. And it wasn't the fault of any of them that their father had crafted so short-sighted a will. Why in the world he hadn't taken marriage and family into account was still beyond them. Perhaps because his own marriage had ended badly. Of course. I beg your pardon if my observation was ill-considered. His ruddy complexion darkened further, as he all but thrust a thick envelope her way. If Mrs. Sutton can look these over and mark them up within the day or so, I would much appreciate it. She made it a point to smile, in the hopes of reassuring him. You know my sister. She works until the oil in the lamp has burned itself out, and then continues because the sun is already on the rise. With nothing else to be managed, it was time to drive home. The loneliest part of her day, to be sure, with no one to talk to but the pair of lovely chestnut mares pulling the buggy. But she had come to appreciate the hours she spent alone. She seldom had the opportunity to hear herself think when surrounded by sisters and ranch hands. Well now, ladies, she murmured, patting the necks of the prancing chestnut beauties tied off in front of the jailhouse. It's time to go home. I hope you've had your fill of rest while I've been visiting. A silly tendency, speaking to the horses as if they could understand, but one she couldn't seem to break herself of. She was chuckling at her flight of fancy as she looked up over the backs of the team, down the street. At first sight of the tall, bearded man who walked down the opposite side of the street with a suitcase in each hand, she nearly lost leave of her senses. Her hand tightened around the horse's bridle until her knuckles ached, yet she could not loosen her grip. She knew him. She'd seen that man before. Beard or no beard, he had a pair of strikingly blue eyes she would have known anywhere. Eyes like the autumn sky. She'd admired them while seated behind the counter at the telegraph office. In Baltimore, all the way on the other side of the country. And oh goodness, was he tall. Like tall man who haunted her dreams. The suitcases he carried told her he'd just come to town. But why? Never had she thought to connect the tall, charming, handsome gentleman who'd visited the office so frequently in the weeks preceding her departure, with the tall figure who'd lurked in the alley that last night. Such a connection had never occurred to her. Now, seeing him walking down Carson Street, with a beard disguising his features, she had no choice but to ask herself if they'd been one and the same all the time. And hours alone, in which to ponder what his arrival meant for her. She'd never leapt into the black buggy so quickly, nor had she ever forced the team to trot away at such speed without first warming them up. Nothing in the world mattered as much just then as getting away. Far, far away.
Chapter 3. Carson City was like another world. Mason Murphy had long prided himself on being well-traveled. After all, his job required it of him. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, even Washington. He was a regular train traveler, and he'd visited them all on numerous occasions. His position required him to fit in anywhere, and as such, he'd learned to blend in among even the upper crust just as seamlessly as he blended with those of decidedly lesser means. He'd read of cities such as this, cities which had sprung up seemingly overnight once prospecting and later, transcontinental rail travel, had become popular. Cities which had served the men looking to find their fortune, and the women who'd come out in search of husbands whose fortune had already been found. Reading about it and seeing it with his own eyes were two different matters. From the train window, he had noted the presence of farms and wide, flat expanses of land on the outskirts of the more densely populated section of the city. Now, striding down the wide street named after the city itself, or he supposed the man who had founded it, it was the energy of the place which captured his interest. To say nothing of the kindness and pleasantness of the citizens he passed on his way to the hotel. He would have been hard-pressed to find a man or woman willing to look a passing stranger in the eye as they tipped their hat or nodded in acknowledgement. Strangers were nothing new in a large city such as New York, for instance. There were simply not enough hours in the day to take notice of all that went on around a person as they walked the streets, and that included the many dozens or even hundreds of passers-by. This friendliness boded well for him. It might lend itself to an eagerness to share once questioned about the presence of certain individuals in the city. It would be strange, not reporting directly back to the field office with his findings every day. Being entirely on his own was a first. The fact that his uncle felt him up to the challenge was gratifying, though he very much sensed the need to prove himself. Otherwise he might be demoted, left shuffling papers behind a desk. He'd done enough of that in his early years with the agency, after his mother's death left him in the care of an uncle for whom work had always taken precedence over all else. He'd come too far to allow this to happen, and he had sacrificed too much. Roughly a half-mile from the train station sat what appeared to be the city's only hotel. A 4-story establishment, nearly as impressive as anything he might see in an eastern city. He stepped inside and admired the stately architecture, the genteel nature of the worker behind the front desk. "Why, yes, sir, we have a room available." The young lady beamed, her cheeks pinking when she met his gaze. Dark eyes twinkled before she averted them, blushing more deeply. "How long do you plan on staying with us?" That was an interesting question, one which he had no answer for. "I'm uncertain, to tell the truth. It could take 2 days, it could be a week or more. Is there any way to secure a room for an undefined length of time?" "Of course there is." The girl smiled. "So long as we have an idea in advance of how long you intend to extend your stay." "I'll do my best." He asked himself if she would be worth questioning, then thought better of it. The girl was attractive enough to distract him, and she had clearly taken an interest in his attention. She would only serve to steer him away from his mission. His room was on the 2nd floor and would serve his purposes nicely. While there was nothing grand about it, he hardly earned a wage impressive enough to afford anything lavish. It seemed comfortable and clean. He was easy to please. What would please him most would be a hot bath. It felt as though the smoke, the dirt which sifted in through the window even when he'd only opened it a crack, and the odors of the countless nearby fellow passengers all combined and had ground its way into his very skin. He removed his clothing. It would have to be cleaned somehow, as it was rumpled and smelled of sweat. While it was acceptable, even typical of him to wear such stained clothing while undercover, he was not at present infiltrating a gang like the one in Baltimore. He'd brought 2 suits along with him, both of which he hung in a narrow chiffrab. His shoes were in need of a shining, his suits needed brushing. He had to fit in here. He had to look entirely unlike himself, at least, the version of himself which had existed back there. No telling who he might cross paths with here. He didn't wish to be recognized. Hence the pains he'd taken to grow out his beard. Hence the fact that he had allowed his hair to grow out somewhat, had taken to parting it on the opposite side. He even carried a pair of spectacles, which provided no assistance to his already perfect eyesight. He found that they sufficiently disguised his appearance. This was nothing new. He had taken these pains in the past, going so far as to rub soot on the backs of his hands and over his cheeks when pretending to live as someone of poor means. He had dragged new garments through the muck, grinding them over broken glass, all to help himself blend in. Blending in here, in this booming city where he was meant to be little more than a casual stranger who came and left while making few acquaintances and leaving no one behind who might remember him, meant dressing as a young man of the day did. It meant speaking neither too softly nor too loudly. It meant enjoying refreshment, but never to the point of intoxication. It meant asking questions without pressing too hard. People tended to remember those who pressed too hard while asking even the most innocent questions. All of this was well within his realm of expertise. If it weren't, his Uncle Robert never would have agreed to allow what he had at first described as a reckless, foolhardy notion. It was simply that he found it difficult to trust anyone other than himself. He knew what he was doing. He believed in the skills which he had honed over the course of several years of work. He did not have to second-guess anyone's opinions or actions. He did not have to think for 2. Though it might have been nice to have a little companionship, on the cross-country journey he'd just completed. There was nothing quite so lonely sitting by oneself, staring out the window of the train as it passed through miles and miles of nothing but flat, empty expanse. Nothing quite so saddening as admiring the glorious sunrise with no one to share it with. However, he highly doubted that any of his uncle's other agents would be the type to admire a sunrise. That was not the sort of thing men talked about. No, he would have needed a woman sitting beside him. A woman with sensitivity and appreciation of life's simple pleasures. There was only one woman in the world he could imagine sharing his thoughts with on such matters. The woman he had come to find. He thought back to the telegram he'd sent to his Uncle Robert upon arrival. Arrived Carson City. Intend to begin search once settled in. Will report findings immediately. There was only so much a man could do after a grueling journey, such as the one he had just completed. Only the thought of her being out there somewhere, unaware of the danger into which she had fallen, kept him moving. He would find her, though it would take a bit of finesse. For according to reports, he was not the only man in town in search of Rachel Reed. And it would not do for his rival to know he was not alone.
Chapter 4. The first surprise Rachel received upon entering the house was the sight of her older sister coming down the stairs. She looked a great deal better than she had over the 2 days spent in bed, not to mention the previous fortnight in which she'd looked tired, drawn, pale. I didn't expect to find you out of bed. Rachel touched a hand to her cheek, feeling her temperature. You don't have a fever. I'm glad about that. I never truly did, Molly reminded her with a weak smile. Only a brief flash of warmth every so often. My stomach and aching head have been the bigger problem. But you're feeling better? A considerable bit. Yet the fatigue in her voice was evident. It worried Rachel to no end. Molly was a wonder, someone who could go and never tire. That was how it seemed, at any rate. Did you visit the newspaper? She asked, which came as no surprise. Leave it to her to turn to thoughts of work. Yes, and I hope you have a great deal of time you wish to fill. Rachel plopped the thick, heavy envelope into her sister's outstretched hands. While anyone else might have appeared crestfallen at the sight of so much work, Molly's eyes lit up. I think it can be managed. She carried the envelope to the study, where Rachel joined her. Is there anything I can do to help? She asked, turning on the oil lamps until the entire room glowed with warm, inviting light. Molly raised an inquisitive brow, on sitting behind the long desk. You've never expressed interest before. Why the sudden offer? Why did she insist on always looking for answers to questions no one else would think to ask? Rachel chewed her lip, turning her back and busying herself with unpinning and removing her hat so as to stall for time. I thought that looked like a tremendous lot of work. With you feeling poorly, I didn't wish to see you overexert yourself. You tend to do that. I hadn't noticed, was Molly's wry reply. I suppose if you wouldn't mind sorting through the pieces for me, I'd appreciate it. If she'd asked Rachel to rewrite every single word on every single page, it would not have been too great a task. Anything was better than reflecting on the all-consuming dread which had plagued her since her departure from town. If anything, it had grown larger since then. Heavier. The more she could distract herself, the better. How would you like them sorted? She unbuttoned her plaid jacket with its tight-fitting waist and sleeves, breathing a slight sigh of relief once she was free of the garment and down to her shirtwaist. Granted, true freedom could not be enjoyed while still at the mercy of her whalebone stays, but at least she could move her arms more easily. She'd had little chance of indulging in Phoebe's sweet cakes, when the threat of bursting a seam lingered in the back of her mind. If she were a man, there would be no call to waste a moment's thought on such matters. Molly looked through the pile. You might separate them into local matters and national matters, to start, and then pick out anything of a time-sensitive nature. Rachel got to work, carrying a stack of paper to her favorite chair and settling in. What a relief, having an excuse to distract herself. Though it couldn't last forever. The image of the bearded man was never far from the forefront of her mind. Unaware of this, Molly asked, "How are things in town? How is Jesse?" "His normal, charming self," Rachel grinned in spite of her anxiousness. "He showed off a garter snake. His latest pet." "They truly ought to find a dog for that child," Molly snorted. "Something to tire him out." "It would take an entire litter of puppies to tire him." Rachel sorted through local concerns. The tale of a rash of robberies along the stage from St. Louis qualified as national news and was written as an editorial calling for increased penalties for such heinous crimes. Nothing urgent. She put it aside, then placed in a separate pile the announcement of a new hotel proposed to be built in town. It would mean more jobs, not to mention more space for travelers. It seemed there was never any end to them. Such as the tall man, who was now tall-bearded man. She shook her head, squeezing her eyes tightly shut for a moment, as if that would be enough to help rid herself of the memory. The next article caught her attention, and she found herself reading rather than skimming the contents. "Did you hear of the killing of that politician in Baltimore? You remember, the one everyone was certain would be the next mayor? I believe we even saw him at the last ball, though you weren't there to meet him." Molly tapped her pencil against her chin. "Oh yes. There was so much excitement over him. Corey and I worked on numerous articles surrounding his ascent." "Mr. Edward Langley, 38 years of age," Rachel murmured, shaking her head as she continued to read. "It all sounds rather gruesome. Murdered in his bed. Everyone felt he showed so much promise." Molly made a skeptical noise. "Not everyone." "What do you mean?" "We weren't allowed to print a great deal of what we heard, unconfirmed reports and the like, or interview subjects who refused to go on the record. But from what I remember, there was a great deal about Mr. Langley which seemed suspicious." "Such as what?" "Such as the rumor that he had ties elsewhere. That he was covertly working with several rather secretive groups. That his policies would benefit them rather than the city at large." "What groups?" She shrugged. "I couldn't tell you. We were never able to find much, and then there was the matter of coming out here." Rachel returned her attention to the article, reading with even greater interest now. She forgot that she'd been tasked with getting the work sorted. Another name all but leapt from the page, grabbing her attention. "Edwin Byrne," she whispered. "What's that?" She barely heard her sister's question. She hadn't known she'd spoken aloud, in fact. The name. A close contact of Mr. Langley. Documents bearing his name were found hidden in Langley's home. "I've seen it before. I saw it several times, though normally just the surname. Occasionally it was E. Byrne." "Where did you see that?" "Telegrams." "Rachel." Molly sounded downright scandalized. "You read the contents of telegrams?" Rachel fixed her with a withering look. There were times when she beggared belief. How else was I to transmit them? The customers handed me their slips, and I delivered the messages to the telegraphists. Many was the time I had to confirm the contents, thanks to sloppy handwriting. No, I rarely if ever paid a moment's attention to the contents. They were only words to me, one after another. But I do know that name. "I suppose it's common enough," Molly shrugged. "In all likelihood, nothing more than a coincidence." "Yes. I suppose you're right." But she didn't believe it. Not for one moment. Not when the man she'd seen in town was the same man who'd sent the telegrams featuring this name. It seemed she wasn't meant to forget him, after all. "My head aches." She made quick work of the rest, separating them without paying more attention than necessary. How could she pay attention when the world was crashing down around her? "Did you get too much sun today?" "No, I don't think it's that. I believe I'll lie down. Kate and Holly should have supper ready shortly." Molly peered at her over the rims of her reading glasses. "Do you want me to call for you?" "No, they might hold some aside for me if it wouldn't be too much trouble." Not that she could imagine having the appetite to eat a bite. Not when her stomach was in knots. Molly would demand to know more if she said she wasn't hungry. Her legs shook so on her way out of the study, it was a wonder she made it to the stairs in the front hall. She took them one at a time, her hand gripping the heavy wooden banister all the while, holding on for dear life. It couldn't be a coincidence. The murder of that politician, 3 weeks earlier according to the article, followed by the appearance of the man from the telegraph office. What were the odds of him arriving in the same city as her? Thousands of miles separated Baltimore from Carson City. There were so many other cities in between, not to mention those to the north and south. No. He was there. In town. She told almost no one where she and her sisters were destined to live. There had hardly been time after all. Everything had happened so suddenly. When she reached her bedroom, the one she'd slept and played in during the first few years of her life, she collapsed onto the bed without bothering to remove her shirtwaist or skirt. She simply didn't have it in her. Think it through. Yet there was so much to think about. How was she to keep it straight? The notion of writing out her memories came to mind. A way of getting it all down on paper, so she could look back through and make sense. If there was any sense to be made. She made it to Molly's room on tiptoe, knowing her sister kept a supply of paper on hand in the roll-top desk, should the desire to work strike her. Louis was still out with the hands doing one thing or another, so the chance of being discovered was slim. Moments later she was behind the closed door once again, a half-dozen blank pages before her and a pencil in hand. Where to begin? When had she first met him? 3 weeks prior to the ball, she wrote. It was easy to remember since she'd asked herself if that stretch of time was sufficient to know a man before attending an event with him. I managed to concoct an excuse to mention the ball and whether he would be in attendance. He said he would not. How that had disappointed her. But she was getting ahead of herself. The office was slow. We made pleasant conversation, enough to make me believe he might be interested in me. He wrote out his message. I skimmed it and asked to confirm the spelling of the name Byrne, as his writing was slightly sloppy. He asked if it was a name familiar to me. I asked if it should be. He laughed but offered no reply. That had been a Tuesday, she recalled. He'd returned 2 days later. I was glad to see him again. He was very handsome, brown hair, the bluest eyes. A sure smile. He asked questions about me, lingered longer than he might have needed to. I noticed only the initials Eb were mentioned this time, and thought he might be trying to spare the extra letters. It was another week before he returned. I had given up hope of seeing him again. We were very busy when he first stopped in. He left, then returned later when the office was quiet. I found that strange but kept my thoughts to myself. It seemed he was anxious to send his message when there weren't so many people around. She wanted to slap herself for being a silly fool. At the time she'd wanted to believe he'd postponed his telegram because of her. Because he'd wanted the chance to spend time talking with her, away from the crowd of strangers milling about preparing their messages. Delivery men picking up telegrams as they came in. Vain, she whispered with no small degree of disappointment. Vain and childish. Just as he thought you were. Why else would he have made a point of being friendly? He'd wanted to divert her attention from the contents of his messages, of course. Just once Langley's name had been mentioned. That was the 4th visit. He noticed the way my brows lifted in surprise at the sight of such a familiar name. Asked if I knew the man personally. I laughed and told him nothing could be further from the truth. I lived with my sisters, we had lost our mother. We certainly did not travel in refined circles. He said something I thought was strange at the time. It might surprise you, the circles certain people travel in. Some have 2 faces, one they share with the public and one they keep to themselves, he'd said. She shivered as she wrote this down, just as she had shivered that day. Until then he had been nothing but charming and gracious, and even a bit flirtatious. He had never spoken so seriously before. It was then that I began to question the nature of his work, a question I did not dare voice to him, but one which ran through my mind over the following days. I saw him just once more, the day before the ball. 2 days before we were set to leave for Carson City. I didn't know we were set to leave. The letter from my sister arrived that very day, and I read it upon my return home from the office. As it turned out, that was my last day at the office. I never expected not to return, but I had no way of knowing we'd be forced to stay at the ranch. He asked during our last encounter whether I would be interested in visiting a nearby cafe to enjoy a cup of coffee with him, or perhaps a small meal. I was so pleased, so excited, that it never occurred to me not to accept. I was certain of his being enamored with me. I realize that was silly now, these many months later. It is more likely that he wished to learn more of what I may have known about Mr. Langley. Or he might have wished to test me, to see if I recalled the messages he had sent regarding this Byrne fellow. He never had the chance. I never met him that day. I certainly did not expect to see him again. However, I believe I might have seen him one last time, in the final moments before my sisters and I left for the train station. It was difficult to see. A tall, broad-shouldered figure stood in the alley between our home and the one beside it. He was too deep in the shadow for me to know for certain whether this was the man I had become so fond of. At the time, it never occurred to me at all. I had a bad feeling about the man in the shadows, one which filled me with dread. Never did I imagine connecting the two, until today. I saw a man who looked a great deal like the man I saw that night, at least in terms of his physical build. The same broad shoulders, roughly the same height. It only makes sense that the two would be one and the same. He was in Carson City, looking as though he had just arrived. He carried 2 cases, and appeared to be heading for the hotel. If this is the same man, what business does he have here? Has he come for me? She realized then that this would make a fine letter to be left behind, should anything befall her. A morbid realization, true, but there was no forgetting it. If this stranger had come all the way to Carson City with the purpose of finding her, there was little chance of his purpose being anything other than to threaten or menace her. Men simply did not make such journeys for the pleasure of saying hello. Yet she still could not for the life of her imagine how he'd found her. She had told her superiors at the telegraph office. He might have come in after she had departed and asked where she'd gone. He may have pretended to be a friend. How were they to know that he was anything but? By the time she finished, the headache she had feigned to Molly had become very real indeed. She put the papers aside, folding them in half and tucking them into her bedside table drawer. She then disrobed, hanging the skirt and jacket on the door of her chiffrobe, followed by the linen shirtwaist. It would be good to lie down, to rest. Perhaps when she awoke all of this would make sense, and she would no longer feel as though they were anything to fear.
Chapter 5. How he wished there was a way to find out exactly what was happening back in Baltimore. Carson City might have been the capital of Nevada, but it was far too great a distance from the East Coast to expect any major news to make its way through. By the time it did, it would likely be so old as to have already been eclipsed by something of greater importance. It seemed there was always an accident, an emergency, a new scandal either in government or behind the scenes. He did miss being so close to so much action, especially when it came to the location and destruction of those who posed a danger to innocent bystanders. Bystanders like Rachel Reed. He studied his face in the mirror above the wash basin, tilting his head to the right and to the left. He had grown the beard since the last time they saw each other. What were the chances that she would recognize him when he found her, after the pains he'd taken to disguise himself? What were the chances that she would even remember him? So many people crossed the threshold of the telegraph office. He'd observed them for many days, choosing the least busy times to send messages back to the home office. The chances of her recalling their few brief meetings were slim, when she'd spent day after day collecting dozens upon dozens of messages and relaying them to the telegraphists. His had been merely one face of many. Perhaps it was better that way. Perhaps if he simply explained that he had come all the way across the country to find her and warn her of the danger she had stumbled into, without admitting how he had deceived her for weeks in Baltimore, she would be more likely to go along with him. Too much time might be wasted if she distrusted him. And he did so need her to trust him if there was any chance of taking her to safety. He stared into the mirror but no longer saw himself. Instead, he saw the face of his contact in Baltimore. The man he had befriended in order to ingratiate himself with the Molly Maguires. Liam O'Connor. It seems there's been a leak of information. Liam had certainly seemed on the verge of murder when he'd relayed this development in the basement of the tenement building his gang used as a meeting place. An investigative agency out of Pittsburgh received several telegraphs from an office here in Baltimore. It seems one of their agents located Byrne and sent word back to his men. We intend to pay a visit to the girl who collects the messages before they're sent back for relay. She might provide the answers we seek. Mason's hands tightened around the basin when he recalled that meeting. His blood had turned to ice, all but freezing his heart. Rachel was in danger. It had been pure torture, lingering with the others to keep up appearances after Liam had left to tend to other matters. Pretending as though there was no hurry when there was, in fact, a tremendous one. Was she already injured? Bleeding? Worse? He could imagine one of Liam's thugs beating her, blackening her lovely eyes, bruising her delicate cheeks. Splitting plump lips, always ready to curve in a smile. She would never be the same bright, clever young thing after suffering something so heinous. She would never trust again. Never sleep without a light burning. If she survived at all. He'd fled to the house at the first opportunity upon leaving the tenement, having already followed her there on more than one occasion and knowing the route by heart. She'd never noticed, and if she hadn't recognized Langley's name on one of the messages he'd written out, he would never have felt the need to follow her at all. At the time, he'd chalked this up to taking precautions. Making certain she wasn't truly in league with the man or any of his associates. One look at the stately home in which she'd lived had given him pause, making him question her background. He'd then recalled her mentioning her mother's passing, and presumed the woman had been well off, but that her daughters had been left with less than they'd imagined. That would explain the need to work for a living. The investigating he'd done afterward only confirmed his presumptions. Father, recently deceased, had lived in Carson City, Nevada. A rancher. Divorced his wife 15 years earlier. Mother, originally from Baltimore, father was a banker. Her marriage to a rancher had caused no small scandal. It was a marvel that she'd been accepted back into society at all, though Mason had imagined her blaming the whole tawdry thing, divorce, even the marriage itself, on her former husband. 5 daughters. Rachel was the second youngest. They had no ties whatsoever to politics, and the only reason they planned to attend the upcoming ball was to make themselves available to any eligible bachelors also in attendance. A familiar story, all of it. By the time he had run nearly all the way to her home that fateful night after Liam had mentioned her, it was too late. She had already left for the train station. The house was dark, and the cook from the house next door had confirmed the departure. The girls were on their way to Nevada to settle their father's estate. No telling how long they would be there, but this had granted him a measure of peace. She was out of harm's way for the time being, and he might have the chance to secure her safety once she returned. He'd waited a solid week, nearer 2, haunting her quiet, pleasant little street every morning and evening, until finally it became clear the Reed sisters would not be returning at all. Staying out there, the cook had announced in a hushed whisper after he'd slid a banknote into her palm. Something about a will. They have to live there if they wish to claim the inheritance. How she'd known this had never been clear, though he was aware of the underground communication system run by domestic servants in all major cities. They met up at the market and exchanged news. Sometimes more than once or twice per day. Word spread quickly. Quickly enough that he'd begun to suspect he would not for long be the only one who knew of her location. He only regretted his leave of absence taking so long to acquire. He'd required along with it permission to take her into hiding if need be. She'll need protection if any of O'Connor's friends find out where she lives. If it is indeed a ranch, the house will be isolated. No neighbors nearby to sound the alarm. It will be imperative, then, to keep her somewhere safe. His uncle had agreed, though not before making his reticence known. Are you certain this is the sort of thing you ought to be handling on your own? Mason had merely scoffed at this. Is this your way of telling me you don't think I'm up to the challenge? No, it's my way of making sure my sister's only son doesn't get his fool neck broken. Every time you volunteer to put yourself in harm's way, I imagine what she would say if she were alive to hear it. Just what would she say? Uncle Robert had merely shaken his head. You're still not old enough to hear that sort of talk. He chuckled at this now, running a soft brush over his hair until it gleamed in the morning sunlight. Too long now when he preferred it cropped short. It brushed against his collar and got caught underneath, making him uncomfortable and itchy. He had never cared overmuch for starched shirt collars, bow ties, shining shoes. There were times when dressing like a street criminal so as to blend in with the men whose activities he sought to monitor had its perks. He dressed much more comfortably, for one. Here in Carson City, he was not one of Liam O'Connor's band of thieves and brawlers. He was a respectable man of means, a man merely looking to spend his precious time away from work in pursuit of simple pleasures and relaxation in the fresh, clean air. That would be the explanation he gave to anyone who happened to inquire as to the nature of his presence in town. Not that he expected many such questions. He had long since learned how to gather information on a subject without revealing much about himself. It was a fact of nature that people tended to release their suspicions whenever in the presence of someone unafraid of expressing curiosity and appreciation. After brushing the tan coat of one of his new suits, he slid his arms through the sleeves and adjusted his shirt cuffs. Into the right inside pocket, he slipped a badge identifying him as a member of the McKendrick Detective Agency. If all went well, he would not have to brandish that badge. No one would have to know he had come such a long way on the job. The hotel seemed quite busy that day, though its guests and even those who found employment there seemed content to go about their business in a peaceful, quiet manner. Were it not for the visual evidence of their presence as he walked the hall on his way to the stairs, he might have believed himself the only guest of the hotel at present. Another way in which this city, different from all the many cities he had visited in the 4 years since Uncle Robert had decided Mason worthy of a detective badge. He tipped his hat to a comely young woman dressed in lilac, a handful of tea roses tucked into a sash around her waist. She seemed pleased at the attention, blushing prettily before looking away. Modesty compelled her to do so, just as it compelled him to go about his business rather than follow her progress with his eyes. No sense in being branded a masher mere hours after his arrival. Then again, it had not merely been hours. It was half a day, and he had slept soundly through the night after a bath and a hot meal from the hotel's impressive kitchen. After endless days spent sitting up on the train, a deep sleep had been inevitable. Not only had he been exhausted in body, but also in mind. He would need both to be at their best if he hopes to find Rachel Reed soon, and then to convince her of his intentions. He still hadn't the first idea just how he would manage it. First, he would have to find her. To find her, he would need to gain the trust of at least one talkative townsperson. Surely, those making their home or doing business along Carson Street must have been aware of the 5 sisters from Baltimore, whose father had brought them across the country so they might claim ownership of his ranch. He might easily be able to learn of the location of this ranch, and might even secure a horse or a buggy and be on his way in a matter of minutes. What would happen then? Who would greet him and how? Just how far from the city was the ranch, and how long would it take to get there? So lost was he in this maze of questions that he nearly missed the sound of his name being called. Not his real name, which would have made it easier for him to recognize the sound. Mr. Smith. I say Mr. Smith. It was only then that he realized the girl behind the desk, the same as the one he'd met upon arrival, was speaking to him. Yes, in Carson City he was Mr. Smith. He would do well to remember it. Evidently, a full night's sleep had not been enough to get his mind working as it ought to. The girl held out a small envelope, a shy smile tipping the corners of her rosebud mouth. "This came for you several minutes ago," she explained. I was only just about to send it up to your room." He flashed a smile, more out of habit than anything else. "I suppose this is a timely meeting then." His eagerness to read the message his uncle had sent was of slightly more importance at the moment than engaging in trivial conversation. She had no way of knowing this, naturally. "I suppose it's a message from your family? Wondering if you made it safely." The girl could use a bit of practice in the art of asking questions which revealed the answers she wished to know. She might have done better if she'd come straight out and asked whether or not he was married, or if he had children. Far less effort would be required from both parties. "I suspect it is," he murmured with a smile before turning away. Best to avoid making too deep an impression. "Awaiting your reports." All signs point to plans moving ahead as suspected. Plans had moved ahead as suspected. The other agents in Baltimore must have reported one of Liam's associates leaving for Carson City. Most likely, Liam himself. His heart sank for no reason. He knew not what he'd expected. There was no reason to believe that Liam had abandoned his interest in Rachel. Though many weeks had passed, it would not be enough for a man like him. He didn't rest easy on hope and assumption. No. He would not rest until he was certain that any last threat, no matter how small, was eliminated. This added a touch of urgency to Mason's gait as he left the hotel, stepping out into a fine morning. It was time to get started, and he would have to use all of his skill to not only find the girl who'd brought him across the country, but to avoid notice from the man who had come to think of him as a friend, a confidant. It was like a game of chess. Only the other player was not aware of his presence on the board. And he had to keep it that way, for as much danger as Rachel might be in, that danger would increase tenfold if Liam became aware of his presence. He set about exploring the town. It would begin with a breakfast at Ruby's, after which he'd browse several of the businesses lining the street. He would listen. He would ask seemingly innocent questions. By midday, he hoped to have an idea of not only where Rachel lived, but how she lived, and how he might make his way to her. And then he would set about the hardest task of all, making her understand why he had lied to her those many weeks, then gaining her trust. Making her understand the difficult situation he had brought upon her, and earning her forgiveness.
Chapter 6. The tiny clock which sat upon her night table read 3:30 by the time Rachel's eyes had opened. She hadn't intended to sleep so long, yet the greater surprise was that no one had woken her. Kate was hardly known for keeping her voice down. In fact, she seemed to become louder the quieter she tried to be. For once her sleep was dreamless, her overwrought mind far too exhausted to entertain even pleasant images, much fewer nightmares. She had already wrestled with nightmares while awake. No sense in continuing them while asleep. The time spent alone, the large, sleeping house surrounding her as she'd made her way down its darkened halls in her bare feet, had given her time to formulate a plan. A plan which even now, hours later, seemed almost too far-fetched to ever come to fruition. From where she sat, behind the team of chestnut mares she customarily drove into town, there was little else to be done. She might sit at home and wait for the inevitable to take place. She might hope her pursuer never learned where she and her sisters made their home. But that would never be, and she knew it. He'd found her in Carson City. It would take little time for the tall man to find the exact location of the ranch, and to secure the use of a horse which might carry him there. After that, the rest would be easy for him. She had no intention of making it easy for him. Her reticule sat beside her, satin overlaid with lace. The drawstring at the top of the bag was pulled tight and double knotted so as to keep the contents inside secure. Contents which included the pistol from Louis' desk drawer. If only she could make it back before he noticed it was missing. If only she could manage to dissuade the tall man from pursuing her further without having to fire the thing. She had never found cause to fire a pistol before, no, nor any of her sisters. It seemed simple enough. Aim the thing, pull the trigger. Make certain beforehand of the gun being loaded. She had already done that. Each chamber held one bullet, 6 in all. Knowing how to do it, and possessing the gumption with which to do it, however, were two entirely different things. Once she knew she had no choice but to corner her pursuer and demand he tell her what he had in mind, she'd set her mind to the task of accepting what needed to be done. She was saving her own life, even if it meant ending his. For all she knew, she might be saving the lives of her sisters. Who was to say whether this man had come to the house with only herself in mind? He might have arrived with the intention of hurting every one of them. She would not know until she found him. Though whether or not she could afford to give him that opportunity to explain himself was debatable. That would have to be something she would decide at the moment. Had she taken leave of her senses? Was this truly what she had in mind? Threatening a man with a gun, telling him to leave her and her loved ones alone? Did she possess the strength, the fortitude, the brass? She would find out when the time came. First would come the matter of tracking him down. There was as of yet only one hotel in town, and that would be the first place to start. After delivering Mr. Grant's edited articles, of course. Molly had made certain to secure Rachel's promise that she would deliver the completed work to the man in person, rather than relying on the promise of an overworked assistant. With that task completed, she would be free to find the tall man. The idea of approaching Rance with the story had occurred to her. In fact, she had entertained the notion for quite some time during the hours of silent pacing while putting her plan in place. It would make sense to bring the sheriff into a matter of possible importance. Yet even she, with her limited understanding of the law, knew there was nothing he could do. Even if this was the man she had seen in front of the house Baltimore, he had not menaced her. He had not threatened her. Should the sheriff question him as to his arrival in town, he might give one of any number of excuses. None of them need involve her. She knew before asking what Rance would say, there was nothing he could do until a crime was committed. She had no intention of allowing the man to commit a crime. It was midday by the time she rolled down Carson Street, the boardwalks lining both sides even more crowded than they had been upon her departure the day before. It was time for dinner, and perhaps a walk afterward, before one settled into their afternoon work. On such a fine day, there were bound to be plenty of townsfolk who longed for a breath of fresh air. She wished she could enjoy herself the way they seemed to, strolling along, greeting each other on their way. Gentlemen from the bank, young men and women who toiled away at the Capitol building. A pair of giggling girls walked arm in arm, sharing stories which made them blush and burst into gales of ill-concealed laughter. She wished she could be like them. So carefree, and wrapped in the sorts of things people of their age felt were important. Neither of them suffered nightmares of a threatening presence. Neither of them knew what it meant to steal a pistol with the intent of protecting their own lives. She tied the horses off halfway down the block, knowing there was a chance of someone recognizing the buggy if she left it across from the jailhouse. If Rance spotted her, or if Phoebe had chosen that morning to pay her husband a visit while he worked, they would hold her up. Enough shilly-shallying. Time was not an ally. The longer it took to find him, the more chance he had of finding her and her family. They might entirely miss one another if she wasn't careful. He might go on his way down the road which led to the ranch without her knowing it. And then what would happen? What would he do? Her stomach cramped at the very idea. She made quick work of dropping the articles off with Mr. Grant, who thanked her effusively. She only half heard him, her thoughts elsewhere. Where to begin? She could go straight to the hotel, but what would she do once she found him? The very notion of being alone with the man from her nightmares made her wish more than she ever had that her mother was still alive. That she might hide behind a voluminous skirt and have her fears smoothed away by a loving hand. There was no such rest available to her. Not when her sisters might be in jeopardy. If only she hadn't asked about Langley and the name E. Byrne. Why had she chosen that man out of all others to ply with questions? Because he had been handsome? Because his eyes had been arrestingly blue and warm and kind? Because he'd sent shivers of delight down her spine whenever he favored her with a smile? Because she would have done anything to hold him in place, anything to give herself a reason to speak with him just a bit more. Look where that had gotten her. Carrying a pistol she was sure everyone knew was in her reticule, dangling from her clenched hand. How could they fail to notice its shape in her bag? Breathe, Rachel. She drew a deep breath through her nose before letting it out through pursed lips. No one knew she was carrying a pistol. She merely felt guilty, which made it feel as though a light shone directly on her, telling everyone she passed of her murderous plans. They had no way of knowing what was on her mind so long as she was careful to conceal her nervousness. She was at the corner, about to cross to the block on which the hotel was located, when a tall figure emerged from the building's double doors. Immediately, she ducked beneath the awning outside the nearest establishment, Ruby's restaurant. Was it him? He wore a tan suit, dark brown leather boots, a dark brown hat. His beard was as thick and full as before, hiding what she remembered as a square chin with a cleft in the middle. His eyes were unmistakable, regardless of the spectacles he now wore. They caught the attention of the same giggling young women she'd noticed earlier, still walking with their arms intertwined. They noticed him while crossing Carson Street, the two of them giggling and glancing back over their shoulders to take one more look at him. He smiled slightly, which she knew meant the appearance of dimples in his cheeks. She hadn't understood until then how she'd memorized his face. Every inch of it. What a waste of time that had turned out to be, seeing as he now menaced her. Would he come her way? Her heart was barely beating, her knees shaking, her teeth sinking into her lower lip. Would he turn left on reaching the opposite boardwalk? Would he pass her way? She could breathe again when he continued straight into Mr. Lawrence's saloon. Just a man in search of refreshment, and perhaps a bit of entertainment. She blushed at the notion. An idea sparked, then flickered to life in the back of her mind. What if this was her chance? No one would think twice of a shooting in a saloon. What else could one expect in such an establishment? Especially from a stranger new in town, without a friend to speak on his behalf. If she could corner him, her troubles would be over. She set off down the street once he disappeared through the swinging door. How was she to approach him? That was going to be a bit tricky. She wasn't the type accustomed to sashaying into a rough saloon. Molly would have a fit if she heard. A giggle bubbled up in the back of her throat, one she attributed to an overwrought mind. As if stepping foot inside a saloon was the most scandalous thing she intended to do with her day. Her boots clicked smartly against the wooden boards, her gait resolute. She would lure him away perhaps, waving to him from outside and signaling for him to join her elsewhere. Behind the building, for instance. Yes, that would do the trick. With any luck, there would be too much noise coming from inside for anyone to hear a gunshot, and his body might lie in the alleyway while she made her escape. No one need be the wiser. Why then did her stomach clench worse than ever before? A good thing she hadn't the appetite for breakfast, or else she might have treated those nearby to a view of her meal as it came back up. Her steps slowed considerably once she neared the building. What was she thinking? Could she really do this? A flash of movement out of the corner of her eye stopped her, brought her head around in time to notice a young woman standing between the saloon and the livery beside it. She leaned with her back to the wall, arms crossed over her middle. A weak cough stirred Rachel's sympathy. "Are you in need of help?" she asked, approaching with caution. Then she took note of the young woman's clothing. She was one of the girls who worked inside the saloon. It was the only reason why she'd be wearing such a garish nightmare of a costume. Her low-cut bodice was of the cheapest red satin, trimmed in black lace which also appeared to be of second-rate quality. The full skirt came only halfway down her leg, downright shocking, being able to see from a woman's ankle all the way up her knee. She coughed again, the poor thing, her complexion wan beneath layers of rouge and powder. "Can't cough in there," she explained in a weak voice. "Can't let the men know when you've come down with the grip." Poor dear. Rachel looked up and down the passage between the two buildings, as a new idea formed in her mind. Did she have the gumption? Never mind the gumption. What she didn't have was a choice. Or time to waste. She sized the stranger up. Dark hair like her own, roughly the same height, though the girl was fuller in the bust and hips than she. It might work nonetheless. She might be able to blend in beneath the shrewd gaze of Mr. Henry Lawrence, the proprietor. "How would you like the chance to rest for a bit?" Rachel asked, thinking of the banknotes in her reticule. 15 minutes later, the act was done. She was now a saloon girl. At least, she was dressed like one. Her hands shook as she applied more rouge. "Is he still down there?" she asked the girl Lorna when she returned. "He's still seated at the bar." "You had better hurry." Hurry. She could hardly walk in shoes that were far too large, stuffed with scraps of paper to help them fit. She couldn't imagine showing so much skin to a group of strangers, shoulders, neck, chest. Her bosom nearly spilled from the tight bodice, even with the difference between her figure and Lorna's. Lorna sank onto the bed, coughing weakly. "Thank you," she murmured, holding the money which now belonged to her in one fist. "Rest and take care of yourself. And hide that money. You wouldn't want Lawrence finding it. If anyone asks you, tell them you were asleep. You're feeling ill and wanted time to rest. I stole this from you. Only please, for the love of everything, don't tell them my name. You never told me, remember?" "Oh. Right." She peered out the door. Her belongings were in the 4th room from the stairs. Including the pistol. Best to keep them clear of Lorna's room. She wouldn't have wanted to get the poor girl into trouble. No more time to waste. She smoothed shaking hands over Lorna's bodice, and touched the mass of pinned-up curls perched high on her head. It was time to meet the tall man.
Chapter 7. Not a terrible place. Not by any stretch. He'd seen his share of tawdry, filthy establishments. The sorts of places where men brawled, overturning tables, shooting out the bottles behind the bar. Fortunately, he'd never been present for such a brawl. Not that he couldn't handle himself in a fight, training was part of his job, making certain he could hold his own should an emergency arise, but the notion of dodging bullets fired by drunken fools hardly appealed to him. He looked about, wondering who might give him what he needed. The worst mistake he could make would be overplaying his hand. Tipping strangers off to his true purpose in being there. Leaving a trail for Liam or one of his associates, should they too come looking for her. Unless he'd missed them. Unless they'd already found her. But would that not have made the news? He'd scoured the paper from front to back, never finding word of a disturbance. An heiress from back east, menaced by brutes, would certainly make news. He could only pray his suppositions were correct. Perhaps the barkeep, a tall, burly gentleman who Mason suspected might have done double duty as a guard for the half-dressed girls and someone to keep fighting to a minimum, might know something. It stood to reason that much of the town's gossip would reach his ears at one point or another. He opened his mouth, intent on asking, when a somewhat familiar sight came into view on the other side of the room, descending the stairs. Her. Rachel. There was no doubt in his mind. It was enough of a shock to nearly knock him from his stool. What was she doing here? Half-dressed among these painted women? Was it possible she had a twin? No, he would have read about her. The 2 older girls were twins, not Rachel. Perhaps they all looked that much alike. No, the nearer she came, the more evident it was. This was Rachel. And she was headed straight for him, weaving her way through the maze of tables, all of them occupied, even in the early afternoon. Though it gave him no pleasure seeing her like this, he breathed a sigh of relief. She was here. She was safe. He'd made it in time, though there was no telling how much more time there was to spare. She could have been in danger at that very moment. He wished he knew how to proceed from this point. Should he tell her of his motives for crossing the country? How exactly did one break news to a woman that her every move might, at that very moment, be watched by some threatening presence? She was unaware of this. To her he was nothing more than a customer, or was he? Was there familiarity in her eyes? Or had he been correct in his assumption that she had no reason to remember him? He snickered to himself. Which would you prefer? He wished he knew. I haven't seen you in town before. She looked him up and down in a very obvious way. She was either new to the saloon or she was desperate. There was a hunger in her eyes. She stirred sympathy in him regardless. It wasn't that he had a great deal of experience with this sort of woman. He made it a point to stay away from them, in fact. Too many stories of men getting themselves caught up with women like this. Drunken shootings over a woman who cared for neither of the parties involved half as much as she cared for their money. The women themselves meeting an unhappy end, thanks to men who became obsessed with them. There simply wasn't any call to involve himself in that sort of behavior. Yet she wasn't that sort of woman. He remembered the sweet, kind, bright young lady he'd met at the telegraph office. How lovely her smile, how modest her demeanor. How she'd blushed furiously at his invitation for a cup of coffee. Not the behavior of someone comfortable with cozying up to a man while wearing what barely passed for undergarments, not to mention a face full of paint, which hardly did her justice. "I wouldn't expect you to," he smiled, leaving distance between them. No sense in encouraging her, though he also needed her to linger. He couldn't frighten her away, or lead her to believe she was wasting her time on a prospective customer. "What brings you here, then?" Her eyes darted about in a furtive manner. It wouldn't be possible for him to ignore her body language, not when he'd spent his entire career reading every move of just about everyone he'd come into contact with. Habits could be difficult to break. "Business. Just arrived yesterday." "Business? What sort of business?" She tipped her head to the side, smiling. "A bit too wide, a bit too hard. No warmth. Nothing that would interest someone as lovely as yourself, I'm certain." She lifted one creamy, exposed shoulder in a shrug. "You might be surprised. There is a brain in my head." "Is there? What brings you here, then?" "Pardon me?" Her eyes flashed, leaving him uncertain whether to congratulate himself for getting through to her or to fall in love. There was such spirit, such fire. He'd never imagined. "Concentrate." He drew a deep breath. "I merely wondered how a young woman with a brain in her head would fall upon difficult enough times to wind up here. In a place like this. If this was truly her profession, she was dreadful at it. A saloon girl's first duty was to accept anything and everything a customer offered with a smile, so as to encourage him to spend more money. On her, on liquor, on a good time. She was not supposed to alienate the customers. She was not supposed to have an opinion. Conversation was meant to be light, trivial, the sort people engaged in when they were enjoying themselves. If she was truly experienced and at all dedicated to earning a living at this, she would laugh off his question and offer to share a whiskey with him. Part of him was glad of this. Glad to see her react this way. It meant she was no good as a saloon girl. If she treated him as the other girls in the place treated their men, it would have come as a grave disappointment. A greater disappointment than it should have, and he knew it. She averted her eyes, tilting her head down until her gaze rested upon her shoes. Ill-fitting shoes at that. To what bad end had she fallen victim here? None of it made sense. Why would she, a young woman on her way to inheriting a sizable ranch, find need to debase herself so? What had gone on between the night she left and this day? There are times in which things simply do not go as we planned. She glanced up at him, though she would not hold his gaze. "Have you never found this to be true?" "Oh, certainly." He studied her, now that he had the luxury of doing so without her catching his eye. It was much easier to take stock of a person, be they a man or woman, when they did not notice. Much like her shoes, nothing she wore truly fit. He hadn't noticed at first, and he suspected no one would were they not up close and given the opportunity to do so. Now that he had her next to him, he could see the pains she had taken to make herself fit into this costume. The bodice was not a good fit, though he suspected that was not exactly a punishable offense by her employer. If anything, he would have preferred his girls all but spill out of their garments. Her skirt was a bit too short. Her shoes too large. Even the feather in her hair, one dyed a garish shade of red, was inserted into her mass of dark curls at a precarious angle. It drooped rather awkwardly, threatening to fall free at any moment. Not only was she unaccustomed to this mode of dress, but she had done so in a hurry. This was not her costume. Either it was her first day on the job, or this was not her job at all. If that were the case, what was she doing here? Why was she doing it with him? Relax. Control yourself. He had a tendency to let his imagination run wild, when he ought to be at his most analytical. It was a weakness which he had believed to have trained himself out of. It had been one of his top concerns in his early days at the agency. Look at the facts at hand. Do not draw too many wild conclusions. One wild conclusion led to the next and the next, until an agent found himself as far from the truth of the matter as night from day. "I didn't wish to make you uncomfortable," he murmured by way of apology. She raised her head, showering upon him a sunny smile, albeit one with an edge. "Not at all," she replied. Now he recognized the flirtatious young woman he had met in Baltimore. The sudden change in her was enough to make him question whether that persona was nothing more than a facade. Something she could switch on and off. There were 2 glasses before them, he finally noticed, though he was unaware of when the barkeep had left them. He suspected this was how they plied men with liquor: leave it for them, trust that they would eventually wish to refresh themselves, then watch as they ordered another. And another. Mason lifted one of the 2 short glasses and tipped it in Rachel's direction. "Won't you join me for a drink?" he asked, doing his best to sound congenial and relaxed. No matter what sort of game she was playing, he must make it appear as though she had him fooled. Her hesitation was clear, her eyes darting back and forth beneath lowered brows as if she searched for a way out of the situation. He very much got the sense that she had already taken things farther than she had planned, and had no notion of how to proceed. "I do not often like to join my new friends in drink." "And why not?" He looked about them, taking note of no fewer than 3 young women in similar dress, sharing drinks with their customers. The others appeared to be enjoying themselves. "Perhaps a drink might loosen you up a bit, make you a little more likely to believe me good company." "I already consider you good company, and I am enjoying myself." If that were true, he would not much like seeing her when she was unhappy, nervous, or in pain. "Well, I find it easier to enjoy myself even more after having taken a drink." He raised the glass to his mouth, watching her intently all the while. Her fingers worked the edge of her glass, turning it around and around in place without lifting it from the bar. The moment the amber concoction reached his lips and passed between them, he knew he had nothing to fear. It was so watered down that a man with his constitution and his tolerance would have to imbibe at least a dozen or more such drinks to begin feeling intoxicated. "Come now," he teased. Was he truly teasing her? Even in such a dire situation, was he pushing her? Testing her? Seeing how far she was willing to go to keep this charade in motion? She cleared her throat. She squared her shoulders. A look of determination came over her face, turning it into something hard and nearly unrecognizable. The same hunger he had first noticed upon her approach had returned and was stronger than ever. She had something else in mind. "What I would prefer," she purred, "is your company in a somewhat more private location." Her gaze traveled up the stairs set along the far wall, then further up toward the rooms which all businesses such as what she alluded to took place. Rooms which customers were technically and legally not supposed to visit. These rooms were, on paper, reserved for the girls who made their living at the saloon. Rooms in which they could dress, refresh themselves, rest. Was hearing her correctly? Was she inviting him upstairs to one of those rooms? There could be no other explanation. "You want to go upstairs?" How she blushed. The natural color of her embarrassment showed darker even than the rouge on her cheeks. Nonetheless, she nodded. "Yes," she whispered, the hand which gripped the still full glass tightening until he feared she would shatter it. "That is precisely what I had in mind." Ordinarily, were she truly one of these girls, he would have refused and might even have left the establishment. Now he considered it. He did more than consider it. He suspected she had landed upon a fitting solution. Yes, he needed to get her alone if there was any hope of explaining his true purpose in Carson City. "That sounds all right then." I would like to see what your establishment offers upstairs." While satisfaction glowed from behind her hazel eyes, she blushed more fervently than ever, and now she began to tremble. "You have no idea how much that pleases me," she murmured, though her body betrayed her by contradicting her words. "Lead the way." He slid from his stool, prepared to follow her. She was in a terrible rush, nearly running through the crowded first floor, weaving between the packed tables with her head down all the while. She had none of the brassy, brazen confidence of the other girls. Whether or not their confidence was put on, he would never know, though he suspected it was. He suspected this was all nothing but a shiny, attractive false front. Once again, his experience with the agency would not allow him to be fooled. They climbed the stairs, coming to a narrow hall lined on both sides by wooden doors. One looked just the same as another, with nothing to set them apart. She walked slowly, deliberately, until they reached the fourth door on their right. It was this door which she opened, revealing a rather depressing sight. A bed barely large enough for two people to lie in without one or both of them hanging partly off, a stand on which sat a basin and pitcher. A plain mirror hung on the wall above the basin, nothing like one of the gilded, gleaming things he had seen mounted on the walls downstairs. This room, like the others, was not decorated with beauty in mind. Not even the cheap, flashy sort of beauty he'd already observed. This room had other purposes. "Won't you have a seat?" She went to the window, drawing close the heavy, dusty drapes. This plunged the room into darkness, and for one heart-clenching moment, he thought she might actually intend to do what was normally done here. Was he that wrong about her? Rather than follow instructions, he remained standing, though he now removed his hat. "I believe there is something we must set straight first." "Is there?" She remained near the window, her back to him. "And just what is that?" "You asked downstairs after the nature of my business here in Carson City," he began. He turned his hat in his hands, his fingers moving around the brim. What was this? Nerves? Since when did he allow nerves to get the better of him? He had infiltrated some of the most dangerous groups up and down the eastern seaboard. Yet here he was, no better than a young man alone in a room with a woman for the first time. His tongue tied, while beads of sweat began making themselves known along the back of his neck beneath his starched collar. "I did. Though I suspect I know more than you think I do." His eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Did he dare hope she remembered him? And why did he hope? Why didn't matter so much whether she remembered him or not? She spun in place. In an instant he understood what she had been doing with her back to him all that time. She had been taking hold of a pistol. A pistol which she now leveled at him, its muzzle aimed somewhere around his midsection. He dropped his hat on the bed, holding his hands before him in a gesture of placation. "I mean you no harm." He had no chance to continue. Not before the gun went off.
Chapter 8. It was like something out of a nightmare. While she had been determined to do this all along, it was one thing to know there was no choice but to shoot a man, and another to actually do the shooting. It was one thing to know a man would bleed, but another to watch him bleed. No matter how dangerous the man in question was. No matter how she knew in the very marrow of her bones that such action was necessary, the results of the action still turned her stomach, and set her to trembling harder than ever. There was no time for squeamishness. Smoke curled up from the pistol, filling her nose with the acrid smell. The tall man's hand covered his shoulder, where a patch of red spread over white linen shirt front and into his tan coat. His mouth fell open, his eyes meeting hers. Shock, pain, disbelief. All of summed up in one plaintive stare. There was no time. Men and perhaps even women would flood the room in moments. She had to act quickly. The man fell onto the bed, crushing his hat in the process while he rolled onto his back. She tore the feather from her hair and shook her curls loose. She tore open her bodice, shredding the lace and satin. She even went so far as to slap herself, just as hard as she could. Stars danced before her eyes, but she welcomed this. It meant she had done the job right. "What have you done?" His voice was both pained and breathless, his neck craned as he raised his eyes to meet hers. He was in agony, sweat already pouring off him. The wound was dangerously close to his heart. She was glad of it. She hoped he bled to death, but not without experiencing a great deal of pain first. She advanced, still aiming the pistol at him in case he decided to attack. "You don't think I know who you are? You don't think I know what you came here to do? You have it all wrong." He shook his head, one blood-covered hand moving down to the inside pocket of his coat. The hand trembled, likely from pain and shock. "Look in my pocket. There's a badge. I was not here to hurt you. I was here to help you." She thrust her hand into his pocket and withdrew the badge of which he spoke. "Mason Murphy. McKendrick Detective Agency. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania." "That's me," he gasped, then groaned. Feet banged along the stairs, down the hall. Toward her. His eyes slid closed, the blood still spreading, now staining the bed. She dropped the badge, shaking until her teeth chattered. No. No, no, no. How could she have been so wrong? The door flew open, and she found herself face to face with her brother-in-law. He took in the sight of the man on the bed. Then he looked at her. And did a double take. "Rachel," he gasped, incredulous. "What have you done?" She looked at the man. She looked at Rance. "I don't know." "You're holding the pistol in your hand." In an instant the gun was no longer in her possession, but rather in his. He tucked it into the waistband of his dungarees, then called out down the hall. "Get the doctor." He looked at Rachel before turning his attention to the bleeding man, bending over him and pressing 2 fingers to the side of his neck. "What are you doing here? Why are you dressed the way you are?" Rachel looked down, now fully aware of her shameful state of undress, coupled with the way she had further exposed her bosom by tearing the bodice apart. She made a feeble attempt at covering herself with her hands. "My clothing is in another room," she began, hopeful. Her hope didn't last long. "I can't let you go get it. I can't let you out of this room, sister-in-law or not." Rance glanced up at her while his hands worked the buttons of Mason's shirt. If his name truly was Mason. Was the badge even real? "If I didn't smell the gunpowder, I would swear this was a dream. It makes no sense." It made no sense to her, either. The only way she could survive the crippling guilt she'd suffered upon reading that badge was to tell herself it was all a lie. The badge wasn't real, he might have stolen it from a legitimate detective. Some way to make his search for her seem on the up and up. People were more willing to answer questions when they saw a badge. Or was she simply lying to herself? Had she shot an innocent man? "Is he?" Rachel cowered in the corner, covering herself, watching in horror as the man's life slipped away with each pump of his heart. Rance shook his head, his hands already covered in the man's blood. "I don't know." "Shot through the shoulder. Did he try to hurt you?" His voice was tight when he asked the question, the mark of a man dreading what he might hear. It was clear that her charade had been convincing, or that she had at least found a way to convey the point she had tried to make. That he had tried to have his way with her, against her wishes. And she had had no choice but to shoot. Only that plan didn't seem as foolproof now, after the fact, as it had before. Namely, because she had not imagined someone from her life finding her in this condition. She would now have to explain why she was displayed so, why she was at the saloon. Why she had not told anyone of her plan, before she attempted to enact it. She could say none of this to him, not that he had the time to listen at present, too busy trying to save a man's life to care for the specifics of why she'd acted so. I thought he was going to hurt me," she began, but he cut her off. "We need a doctor. What on earth is taking him so long?" Rance got up from the bed, going to the open door. From her vantage point, Rachel could see several of the girls gathered out in the hall, including Lorna, who looked on with the same wide eyes, the same shock expression as the others. The poor girl probably feared Rachel bringing her into this. It had seemed like such a good idea at the time. "Excuse me, pardon me, let me through." A well-dressed middle-aged man appeared, leather bag in hand. He removed his hat, tossing it aside. While rolling up his sleeves, he took one look at Rachel and one look at the bleeding man, and seemed to assess the situation in the blink of an eye. The fact that he assumed she was one of the girls who worked downstairs set her face to burn with shame, no matter that she knew the truth of the situation. Just the thought of anyone assuming her to be that sort of woman caused her no end of embarrassment. "Get him stretched out on the bed," the doctor barked, and Rance did as he asked. "No pillows beneath his head. I want him lying flat. Open the drapes so I can have some light, then bring the oil lamp nearer the bed. I'll need towels and boiling water for my instruments." One of the girls in the hall called out this last bit of instruction while Rance did what he could, and Rachel merely cowered, her horror growing as she watched this unfold. Did she want him to survive, or did she want him to die? It all depended on who he truly was, she surmised. With the doctor now looking over the wounded man, Rance had nothing to do but turn his full attention to Rachel. He stood quite close to her, leaning in slightly until his mouth was near her ear. "You know there is only so much I can do for you in this situation," he murmured, one eye always on the situation across the room. "I can't let you get away with this, not until we know all the facts. I'm so sorry." Rachel began to tremble harder than ever. What did he mean? She pulled back, searching his face for answers. He looked grim, grimmer than she had seen him in months of their acquaintance. "You mean?" He nodded with a deep frown. "You're going to have to come with me." Her eyes widened, her mouth fell open in surprise. But I was only acting in self-defense." "And what were you doing here, to begin with?" She opened her mouth, eager to explain, but snapped it shut an instant later when she thought over what a confession would mean. No, there was still no explaining, not here. Not in public, where anyone could hear. She looked down at the floor, ashamed. "I can't tell you that." Rance grumbled, muttering a curse under his breath. "Where have I heard that before? Don't tell me it runs in the family, because I am not certain I can handle another such situation. Why you girls find it so difficult to tell the truth to a lawman, I will never know." "This is nothing like my sister's case," Rachel whispered. "Nothing at all." Rance looked her up and down, then averted his eyes and cleared his throat. "Well, you're right about that," he replied with a wry chuckle. She flushed more furiously than ever, straining to hold the bodice closed. Would her shame ever end? "What else do you need, Dr. Hawthorne?" Mr. Lawrence hurried into the room, holding a stack of towels in one arm and a kettle of steaming water in the other. He turned, looking over his shoulder at the girls who still watched from the hall. "Why are you all standing about? You have work to do. The men downstairs are in need of companionship, and if they leave on account of having lost it." This was enough to spur the girls into action, sending them scattering and hurrying toward the stairs. Only Lorna lingered, chewing her lip and looking over the scene. Rachel supposed she owed her extra for what it would take to have her costume repaired. Mr. Lawrence wrung his hands, shaking his head. "I have never had something like this happen here before. The man is a stranger, new to town. I have certainly never seen him." He looked to Rance. "What about you, Sheriff? Do you know him?" Rance shook his head. "He is a stranger, just as you say. Perhaps he was unaccustomed to the presence of gals as pretty as yours, and thought their pleasant natures meant he could do as he wished with them. Perhaps he took things a bit too far, and this young woman did the only thing she felt she could do." He stepped slightly in front of Rachel, and she understood why. He wished to conceal her. For she was not in the man's employ, he would wish to know why she had pretended to be so. It didn't matter what Rance attempted, because it was too late. The bespectacled proprietor had already gotten a look at her. He was shrewd, certainly. "And who are you?" She should have flown from the place the moment the shot was fired. She should not have stayed behind to check the man's badge, or to say anything further to him. She should have run when she had the chance. This all could have been avoided. She squirmed, suddenly feeling more exposed than ever before. Rance stepped in before she could say anything that might make things worse. "I intend to take her to the jailhouse and lock her up. We can have this conversation over there, away from the doctor. He has quite a lot of work to do. And here on my bed." Mr. Lawrence shook his head. It will now be ruined, and I will have to replace it. Even in the midst of his work, the doctor snorted. And just why do you have these beds up here? He asked, casting a sly look to where Mr. Lawrence fussed and fretted. The man stammered, his face flushing. I have to go downstairs and see to it the men are entertained. He all but ran from the room. Is there anything I can do? Rance asked. I don't think so. The doctor shook his head, withdrawing something from the man's shoulder. Rachel turned her head, disgusted and mortified, the sound of the blood-stained bullet hitting the bedside table ringing in her ears. That's that. Now it's a matter of closing the shoulder, and the skin and muscle over the top. Assuming this young man makes it through this surgery, I cannot allow him to stay here to convalesce. He will need someplace clean and quiet. I'd imagine he's a guest at the hotel. I doubt they'd mind him doing his resting there, though I further doubt he'd have the money to afford the amount of time that will take. While it seems like a clean enough wound, there's no telling what might happen should infection set in. Rance nodded, his forehead creasing. I suppose we can cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, I'm taking this woman to jail. Send word of his condition when you can. Once it seems he is out of the woods, we can decide on somewhere for him to convalesce. Indeed, the doctor said. He then took Rachel's elbow, looking for all the world like a man about to do something he would rather swallow his own tongue than do. Let's go. We can take the back stairs. She shook her head, her mouth falling open in horror. You expect me to walk about the street looking like this? Rance scowled. Perhaps you should have considered that before you dress this way. I'm afraid your choice of costume is the least of your concerns at the moment. He led her from the room, turning away from the stairs leading down to the saloon in favor of the other end of the hall. There was indeed a narrow staircase there. He allowed her to walk before him but stayed close at her heels. Do you think he will die? I wish I could say. I survived a similar wound after all, and the bullet was removed right there on my desk. He didn't appear to be the sickly type. He might have the strength to pull through. They reached the bottom of the stairs, and he took hold of her again. His grip was firm but gentle. Though what I can say is, you had better hope he makes it. It's one thing for a young lady to shoot a man in self-defense, but another when the man in question dies. Especially when there were only 2 witnesses who could testify to the woman being in any danger. She might be a murderer. That might not have been anything worth concerning herself with, if only she was certain that she had shot the right man. Chapter 9. Just when she thought her humiliation couldn't get any worse. Just when she was certain there was nothing as dreadful as being led down and across Carson Street in the company of the town sheriff. At least, he'd allowed her to wear his coat, but her legs had still been exposed, and the amount of paint on her face had all but amounted to a sign strung around her neck. Fallen woman. Soiled dove. Her sisters arrived, and she understood her troubles were only beginning. And what is this all about? Molly stormed from the front office to the cells without waiting for Rance to answer her question, heading straight to where Rachel sat beneath a blanket. She looked fit to be tied, as frazzled and furious as Rachel could ever remember seeing her. Louis hurried behind her. Take care. You shouldn't be exciting yourself. Rachel breathed a slight sigh of relief, knowing she had an ally. Louis would keep Molly in check, and she hoped prevent her from tearing the jailhouse down brick by brick. An instant later, he whirled on her instead. And just what do you think you're doing? Your sister asked you a question. She barely had time to open her mouth to offer even a pitiful reply before Holly and Kate dashed into view. Kate burst into tears at the sight of Rachel sitting there, looking and feeling roughly as forlorn as she ever had. Oh, Rachel, she whimpered before a fresh storm of tears overtook her. Molly glanced over her shoulder, scowling. Hush for a moment, she hissed. You have been crying on and off since we first got word. Rachel had wondered how long it would take her sisters to arrive. She suspected Rance had sent word to the ranch, soon after depositing her in the cell and thrusting a blanket her way. You had better cover yourself, he had muttered, averting his eyes. There will be people who wish to see you. Though she suspected these were not the people he had in mind at the time. I wish I could explain. Rachel looked from one of them to the other, all of them either furious or suffering under some equally violent emotion. Phoebe burst in, holding a bundle of clothing aloft. "Here," she gasped, pushing her way through the rest of the family gathered around the cell. "I did what I could. I had to wait until Martha returned from her visit with friends on the other side of town. I could hardly bring Jessie in to see this. But I have brought you something that should suffice." She turned to her husband. "Well, aren't you going to let me in to give her something decent to wear?" Rance looked for all the world like a man who wished he'd chosen another profession. He shrugged. "You do realize that were she any other person, I wouldn't extend such courtesy toward her?" Phoebe gaped at him. "You mean to say that were she not my sister, you would allow a wretched young woman to sit, half-dressed, in a jail cell where anyone might come in and ogle her? Is that what you're trying to tell me?" She was beginning to work herself into a fit. Molly clicked her tongue, shaking her head. "I hope that is not what you mean to say." Louis placed a hand on her shoulder. "We must let him do his job as he sees fit. What I believe he means to say is, just because she is his sister-in-law doesn't mean she deserves special considerations." Rance shot him a look of pure gratitude. "Yes, that is exactly what I meant." Kate's tears fell harder and faster than ever. "Oh, Rachel," she whimpered. "They won't even allow you to dress." Holly bolstered her, rolling her eyes toward the ceiling. "There, there," she murmured. "We wouldn't want you upsetting yourself and fainting now, would we?" All of this happened so quickly, nearly all at once. It was enough to make Rachel's head spin. How could she possibly explain to any of them why she'd done what she'd done? How could she explain the desperation? Then again, she supposed some of her desperation was evident in her choice of clothing and in the establishment in which she had committed a crime. Only a woman at the height of desperation would sink so low. "Well?" Molly stared him down, fists on her hips. "What will it be? You allow this young woman, sister-in-law or no, the chance to dress herself more appropriately? I'm sure she must be half frozen, even with use of that blanket. Or will you force her to sit there as she is, and perhaps catch a chill and become ill?" Rance threw his hands into the air. "As if there were ever a choice," he muttered before turning his back on them. "Do as you wish. Just see to it that she stays in the cell." Louis clapped him on the shoulder. "Come," he offered. "Let's have a seat out there while she dresses, and we might be able to clear our heads a bit." It appeared as though both men needed to be rid of the women for a moment. They were both more than a little overwhelmed. Phoebe took the keys from the hook on the wall and used one to open the door. "To think I have spent time in this very cell." She shook her head, the corners of her mouth turning downward in a mournful expression. "Look at the example I set for my younger sister. No wonder you came to such an end." Rachel took umbrage at this, dropping the blanket as she stood. "That had nothing to do with this, and don't tell yourself otherwise. I had my own reasons for doing as I did, and none of you are to blame for it." Molly took one end of the discarded blanket, Holly the other, and the two of them held it at shoulder height that they might provide some measure of privacy for their sister while she dressed. "Why did you do it then?" Molly asked. "I wish it were as simple as that." "As simple as what?" Holly asked, perturbed. "It seems to me a fairly simple matter. You shot a man. There has to be a reason for it." "What I wish to know," Phoebe added before Rachel had the chance to answer, "is what you were doing in that saloon dressed like one of the girls who worked there." "I could just die of shame." Molly shuddered. "I fail to see how it would be you dying of shame, when it was I who was in the place." Rachel could only stand so much of this. She well understood the shame she had brought upon her sisters, but for them to act as though their shame was anything in comparison to hers seemed the height of silliness. Once she had buttoned up the shirtwaist and slid into a long striped skirt which thankfully covered her to her ankles, Rachel took a seat on the uncomfortable cot with its straw tick mattress. "I did what I thought I had to do, she tried to explain with a shrug. Unfortunately, there is very little I can tell you, as I don't know the sort of danger I might place you in by revealing anything more than that. Kate's tears suddenly dried themselves as if by magic. She rushed into the cell, reaching for Rachel's hands and falling to her knees before her. "It's something horrible?" she breathed, her wide eyes large as saucers as they stared up at her sister. No doubt she imagined any number of things, the sort of dramatic situations she so often read about. And this was dramatic. Only it was not a story. This was real life, where there were seldom happy endings for all at the end of Act 3. Molly scowled. "Is this any way to behave? You act as though she ought to be commended for what she's done." "We still don't know why she did it," Kate reasoned. "But if it is something so dreadful she cannot share with us for fear of endangering us, it makes her a heroine. She has sacrificed herself for her sisters. Should we speak to her as though she were nothing better than a common criminal then?" Phoebe's brows lifted in surprise. "For once, I can't disagree with her. She makes a strong point." Molly rolled her eyes. "Let's not encourage her." Before Kate could draw herself up into a good and proper tantrum, nothing got under her skin quite so badly as when her sisters would not take her seriously. Rachel spoke over all of them. "I mean what I said. I do not know the exact nature of the situation. I only know that I did what I felt I needed to do. I believed I was protecting myself and all of you. And until I'm certain that I've done the right thing, I cannot share with you my reasons for having done so." "Why did we never hear anything of this?" Holly asked, looking around. "You never spoke of any possible trouble. This comes as a terrible surprise." Rachel nodded. "I can imagine that it would. I don't see why you have to be so impossible about this." Molly shot Phoebe a withering look. "She gets it from you." "Me?" Phoebe gasped, surprised. "The both of you, believing you need to sacrifice yourself for others. You went to jail to protect a pitiful girl who also happened to work at that horrid saloon, and this one here believes she did us a favor by throwing us all into scandal. At least I wasn't on the verge of being charged with murder." "Murder?" Rachel gasped, her heart clenching. "Typically, when one shoots a man, they aren't trying to merely wound them." Molly folded her arms, looking down at her sister. "What did you think this would lead to?" There was no way to explain it. To do so would mean revealing more than she felt comfortable doing. "Can any of you please go and check with the doctor? See if there has been any word about the man's condition?" "I don't understand any of this." Molly sat beside her, taking one of her hands. "Since when do you keep secrets from us? Since when do we not share everything? This is different. This is much worse. I wish I felt comfortable telling you everything. Don't you know I would rather unburden myself I could." Tears welled up in her eyes, tears she only held at bay for fear of setting off another of Kate's spells. "I can go across the street to see if anything has been said of the man." Holly took Kate by the arm. "Come. We'll go together." Phoebe leaned in. "You know, if there is any trouble, Rance will help you. I know it's easy for me to say, with him being my husband and everything. I tend to have a great deal of faith in him. But you know as well as I do that he would stop at nothing to help you. Not only because you're my sister, and because he cares about you, but because that's the sort of man he is. He does not believe in a person being wrongly accused. If there was a reason for you to do this, you should share it with him." Molly patted her hand. "Yes, indeed. He is the law in Carson City. If anyone could help you, it would be him." Rachel nodded, her heart sinking further than ever. They couldn't possibly understand, and that was how she wanted it. For the time being. Until she knew for certain just who she'd shot, and whether her troubles were truly over. Lewis joined them once again, looking more stern than ever. "That's a rather familiar pistol you used," he said, his brows drawing together over the bridge of his nose. "Is there anything you wish to share with me?" Molly gasped, but Rachel paid her little mind. She could hardly meet Lewis' gaze. I am so sorry, she murmured, hanging her head. He grunted. I suppose we can deal with this later. You have enough troubles now. Come, ladies. He stepped aside, giving her sisters room to pass. The sheriff wants us to clear out for now, and I think we ought to listen to him. I suppose we'll have to make arrangements for you all to stay in town until this is settled. Rachel stood, going to the bars which Phoebe swung shut. I wouldn't want any of you to put yourself to any trouble. Molly merely laughed, but Phoebe tilted her head to the side with a rather disgusted expression. Right, she muttered. As if any of us would go back to the ranch now, with you in jail and a man's life hanging by a thread. As if we would remove ourselves from this place when the situation is so grave. Things could not possibly get worse. But then they did. Louis waited until they were alone before turning to her. It isn't so much the matter of your stealing my pistol that bothers me, he muttered, casting a glance toward where his wife stood. What matters is the fact that the act was premeditated. If you stole my gun and drove to town with the purpose of shooting that man, this is no longer a case of self-defense. You armed yourself prior to your contact with him, which will give any judge ample reason to assume you had planned this in advance. Do you understand? Yes, she understood far too well. Premeditation meant murder. And now that the question of whether she had shot the right man hung over her like a storm cloud, this mattered more than ever. Kate burst in from outside. The doctor believes the man will live, she announced with a radiant smile. Well, something had finally gone her way on this terrible day.
Chapter 10. How had everything gone so wrong? This question ran through Mason's head again and again as he slipped in and out of consciousness. He'd heard of men losing awareness of what was going on around them when in the grip of a disaster, of waking up after an injury with no memory of how the injury had occurred, asking those around them how they had come to be attacked or shot. He almost wished he had the luxury of forgetfulness. He wished he could forget how wrong everything had gone. He should have told her from the start. Little wonder she feared him. Little wonder she believed him the sort of man who deserved to be shot through the gut in the upstairs room of a saloon. He had behaved like one, had he not? So full of himself, of his skill as a detective. So certain of being in the right. He had given no thought to what she might already know. To whether someone had in fact menaced her before she left Baltimore. Little wonder she had feared for her life. He opened his eyes, blinking rapidly. This was a first. Whenever he'd clawed his way toward consciousness before, he'd been too weak to open his eyes or turn his head, and had soon given up, allowing darkness to overtake him once again. The ceiling above his head was unlike the one he had last seen before falling into a dreamless slumber. A slumber brought about by the loss of blood, and the shock of a bullet piercing his torso. That ceiling had been roughly plastered, with a spider's web of cracks running across it. This ceiling was smooth. Sun-dappled, the light coming from a window above his head. There was a different smell in the air. Not the stench of so much cigar smoke, whiskey sweat. A freshness. A cleanness. Just where was he? There. A cool hand touched his forehead. Don't try to exert yourself. You have a great deal of resting ahead of you. It took much more effort than it should have to turn his head to the side and regard the person speaking to him. She came into focus, and instantly he knew who she must be. Perhaps not her Christian name specifically, but he would have bet what was left of his life on the family name. Reed. Where am I? His mouth was so dry. Like sandpaper. He tried to lick his lips, but it was no use. They too were cracked and dry. How long had he been asleep? I'm afraid you have the dubious honor of being the first guest in my home. The young woman held a glass of water to his lips, sliding her hand beneath his head and lifting it just enough that he might take a drink. The water was more delicious than the most exquisite champagne he had ever tasted. It revived him, refreshed him. Gave him reason to believe he would live through this after all. But just which home is that? He asked when he'd finished, his head sinking into the pillow again. He was tired. More tired than he'd ever been. You are in the home of Sheriff Rance Connolly. My name is Phoebe Connolly. Phoebe. She was one of Rachel's sisters, after all. The resemblance was uncanny. Why did you bring me here? Why am I not in the hospital, or at the hotel? I'm sorry to say we do not have much of a hospital here. I suppose that's something the mayor, and perhaps even the governor, ought to see to. She sat on the edge of the bed, refilling the water glass. As for the hotel, there was no way of telling how long you would need to convalesce, and the bill might be so high as to be unpayable. As we knew nothing about you, including your means, it was decided you had best heal and rest somewhere you would not be charged. How thoughtful of them. Still, this is an awful imposition on you. I'm almost ashamed to have taken advantage of your kindness. Nonsense, although I suspect my husband will have more than a few questions for you when I send word that you're now awake. His mind moved so slowly. He couldn't seem to make sense of anything. Where was I wounded? There was a burning, stinging pain in his midsection. A reminder of the bullet which had pierced his flesh. My shoulder. She grimaced. Dr. Hawthorne says you are very lucky. A few inches and you might have been shot through the chest. We shall have to keep a close watch on you while you heal. You lost a great deal of blood, he feared it would kill you, and you'll be weak for a while. He'll come and check on the wound, and we'll keep track of your progress. The best thing you can do is rest. No, I can't rest. There is too much for me to do. He made the mistake of attempting to sit up in bed, then understood in an instant just how weak and vulnerable he was. Any sudden movement might tear at the stitches he felt tugging at the skin of his shoulder and upper chest, making him bleed all over again. Somehow, it was the thought of bleeding on this kind woman's sheets that stopped him. You say your husband is the sheriff? Yes. I must speak to him immediately. There is so much to be done. And I need to see your sister. Her eyes widened, her expression arranging itself into one of surprise. My sister. How do you know I have sisters? I know quite a bit about your family. Your sister shot me because she thought I was someone I'm not. I came here to help her. I can help all of you. I can't do it while I'm confined to a bed, and with her elsewhere. If she's somewhere safe. Phoebe frowned. She's locked away in jail. My husband had no choice but to place her in a cell after you were shot. At least she was in a safe place, where lawmen would frequent. While it was not ideal, at least no one could get to her there. She had no choice but to shoot me. At least that was how she saw it at the time. I don't know who she thinks I am, but I suspect she knows more than she should. More than she should about what? I'm afraid I can't share yet, not until I speak with her first. It's imperative that I speak with her. Phoebe grimaced. You're beginning to frighten me, she admitted. That was not my intention, though make no mistake. What we're dealing with is quite serious and should be kept quiet. Where are the rest of your sisters? He asked as an afterthought. Why? She stood, glaring down at him. And just why do you know so much about my family? You're beginning to make me question whether my sister was truly in the wrong when she shot you. No. I don't wish to give you that impression. I admit, this is all a bit new to me. I've never worked solely on my own, so far from a field office or supervision. I have no one out here to provide assistance, and little way of keeping track of those I believe might have followed your sister to Carson City. This is why it is imperative that I speak to her, just as it is imperative that we know where all of your sisters are. She chewed her lip, her chin trembling. They've been staying with me, and with my husband's sister. None of us wished to ride back to the ranch when Rachel is still sitting in jail. We couldn't bear to be that far from her. He smiled a bit at this. Their sisterly affection warmed his heart, just as it gave him a measure of comfort. They took care of each other. So long as you know where they are and what they're doing, there should be no trouble. I would rather they remain unaware of his conversation we've just had, until I speak to Rachel and send a telegram to my uncle in Pittsburgh. How long was I unconscious? 2 days. How it struck his heart, thinking of Rachel sitting in a cell for 2 days. While he presumed her brother-in-law would see to her comfort as best he could, it was still a jail cell. Last place in the world he would ever see her if he had his way. Regardless of whether or not she had shot him. 2 days. That's a great deal of time. He studied her, an idea taking form. Can I trust you to do a bit of reconnaissance work for me? The sheriff had a kind face. That was the first thing Mason noticed about him, and it came as a relief. Surely this was a man to whom one could speak sense, who would be reasonable and thoughtful. And that is why I need to see her. I don't wish to press charges, she did the only thing she saw fit to do. I didn't get the chance to explain what brought me to Carson City. I can only imagine something must have taken place between our last encounter and her final moments in Baltimore. Something which frightened her terribly, which led her to believe her only course of action was violence. Rance rubbed a hand over the back of his neck, shaking his head. These Reed sisters, he murmured mostly to himself. They have a talent for getting themselves into trouble. I admit, a lot of this is my fault. I shouldn't have allowed her to become aware of the content of my messages. By doing so, I left her open to scrutiny from the group I infiltrated back there. Especially since it was I feeding information to the agency all along, they believed she was the one at fault. That might say a great deal for my skills as an undercover agent, but it didn't do her any favors. No, you're right about that. Rance stood, spreading his hands in a shrug. If everything you told me is true, there is little reason to keep Rachel locked away. I can only imagine the sort of uproar that will cause, a young woman being let go after having shot a man through the shoulder. I survived, didn't I? And anyone who has a problem with her going free is more than welcome to come and speak to me about it. I'll set them straight, without revealing too much of the truth naturally. Naturally. He appeared unimpressed, however. Mason supposed he understood, after all, what he had just described was a situation which had placed his sister-in-law, his wife, and the rest of the family in possible danger. I'll see to it Rachel is released and brought here. I'll escort her myself. Thank you. He could rest a bit easier, knowing she would be out of jail and with him. The poor girl must have been suffering quite a lot of guilt and shame after what she had done, and he would rather spare her that. Phoebe poked her head into the room mere moments after her husband had left. He sat up a bit straighter. Well? I'm sure my presence caused no end of consternation to those working in the office, she said, as she entered the room, thrusting an envelope into his hand. But your uncle was as good as gold. It took nearly no time for his reply to come through. Mason grinned. He's nothing if not efficient, he explained as he opened the sealed telegram. Especially upon learning his nephew was shot, I would imagine. He looked down at the message. Glad you are healing. The group is one short. Should have arrived by now. He let out a quiet sigh. Just as he'd feared. What is it? Phoebe murmured, wringing her hands. You've no idea how much I wanted to tear the thing open along the way. This entire situation has got me on tenterhooks. I know exactly what you mean, he replied, folding the message and returning it to its envelope. Unfortunately, I have nothing share. This confirms my suspicions that a member of the group I infiltrated has come to Carson City, yet I have no evidence to confirm it. All I can do is hope. Hope for what? He hoped no one would ever find Rachel. He hoped the townsfolk had not taken it into their heads to turn his shooting into a scandal involving the entire Reed family. He knew this could not possibly be. He knew all too well how people tended to talk. He relied on that tendency, after all, when it came to gathering information. His shooting was a likely source of fodder for every loose-tongued old biddy in Carson City. Especially when the shooter was related to the sheriff. If Liam's associate, whoever he happened to be, was aware of Rachel's name and her family connections, there was no doubt he'd heard the entire story by now, and probably much more than that. Before he had the chance to explain his troubled thoughts, not that he would have known where to begin, the door swung open once again. A face as familiar to him as his own appeared. He didn't truly understand until that moment how many times he'd called her face to mind. How many times the warmth in her eyes and in her smile had danced through his memory and caused him no small amount of pleasure and comfort. And how deeply committed he was to keeping her safe. He released a deep breath, relieved. Rachel.
Chapter 11. It was all so sudden. One moment, she'd been eating her fill from a bowl of stew brought especially to her by Martha. A kind woman, Martha, and quite talented when it came to cooking. The next, Rance had entered the jailhouse and told her it was time to leave. He'd answered none of her questions while unlocking the door, leading her away from the cell, and then onward to his home. She'd eventually understood there was no purpose in voicing her questions when there was no chance of him providing a response. Since then she had kept her thoughts to herself. Now, faced with the man she had shot, everything became clear. She turned her sister. "You never told me he was here. We thought it best you not know." Phoebe shrugged, her eyes darting back and forth between the man on the bed and her husband. "It seemed better the less you were aware of his condition." She clenched her fists, struggling to keep her temper in check. Better? Was it better that she had worried herself sick for 2 days? Asking after him at every opportunity, demanding someone tell her whether he was recovering, where he had been taken after the bullet was removed and his wound sewn shut. Was it better that she had spent 2 nearly sleepless nights fretting over his condition, questioning her actions time and again? Asking herself if the man she had grown quite fond of in Baltimore was a man capable of harming her. She had all but worn holes in the soles of her boots, pacing back and forth as she had, walking the inside of the cell from one corner to the next, over and over until she had made herself dizzy. And still, it had not been enough. She had been unable to stop moving, for when she stopped moving, there was nothing left to do but think. And blame herself. Before she could voice any of her righteous anger, the man in the bed smiled. "It's been a long time, Rachel," he murmured. He patted the mattress, beckoning her. "If you don't think it too forward, I would like if you sat near me. There's a great deal for us to discuss." Rance pulled up a chair. "Here you are," he said before taking a step back. "I need to get back to the jailhouse. I'm sure there will be more than a few people wondering why I set you free." Her heart twisted. She had already put him through so much. "I'm sorry." He shook his head. "This is no different than any other time," he chuckled. "The moment anything happens, word spreads quicker than fire through dry kindling." Phoebe shot her a questioning look, and Rachel shook her head slightly in response. It would be better if they had privacy. She hardly believed the man capable of hurting her when confined to a bed. In fact, she was entirely uncertain whether he had ever intended to hurt her at all. The door closed behind them as she sat. She made a great deal of the task of arranging her skirts, anything to avoid looking into his disarming eyes. "How are you feeling? How do you think? Like a man who's just been shot?" She stole a glance his way, and was relieved to find him smiling. How he could find it in himself to grin at her after what she had done was a mystery she'd never understand. She was only glad to see it. "I had never been shot before," he confided. "I suspect it could have been much worse." He drew a deep breath. She heard the hitch in it, the pain he tried so hard to conceal. "I need to know." She turned her gaze on him, willing herself to stay strong and not look away. He deserved her attention, at the very least, after what she had put him through. "Are you who you said you are? Are you the man whose name was on that badge?" "I am at that." "Mason Murphy. Were you with this detective agency all along?" "I was. It was my work with my uncle's agency which brought me to Baltimore. I normally make my home in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, though in the last several years, while working as an agent, I've not spent nearly as much time there as I normally would have." "When you visited the telegraph office?" She twisted a handkerchief in her hands, uncertain of how to ask her question. In fact, she wasn't sure exactly what she wanted to know. There were so many questions hanging on her heart, but this hardly seemed the time to voice them. Was it I who brought you there? As it is I who brought you here? No, not at all. I was there to do what anyone would do in the telegraph office, send telegrams. To my uncle in Pittsburgh. I was reporting my findings. It just so happened that a charming young woman earned her wage in that very office. A young woman who I should have been a great deal more careful around. There was no concealing the blush which touched her cheeks at his words. I wouldn't normally tell you the details of my work, but it seems you have the right to know. I was in Baltimore to infiltrate a group of men with ties to the coal region in Pennsylvania. There is a group there, an underground group, very secretive and very dangerous. To the wrong people, that is. People who they believe deserve punishment for crimes against workers. This puzzled her more than ever. He continued. They go by the name of the Molly Maguires. Have you ever heard of them? It seems I've heard something of them. Perhaps my older sister would know more about them than I do. She wrote for the newspaper. Yes, I know. When she shot him a look of surprise, he grimaced. I made it my business to learn about your family when I learned you might be in trouble. Her heart clenched. Trouble. That's what brings me here. You see, there was a certain individual from that group in Pennsylvania who cut ties with his friends and left the region. He changed his name, made up a new life for himself, and managed to ingratiate himself with the politically savvy of Baltimore. He made one mistake, however. He allowed himself to become too well known. There was no hiding once his picture made it to the papers. As word of his notoriety spread, those from whom he had fled back in Pennsylvania learned of his new identity and set about finding and punishing him for his betrayal. He betrayed them? They see what he did as nothing less. Once you're a member of the group, there's no leaving. Not ever. Not when there are so many secrets in danger of being revealed. It was my job to disguise myself, to befriend the man who leads the offshoot of this group in Baltimore and learn of their plans for how they would deal with him. I also needed to confirm whether the man in question was, in fact, the one being hunted by the Molly Maguires. I was reasonably certain that the men were one and the same. She gasped. The marvelous Mr. Langley, future mayor of Baltimore, was a member of the Mollys? He seemed so, unlike the type one would expect. I met him at the last ball. Everyone gathered around him, treated him like royalty. I would never have imagined. He nodded. And once I began sending information about him back to the office in Pittsburgh, someone in the group I infiltrated became aware of it. They didn't know my true identity, but they did know the messages were being sent via telegraph wire. They believed you either had something to do with the transmission of information, or at least that you had learned too much. One of their men was on his way to your house the night you left. She could hardly breathe. It felt as though their heart was about to burst from her chest. Black dots swam before her eyes. She started to sway in her chair. Mason leaned forward, grasping her hand and squeezing. Stay with me, he urged, his grip tight enough to wrench her back into full consciousness. Somehow this got through to her. She was able to remain upright and clear-headed. I saw him, she whispered. I saw him the night we were leaving. I thought it was you. I could not see his face, but he was a tall man, broad in the shoulders as you are. His face was hidden in the shadows, as it was rather late in the evening when we departed. When I saw you here, in town. You saw me before I saw you? She nodded. The day before we met in the saloon. I went to the saloon with the intention of finding you, and finding out why you had come. I was so certain that you were that man, and that you were here to hurt me. It was only then that she realized he still held her hand. His thumb ran over her knuckles, a gesture of intimacy which she welcomed. I regret having led you to believe any such thing. Harming you is the furthest thing from my intentions. I came to protect you from anyone who might have discovered your whereabouts. I couldn't let you go without knowing for certain you were safe here. How her heart swelled at the sound of his words and at the warmth behind them. To think she had shot this man, when all he wished to do was ensure safety. And when I think about what they did to that man, she murmured. A shudder ran through her. That could easily have been her, dead in her bed. These men whom Mason had infiltrated were clearly bloodthirsty and capable of committing any atrocity. You know about that? Certainly, we aren't completely removed from the goings-on across the country, she informed him, defensively perhaps. We aren't entirely backwards out here. Carson City is, after all, the capital of the state. He chuckled. I had not intended to give offense, I was only surprised, since the newspaper in Baltimore was instructed to squash the story not long after it was printed. I suppose word spread. And just who would have instructed them to do so? Who do you think? He pointed to himself. It was I who fed them the story, after ensuring Mr. Burns' safety. Her jaw dropped. You mean to say he's still alive? He had a finger to his lips. That is for your ears only, he informed her. Your sisters are not to hear a word of it, nor anyone else. We spirited the man out of Baltimore when it was clear that Liam and his associates intended to end his life. Once he was far away, and outside their grasp, I planted a story in the newspaper stating that he had been found dead in his bed. Murdered. My hope was that the group assumed another rival had done the deed. At any rate, they're no longer interested in him. They took the bait and are satisfied, though you are still a concern to them. Even though the public believes him murdered? Yes, for if their interest in him is revealed, it will be they who are tried for the murder. If not tried, they'll at least come under scrutiny. This is hardly their first brush with illegal activity. They rely on violence and intimidation to get their way. Calling themselves champions of the working man, just as the Molly Maguires do. And they are willing to stop at nothing to punish those who break rank. For those who might be able to expose them. She swallowed. They really believe I'm such a threat? Mason shrugged. If anything, the timing of your departure from Baltimore only strengthened their certainty that you were to blame for Burns' exposure. I was right about him then. He was there to silence me, that tall man. I was minutes away from him. Doing what he'd intended to do. I am afraid you were. His eyes bored into hers. But you need fear nothing now. I am here, I survived. In spite of your efforts to the contrary. He even winked, telling her he bore her no ill will. He was so handsome. Even when she was afraid of him, there had been no denying how handsome he was. How his eyes twinkled, how they pulled her in and left her wanting more. How they were nearly enough to make her forget the seriousness of her situation. What will we do now? She asked after reminding herself to breathe. I believe we might have to make that up as we go along, he said. But I have a few ideas.
Chapter 12. Mason looked around the room, at the nearly identical eyes staring at him. They all looked so much alike, and yet the more time he spent with them, the easier it was to see how very different they were. Molly, the oldest, folded her arms in a resolute stance. She lifted her chin, lowering her brow. I absolutely refuse. He hardly knew her, and yet would expect nothing less. Molly, don't turn him down so quickly. Rachel cast a despairing look his way. What he has in mind is a good idea. Perhaps the best we can hope for in the situation. I find that doubtful. Molly's expression softened, but only a bit. Do not misunderstand me, Mr. Murphy. I have a great deal of respect for what you've done. You came all this way on your own time and with limited resources, all for the sake of looking after my sister. We owe you all a great debt of gratitude for that. But to lie as you suggest we do, I cannot say I feel entirely good about that. I only suggest you plant this story as a means to an end. No one will get hurt. No one even need be the wiser. I'm a stranger in town, with no one to mourn me or to even think twice if I were to bleed to death. A retraction could be printed the following day, or as soon as Liam leaves. Phoebe chewed her lip but lifted her shoulders in a shrug of resignation. I see the sense in this, she said. If this Liam, if that's who he is somewhere in the city and hears that Mason died of his wounds and Rachel was sent to prison, that will be the end of it. He will have no reason to stay. And we can all go on with our lives. Kate, the youngest and clearly the most dramatic of all the sisters, clasped her hands over her breast. This is all too exciting, she breathed, eyes wide. Holly snorted. You would see it that way, she muttered with a shake of her head. There was a great deal of affection in Holly's voice, but Mason also detected just a bit of exasperation. He could imagine why. He'd known the girl for less than an hour and found himself rather exasperated with her. And what happens if this group finds out about the lie? Molly asked, looking about. What would happen if they were to learn that we had set this entire thing up? How much angrier, how much more determined to exact revenge would they be in that situation? Once again, all eyes in the room turned toward him. Even Rachel's. You know them best, she reasoned. He cleared his throat. Rarely had a situation like this revealed itself to him. To be in the presence of 5 attractive young women, all of them hanging on his every word. While he was confined to a bed, all but useless to them in his current state. Rachel had a good point. What would Liam do? Was it folly or foolish pride, leading Mason to believe the man would give up so easily? If it is Liam who came to your house that night, and I have no reason to believe it was anyone else based upon the description which Rachel provided, and if he or one of his associates have indeed come to Carson City, they would not wish to stay. They will not linger here longer than need be. And just what makes you think that? Molly asked. Because these men rely on their group ties. They cannot exist in isolation. They rely on each other for their strength and their security. If separated, there will be no one for them to trust or count on. I highly doubt they would be able to make contacts here, so far from home. There are no such groups out here that I'm aware of, and I have the means and the abilities it takes to sniff such activity out. There is nothing for them to do. Not even a way for them to earn a living. I am confident that as soon as they believe there is no threat, they'll leave. And just how would we know if they leave? If we don't know exactly who it is they sent here, how will we know who to look for? I've discussed this with Rance, he explained. He intends to watch the train station in shifts. He'll use his 2 deputies, along with a handful of men he trusts he intends to deputize for this specific purpose. They will keep watch, waiting for someone fitting Liam's description to board the train and leave the city. It's the best we can hope for. I intend to send regular telegrams to my uncle, and he knows that I await any word from him. Few of my associates remained in Baltimore, and are monitoring the group from there. I expect a telegram from him at any time, confirming whether it was Liam or another one of the men who came out here. He wondered if it was his imagination, or if Rachel looked proud when he'd finished. It was more likely the former, though he couldn't help but wish it were the latter. See? She asked, looking at each of her sisters in turn. I told you he had everything thought out, right down to the final detail. So they'd been talking about him. Interesting. Molly looked grim in spite of this. She was very intelligent, and he respected intelligence in a woman. Yet there was a fine line between intelligence and bullheadedness. Molly's lips were set in a thin line. I might easily lose my position with the newspaper over this. It isn't Mr. Grant's responsibility to find a resolution to our problem. This is a great deal to ask of him. Is your position at the newspaper more important to you than my safety? It pained Mason to hear the genuine hurt in Rachel's voice. Evidently, it pained Molly as well. She threw her arms around her sister, squeezing tightly. Of course not. Forgive me, I hadn't thought about it that way. It is so difficult to wrap my mind around this. There are so many things to consider. Naturally, you are the most important. I would do anything for you. She looked to him over Rachel's shoulder. I'll go to the office now and deliver your story to Mr. Grant. If he approves, and I see no reason why he shouldn't, It should appear in tomorrow morning's edition. Thank you. He handed her what he had written, relieved and grateful. I would take it to him myself if I could. I would rather not involve any of you in this. I suppose we all feel it's the least we can do. Holly looked to Rachel, smirking slightly. After all, it was our sister who put you in this position. Rachel swatted at her, but Holly was too quick. She ducked out of the way, giggling. I suppose this means Rachel won't be able to leave the house for a while, Kate mused. If she is supposedly in prison elsewhere. Mason nodded. Correct. I hate to keep any of you away from home, but Rachel must remain hidden until this blows over. Just as I must, though there is very little chance that I would have anywhere to go. Holly gasped. This means the doctor will have to be part of our deception as well. He closed his eyes. Of course. The doctor. I admit you have me beat. I forgot about him. Though I suppose when he comes to check on me later today, we can explain things to him, but only in the most vague way possible. He cannot know too much. Only that it is imperative he not reveal my survival to anyone. You know half the town will want to know exactly what happened, Holly fretted. He needn't tell anyone anything, Phoebe reasoned. I don't know him very well, I'll grant you, but he hardly seems the type to while away the hours in gossip. And if all goes as planned, there will be little reason for him to lie for long. The moment we have confirmation of Liam boarding the train, there will no longer be any need for such deception. And what of us? Kate took Rachel's hand. I can't imagine leaving now, with so many things unresolved. I will walk the floors until my feet blister, all for fear of what might be taking place here in town. You needn't bother, Phoebe said, patting her sister's shoulder. I have no intention of throwing you out of my house. You are more than welcome to stay, though I realize it is a bit of a tight squeeze. It won't be this way for long, Rachel assured her. This might all be over as early as tomorrow evening. Then we can go on with our lives just as we did before. There will be nothing to fear. She smiled brightly, and this was enough to satisfy her sisters. It was not, however, enough to satisfy him. He sensed trepidation in her words, in her manner. She did not believe herself. It was with this in mind that he signaled her to stay behind while her sisters left the room. She lingered, arms folded, hands cupping her elbows. She was nervous, perhaps even frightened. What worries you so? He murmured, watching her closely. She lifted her shoulders. How much time do you have in which I might make a list? She chuckled without humor. You aren't half as confident as you pretend to be, for the sake of your sisters. Please don't misunderstand me. She took a seat in the chair at his bedside. It isn't that I don't have faith in you. What you've told me so far, what you have described, all leads me to believe that you're not only skilled, but quite resourceful when you need to be. It was hardly a declaration of love, but it would have to do. What is it then? What has you so troubled? She chuckled again, lowering her gaze to the sheets which Phoebe had draped over him for the sake of modesty. Have you ever discovered that a man was pulling to cross the country, for the sole purpose of silencing you? Have you ever learned that the sheer act of having done your job might have led to your death, if not for the interference of a perfect stranger? He shook his head. No, I cannot say that I have. However, you seem to forget one rather important part of the story. Oh? And just what is that? The fact that another man also crossed the country with the sole purpose of protecting you. A man who knows Liam and his associates. I know how they think, I know how they act. I know what to look for, and I know what they will look for. I spent months with them, learning everything there was to know. Trust me. He stared at her with great intensity, waiting until she looked up and met his gaze. Oh, how he could have drowned in her eyes. In Baltimore, she had attracted his attention. She had attracted much more than that, in fact, so much so that he was willing to take a great chance on her behalf. Now, with all half-truths and deceptions cleared away, he found himself caring for her more deeply than ever. There was not a doubt in his mind that he would move heaven and earth if only for her sake. How brave she was, how willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of her sisters. That sort of loyalty was rare, almost as rare as her beauty. She let out a soft sigh. I trust you. He smiled. Now, all that was left was to live up to that trust.
Chapter 13. This is all so romantic. Rachel looked up at Phoebe with no small amount of alarm. You can't possibly be serious, she whispered. Phoebe looked at her from where she stood before the stove. Now that the house was fuller than it had ever been, there was more reason to spend time acquainting herself with her new kitchen. It seemed there was no end of cooking, washing up, not to mention special pains taken for their special guest. You don't find it romantic? The fact that Mason took it upon himself to come and find you. He didn't need to do that. He must have found you worthy of such effort. He was only doing his job. He took pity on me, having gotten to know me a bit at the telegraph office, and he felt guilty for leaving me exposed to dangerous information. Nothing more than that. Phoebe poured boiling water into the teapot, where it would steep with the leaves she had already added. As she did, she shook her head. I would have to disagree with you on that. I would expect nothing less. Phoebe had always been a romantic, falling in love at the drop of a hat. She would be the one to see the romance in this situation. For it was not she whose life was in imminent danger. Rachel scowled at the thought. It was easy for any of her sisters to see the situation this way. She knew Kate did, though even she was smart enough to keep her opinions to herself. None of them had lived with nightmares for months. None of them knew what it meant to stare at the man hiding in the shadows, who might have been mere minutes from attack were it not for a waiting driver and a train schedule. None of them were aware of the blood-chilling realization that their would-be attackers knew what they looked like, and that she knew they knew of his existence. From where she sat, the situation had very little romance to speak of. Phoebe wouldn't be turned away from this course of thought, however. Rachel knew better than to think she could turn her around so easily. Don't you find him handsome? She whispered, looking back toward the doorway to be certain they were alone. I have eyes, Rachel hissed, staring down into her cup, swirling it about. So you see what's clearly before you then. Phoebe giggled softly. I love my husband, let there be no mistake. I think he's the handsomest, bravest man alive. Though I suppose I'm partial. Just a bit. But that Mason. Phoebe sighed. Coming all this way. For you. I suppose you made quite an impression on him. Would you please stop? This is the last thing on my mind. Her hands shook so, the cup clattered against the saucer as she replaced it. Phoebe must have found her expression alarming, for she joined her at the table. Oh dearest, forgive me. You must find a way to put this behind you. Would you be able to, she asked. When you go on and on about how handsome Mason is, does it occur to you that I can't look at him without remembering the moment I shot him? You didn't know. I might have killed him. If I'd moved just an inch or two to the left, the bullet might have gone through his heart rather than his shoulder. He would be dead. And I would never know there was another man out there, looking for me. Waiting to kill me. You don't know. I do know, she gasped, only holding back a scream for fear of alarming the others in the house. I know he came to the house to kill me, or at least to beat me. Now? He came all this way for more than a beating, Phoebe, and you know it. I know it. Let's stop lying for heaven's sake. Phoebe's eyes welled. I don't mean to belittle your feelings. I don't mean to take this lightly. I only wanted to ease your mind. Mason is here. He has a plan. Your life is important to him, and that makes him rather important to me. He just so happens to be rather dashing and handsome for all that. This brought a smile to Rachel's lips. He is rather. So you noticed. You must be joking. I noticed in Baltimore, for heaven's sake. Whenever he came into the office, I could hardly breathe. He was so charming. Yes? He made you smile and blush and feel fluttery inside? Yes. Yes. Certainly yes. Even remembering those moments left her with that same fluttery, breathless feeling. A slight smile played on Phoebe's lips. Then, the feeling faded. Rachel frowned. He only visited the office to send telegrams to his uncle. He would have been just as charming toward anyone else who happened to be employed there. Are you sure of that? Yes. I am. This didn't mean she wanted to believe it, however. Now that she knew his intentions had been pure all along, she couldn't help but warm toward him more than ever. And she wished she wouldn't, because she was nothing but a mission to him. Someone to save. Someone he felt responsible for, as it had been his fault she'd ever learned of an E-burn to begin with. If there had ever been a chance of Mason feeling something deeper, those chances had been blown to pieces when she'd put a bullet in him. Kate and Holly entered, carrying between them a basket laden with folded sheets. I can take fresh sheets to Mr. Murphy, Holly offered. His bed will be in need of changing. I think Rachel ought to do it, Kate grinned, ducking her head in a pitiful attempt at hiding her expression. Does everyone here harbor the silly notion of there being anything between Mr. Murphy and myself? She asked, glaring at her sisters. Why not? Kate asked. You've always had a romantic nature, perhaps not so much as myself, an actress, or as Phoebe. But it's there. You were quick to see the special bond between Molly and Louis. And you said yourself that you thought Rance putting Phoebe in jail was purely providential. Phoebe's brows lowered menacingly. Oh, you did you? How does it suit you? Rachel asked, feeling rather smug. And in your case, I was right. It was Providence that brought you two together. No reason for it not to be Providence in this case then. Phoebe took a set of sheets and a pair of pillowcases from the top of the deep basket, and held them out to her sister with a wide, sickeningly sweet smile. It would be a tremendous help if you could take these up to Mr. Murphy. Perhaps he might sit up by the window while you change the bed. She was beat, and no doubt about it. Little sense in arguing, for it would only make her seem more and more guilty of having developed an affection for the man. She marched up the stairs, determined to perform her duty and be done with it. Changing the bed did not call for conversation, nor did it give them reason to spend more time together than they needed to. She reached the hall, stopping just short of the bedroom door. It was open a crack, allowing voices to drift out toward her. One was the deep voice of a grown man. The other was decidedly higher in pitch, and full of its typical enthusiasm. Of course. Martha had errands to attend to, while her boarders went about their positions in town. There had been no one home to keep watch on him, so she had left him in Phoebe's care for the morning. It seemed safe enough, highly unlikely a child of his age would have the opportunity to share important information with anyone outside the household. He hadn't the slightest idea who Mr. Murphy was or why he was important. Just the same, they decided to keep him as unaware as possible. He was only a child and, like most children, content to live in his own little world. Grown-up matters held little appeal for him. How Rachel sometimes wished she could be that fortunate. How she wished she could retreat to a world of childhood concerns, to a time when she had no understanding of what the world could be like. My Uncle Rance catches bad men, Jessie explained in a hushed tone. Oh, does he now? There was just enough awe in Mason's voice. He's the best there is. One day, I'm gonna be sheriff just like him. And I'll wear a badge, and I'll carry a gun. Bad men had better watch out for me. How fierce he sounded. How determined to wipe these so-called bad men out of existence. Rachel bit her lip, straining to hold back her laughter. Mason, on the other hand, seemed to take the matter quite seriously. He did not laugh. He didn't advise Jessie to turn his thoughts to other matters. Instead, he made a thoughtful sound. It's important for young men to decide early on in life what it is they wish to choose as a vocation. What's a vocation? It's something like a job, only more than that. Young men who deliver fresh meats or milk or the daily newspaper perform a job. It is not their vocation. It does not take their heart or their imagination or their every waking moment. When you're a sheriff, like your Uncle Rance, it means always being willing to help the people you protect no matter what time of the day or night. It means always thinking of them, always trying to do what's best for them. A delivery man can simply go home at the end of the day, and that's that. He isn't often thinking about his job once he's away from it, whereas a lawman or a detective like myself must always be thinking. We must devote a great deal of our lives to our vocation. Do you understand? It's like when my mama complained that Uncle Rance wouldn't come home for supper. She would say things like, "He needs to learn to leave work in the jailhouse and tend to his life outside." Is that what you mean? Clever young man. That is exactly the sort of thing I mean. It takes a lot of dedication to be a detective or a lawman. You must really want to do it. I do. I want to make sure that men like the man who shot my uncle go to jail for what they do. It isn't right for people to hurt other people. If a bad man hurts somebody, I want to put him in jail and throw away the key. Mason did chuckle at this. I must admit, that is my favorite thing to do. When I find a bad man and catch him and put him in jail, it makes me feel like all of the work was worth it. I made a difference. Jesse gasped. You mean you do that too? Putting bad men in jail? Certainly. That's part of my duty. Have you caught lots of bad men? The wonder in his voice. Rachel could imagine how wide his eyes were, how enwrapped his expression. Hero worship was a powerful thing in a young boy. I've tried. I've caught a few, but it sometimes takes a while to catch up to somebody, and then catch them while they're doing something I can put them in jail for. I have to learn how to be smarter than them, since lots of bad men know how to disguise what they're doing. They know how to make it look like they aren't doing anything wrong. Do you understand? He was so patient, though willing to take his time and explain in terms a boy could understand. Some men would ignore him, treat him as little more than a nuisance with his questions and his boundless energy. Not Mason. He took him seriously, the way a child wished to be taken. Like how I sometimes sneak into the kitchen when Mama is busy and take a cookie from the jar. I don't want her to know I'm doing it, because I know I'll get in trouble. But sometimes I just really want to have a cookie, and I know she won't let me because it will spoil my supper. Mason laughed. Something like that. Would you have her put me in jail for that? Rachel's heart ached for the poor boy. He was so innocent, so sweet. And so very worried. Mason handled it beautifully. No, I've never heard a story of a boy going to jail for taking a cookie from the jar after his mama told him not to. If that were the case, a great many boys and girls would be in jail this very minute. Just you make certain, though, that cookies are the only things you sneak. That is harmless enough, though it might not be so harmless to your appetite. I promise, Jesse vowed, sounding very grave. Then I see no reason why you should ever have to go to jail. Just be a good boy and a good man. I'm sure your uncle and your mama are doing their best to show you the way. And Aunt Phoebe. She is so nice. All the pretty ladies living here right now are so nice. That they are. What Mason truly thought about this, Rachel could not say. There was no telling from his tone, though he still sounded amused. It was time to put this to an end. Rachel cleared her throat and walked with a heavier tread than usual so as to announce her approach. She swung open the door and did her best to appear surprised when she found Jesse bouncing at the end of the bed. Oh, excuse me. I was unaware of a meeting taking place here. That's all right, Jesse assured her with a gap-toothed grin. You can come in. That's very kind of you, but I've really come to change the sheets on the bed. Perhaps Mr. Murphy would enjoy a walk downstairs, where I know your Aunt Phoebe is making a batch of cookies in the oven. Gingersnap, your favorite. Jesse was off the bed and out of the room in a flash, hurtling down the stairs. They shared a laugh. He reminds me a great deal of myself, Mason confided, removing the pillows from the bed with his good right hand without waiting to be asked for help. His left arm was in a sling, and likely would be for quite some time as his wound healed. She did her best to avert her eyes, hoping in vain to avoid the reminder of how she'd hurt him. "Were you the sort of boy you hunted for toads and garter snakes and field mice?" she teased. "Only when I wasn't creating mischief," he admitted. He helped her work the sheets from the bed. It was not exactly a difficult task, but she enjoyed his company just the same. "I suppose all such talk is foreign to you, being a girl raised around other girls. Is that what you think? Do not be fooled. Young girls can get into mischief of their own. I remember Phoebe and Molly teaching me to climb trees in my brand new starched pinafore. It was my 6th birthday, and Mama was holding a party for me and the daughters of her friends. Everything had to be perfect, right down to the ribbons in our hair. Everything I wore was brand new, stockings, shoes, and I ruined it all simply because I could not wait to learn to climb a tree. I always suspected the girls chose that day, in particular, just as a way of getting me into trouble." Mason chuckled. "You think they deliberately ruined your clothing, so you would be punished?" "I can admit it, I was terrible as a child. Always careful to do the right thing, always telling our mama on the other girls whenever they committed the slightest infraction. Always threatening to tell her when they broke the rules. Little wonder they wanted to turn the tables on me. I was an only child, so I don't know what it means to have siblings threatening to tell my mother of what I did behind her back. I suppose that's for the best." She fluffed the pillows, no more interested in him than ever. What was his life? What led him to work he did? Vocation, to be sure, just as he'd described it to Jessie. But why? "I suppose I owe it to my uncle," he mused. "Oh, what?" "Where I am today, not here necessarily," he chuckled. "I owe it to him that I never found myself in prison." Her eyes opened wide. "I would never imagine you the sort. I believe he came into my life at just the right time. I could have gone one way, or I could have gone another. My mother passed away, my father already having died when I was only 3 years old. By the time I was 15, I was quite full of myself. I thought I had life pretty well figured out by then. When my mother passed, I was convinced that I could take care of myself. I had fallen in with a gang of less than reputable young men, and might have taken my association with them too far were it not for Uncle Robert's interference." "Is that when he took you into the agency?" "It is." He sat in the little chair by the bed, looking out through the open window. "I wanted nothing less than I wanted to be there, let me tell you. It was my version of a living nightmare. Working in an office, shuffling papers about on a desk. Answering to other people, performing little tasks, running errands, making deliveries. Yet it taught me a great deal about being a man. About making a promise and sticking to it. I promised my uncle in the early days that I would do my best for him so long as he kept a roof over my head and clothing on my back, food in my belly and a fire by which to sleep at night. Doing my best meant getting along with everyone in the agency and finding my place there. Being of use to somebody. I'm afraid I never learned how to do that as a boy. My mother's family came from money, and she made certain to leave a great deal of it for me, but I was not permitted to touch it until I turned 21. Perhaps my uncle only wished to be certain that I would not squander the money once it came into my possession. Were it not for him." He shook his head with a snicker. "I'm certain it would all be gone by now. And I would be no better off for it." This was fascinating. He seemed such an upright sort of gentleman. Never would she have believed him to have come to close to a bad end. "You seem to be quite good at your job. What I mean is, you seem to be a natural at it. As if it isn't very difficult for you." He looked from the window to where she bent over the bed, spreading a sheet over the mattress. Their eyes met, and she looked away embarrassed. As if fearing what he might find if their eyes remained locked for too long. "I wouldn't call it easy. But according to my uncle and several of the other agents, I took to it quite easily. Perhaps because I had been observing from outside for several years, before they gave me the opportunity to prove myself. I was 20 years of age, before I finally earned the right to call myself a detective. Like one of the Pinkertons, she suggested. His laughter was like music. It sent joy racing through her veins to hear it, though she was uncertain as of yet whether he laughed at her or with her. She didn't care either way. "Don't ever let my uncle hear you say that," he laughed, slapping his knee. "He only wishes his agency was in league with the Pinkertons. They are his biggest rival." Her cheeks colored. "I didn't know." "Of course you didn't. I take no offense. For what it's worth, while I appreciate the start my uncle gave me in life, I don't know that I wish to remain with him in Pittsburgh. Not for the rest of my life. Not necessarily." How she wished her heart would not flutter when he said things like this. "Do you have any thoughts as to where you would rather spend your life?" He tipped his head to the side in a thoughtful manner. "I've been thinking about it," he confessed. "I might need a bit more time before I make a decision." Now what did that mean? "Rachel, did you tell this boy I would give him ginger snaps if he came downstairs and left you alone?" The sound of Phoebe's accusatory tone as she shouted up the stairs sent Rachel into a furious bout of blushing, which Mason had the decency to pretend not to notice. Though no matter how thick or full his beard, could not hide the smile he tried to conceal.
Chapter 14. Mason thought he understood now how an animal felt when it was kept in a cage. He had already gone a long way toward getting his strength back, his strong constitution having something to do with that. Phoebe's good cooking went the rest of the way. It was impossible to resist her stews, pies, and dumplings as light as air. A man would be hard-pressed not to recover from illness with so many people taking such good care of him. Yet he could not venture from the house. He couldn't even step out onto the porch. There was too much danger, too many chances of someone seeing him and recognizing him as the man who'd been shot in Henry Lawrence's saloon. A full day passed after the story of his death, and Rachel's imprisonment was printed in the paper. Rance's deputies sat at the train station 2 at a time, studying each and every person who stepped onto the train. So far, nothing had come of it. It was enough to make him wonder if he'd missed the mark. Was he too full of his own cleverness? Was it possible that Liam had gotten the better of him, after all? The most difficult aspect, of course, was keeping Rachel's spirits high. For all of his anxiety, hers was 10 times worse. He hardly knew what to do for her. It was one thing to inhabit the mind of a criminal, to think as he thought, to react as he reacted. To anticipate his fears and his triumphs. It was another, to get into the mind of a woman. Especially a woman of whom he was rather fond. No, fondness wasn't the word for it. He wasn't certain he trusted himself to put the true name to it. Suffice it to say, he was fond of her sisters. He was quite fond of young Jessie. What he felt for her went far deeper than that. How was he to comfort her? He couldn't exactly reach out and hold her, though that was his immediate impulse. To stroke her hair, to hold her close and whisper encouraging words in her ear. There were times when it seemed he would burst from his skin with the need to touch her. Just to show her he was there. Ever since he had reached for her hand the first day they had really talked, after he'd woken up from the shooting, he'd been unable to get the softness of her skin out of his head. There was no forgetting the warmth of her hand in his, how well they fit together. As though they were meant to be clasped that way. These were mere flights of fancy, and this was hardly the time to allow imagination to get the better of him. He needed to have his faculties in order if he was to conclude his mission satisfactorily. Still awaiting word from the group on whether the leader is returning. That was the last telegram he'd gotten from his uncle, delivered to him that morning by an anxious and breathless Kate. "What does he say?" she asked, eyes wide. He could only imagine the tremendous excitement going on in her head, as she spun fantastical tales and terribly dramatic situations out of what was really quite serious. Yet like her sisters, he had already become accustomed to these tendencies of hers and had no wish to destroy her enthusiasm. Only that he has heard nothing yet. He'd crumpled the slip of paper and thrown it into the open stove, where it had caught fire and turned quickly to ash. You mustn't lose hope. Perhaps this Liam character isn't keeping his men abreast of the situation. Perhaps he has not been communicating as he should. Perhaps now that they are aware of the leak which existed months ago, they are more hesitant about sharing their plans with anyone but a few key members. She made good sense. I don't believe your sisters give you enough credit. The smile spreading from ear to ear brought to mind the rising sun. It lit her entire face until she was radiant. If you wouldn't mind, could you let my sisters know you feel this way? They'll be more likely to believe it when it comes from someone who isn't me. He'd laughed gently. I'll do just that. Yes, she had provided him a slight bit of relief, but did little to calm his frustration. The sense that he would begin climbing the walls soon if the situation did not come to a head. If it took prowling the streets to find the man, he would do just that. Anything to have this over with. Anything to know she no longer had anything to fear. What if he was determined to hide? What if he'd brought with him enough money to support himself for an unlimited amount of time? What if he'd found some sort of work and did not need to make a hasty return to Baltimore? If Liam didn't show himself soon, the only other option would be to take Rachel elsewhere. It was one thing to plan for this before he'd met her family. It was quite another to imagine broaching the topic with her sisters. They would tear his head from his shoulders if he so much as suggested taking her away from them. And he respected this. He even admired it. He wanted to believe that, had the good Lord blessed him with siblings of his own, they would look out for each other the way the Reed sisters did. Still, they hardly made his job easier. How would he explain it to them? When he had been so certain that his plan would flush Liam out into the open and make it easy for Rachel and the others to go on with their lives. How could he admit how wrong he'd been? In the end, what mattered was her. If that meant facing 4 screaming women, 5 actually, counting Rachel, that's what would have to do. He'd recovered from a bullet in his shoulder. Far be it from him to shrink away from angry women. It was that evening, after dinner had been enjoyed and dishes washed and put away, that he pulled Rachel aside. The house which Rance and Phoebe shared was modest by all standards, but it did feature a small study opposite the sitting room. Rance used it when he was not at the jailhouse but had work to attend to, or simply when he wished to be alone, as solitude was difficult to come by at this time. Mason had the sense that Sheriff Connolly valued his privacy and his peace, neither of which he had been able to enjoy since this whole affair began. He was at the jailhouse at that moment, his sister having stopped in to pick up supper to take to him. With his deputies constantly on patrol, he wished to be closer to the train station, that they might deliver the news of Liam's departure to him directly. Once he and Rachel were in the study, Mason shut the door behind them. He drew the drapes against any passing neighbors, then lit the oil lamp which sat on one corner of the desk. The cut glass shade sent beams of light dancing across the ceiling and over the walls. It was almost mystical, the way the light transformed the room. The way it played over her features, the way it made the flecks in her eyes stand out brighter than ever. The way it made her thick hair shine with a radiant luster. How beautiful she was. How he longed for the chance to tell her just how beautiful he found her to be. That was not his place. He had not earned the right. Perhaps if he was the young man he had pretended to be back in Baltimore, friendly, cheerful, perhaps a bit enamored with her but one who lived a simple life, unaware of the darker side of man, he might by then have earned the right to call her his. Now, as it was, he could hardly imagine drawing near enough to breathe in the fragrance that rose from her hair and her clothing. Her rather simple work dress, a pretty sprigged calico which fit her complexion and her normally cheerful demeanor, may as well have been velvet and ermine. In his eyes she was a queen. Nothing less. She ran her fingers over the spines of numerous books. Law, most of them, though some contained information about the history of Carson City and the surrounding areas. He supposed it was important for men in Rance's position to know the area, to say nothing of the laws which he sought to uphold. What did you bring me in here for? She wouldn't meet his eyes, moving around the room in a quiet flurry of activity. Adjusting this, straightening that. Using the end of her apron to dust a figurine. I thought it was about time for the two of us to come to an understanding. I think we ought to discuss our next steps." Her brows lifted, and she finally favored him with a look in his direction. "Next steps?" He perched on the edge of a small horsehair sofa and patted the other side of the cushion. "Please have a seat." She did not move at first. "Why? What is it you want to say? If you have something on your mind, you can just as easily say it while I stand here as you could while I was sitting." Did she have to be so difficult about everything? No matter how alluring he found her, no matter how desperately he wished to take her in his arms, there were still moments when she drove him to the brink of insanity. After drawing a deep breath which he hoped would calm him, he managed to reply, "I thought it would be best if you were seated. If you would rather stand, so be it. I only wanted to broach the subject of your safety, and what it means if Liam does not, in fact, leave town." She swallowed. Her chin trembled, though she did her best to keep it from doing so. "What do you mean? I thought it was all but guaranteed that he would leave town once he saw that I was imprisoned. Even if he doesn't know you to be the man I shot, he will know that there is little trouble I can cause for him while I am locked away somewhere. Isn't that so?" He nodded. "Yes, that is so. But if he does not, there is still another way. Something which I discussed with my uncle prior to ever leaving Pittsburgh, after I secured the transport of Mr. Byrne from Baltimore to his secret location." This was not a foolish young woman. He understood the depth of intelligence behind her lovely face. Had she not displayed the sharp side of her tongue when they met at the saloon? She had all but flown into a rage when he'd implied her being disinterested in his line of business. She'd accused him of not believing her to have a brain in her head. It was with this in mind that the look of understanding which slowly dawned over her face came as no surprise. "You want to take me to secret location?" It was not a question. "If need be, yes. Somewhere far away." Her voice broke, betraying the depth of emotion she struggled to conceal. The sound of it was like a red-hot poker digging into his chest. Or a red-hot bullet piercing his body. "I wish I could say," he replied, apologetic. "Will my sisters be able to visit me?" He'd never so wished to hold her. She sounded like a lost little girl, suddenly faces with a startling reality of which she wanted no part. She'd never been without her sisters before, and now he was about to break her heart. He did so with a shake of his head. "It is best we don't discuss this with the rest of the family." "Why not?" "I think you understand why. The purpose of this is to take you away and keep you safe, but it is imperative that none of them know. A secret isn't a secret if everyone knows it. While I know your sisters would never wish to betray you or harm you in any way, they might easily do so without intending to. It is very easy to let a secret slip when one isn't paying attention. You don't give them enough credit. This is nothing to do with them. It has to do with you, getting far away from here so that you might live in peace. It has to do with keeping away from him. When would I be able to come back? I cannot say. Perhaps soon, perhaps not for a long time. Perhaps never, but he didn't dare speak the words aloud. He couldn't bear the thought of crushing her that way. She drew nearer, leading him to believe she might sit down after all. Yet instead of sitting, she remained standing, merely leaning against the back of the sofa with one hand gripping the carved wooden decoration running along the top. For a moment he thought she might swoon. He should have known better. "You mean to tell me I might never see my sisters again? That I might always have to hide?" The weight of her gaze threatened to crush him, along with the accusations therein. "I never said." "You didn't have to," she whispered. Her grip on the carved wood tightened until her knuckles stood out bone-white against her skin. He could only imagine the carving digging into her palm, yet she gave no hint of any pain. "No, I understand your meaning all too well. Need I remind you whose fault it is that I was ever considered a threat to these people? That I would have no understanding of this, if not for you? Was there no way you could have sent those messages without using names? Did you ever think about the people you might be placing in harm's way?" His jaw dropped at this turn of events. While he'd always suspected her to be of a fiery nature, No one without such a nature would have shot him as she had. He'd never witnessed it blossoming into fullness. When he found his voice, he said, "If you think I haven't considered that every single day, you are mistaken. And if you think I haven't had that in mind all throughout this journey, you are further mistaken. Why do you think I put everything aside to come out here? Why do you think I've hidden myself here? Do you believe this is easy for me? Spare me your heroics," she spat. That was too much. There was a line, and she'd crossed it with that. Heroics? How dare she? Perhaps it was heroics that compelled me to tell your brother-in-law to release you from jail, when I had every right in the world to press charges. He stood, staring her down. Perhaps I should have spared you those heroics as well. Her face flushed. How cruel, throwing that up in my face. Have you no shame? I would ask you the same question, as it is I who've done everything in my power to make things right. You should have done everything in your power to keep me out of this, from the first. Had I known the trouble you'd cause me, I would have. Do you think this is my idea of a restful respite from work? Do you think any man would choose to be cooped up here with nowhere to go, nothing to do, and a screaming harpy in my ear? Her eyes bulged. Screaming? Harpy? That's what I said, he snarled, already wishing he hadn't. There was no taking back the words they had just shouted. Why couldn't he get a hold of his temper? He'd never lost control of it on a woman before. There was something different about this woman, no doubt about it. Her lips disappeared in a fine line, nostrils flaring. Her breathing was that of a vicious animal, moments from attacking. She swayed slightly, as if under the strain of keeping herself contained. What's happening in here? Phoebe burst in, standing between them. One look to her sister, then to him, seemed to do the trick. I see. Come. She held a hand out to Rachel. Rachel continued to glare at him. You are cruel, she whispered. I said come. I'm certain you both said things you wish you could take back. Phoebe glanced his way, her face unreadable. So long as she separated them, he cared little for whether she believed he'd earned her sister's ire. She took Rachel by the arm and all but dragged her from the room. He had the sense she would rather have continued fighting, and in the mood she'd put him in, he nearly wished they could. Yet that would be a terrible mistake, and he knew it. All the righteous indignation in the world did little to ease his conscience. He shouldn't have said it. Any of it. Whatever chance they had of building something, anything, might have just been dashed by their tempers.
Chapter 15. Rachel managed to stop crying long enough to cast a doleful eye on her older sister. Do you still find the situation romantic? It was her turn to share the bed in the one remaining bedroom, this time with Kate. Molly and Holly would sleep on the makeshift beds they'd set up on the floor. Phoebe sat beside her, where she'd thrown herself down and wept until her chest ached and her eyes felt as though they might swell shut. I'm sorry, dear. These things happen sometimes. What things? Quarreling and the like. It happens when men and women are forced to spend a good deal of time together. There are bound to be cross words. Rachel's hands tightened, gathering the quilt in her fists. Stop making it sound as though we're something we aren't. He called me a screaming harpy. Do you want to know some of the things Rance has called me when we're at each other's throats? Phoebe asked. Or what Lewis has called me, and I have more time as a married woman than she has. Molly stepped into the room, sitting on the other side of the bed and patting Rachel's back. Still, he was a brute to speak to you that way. I find it hard to believe that either of your husbands has ever spoken to you so crossly, she insisted. The pair exchanged a look before bursting out into gleeful laughter. Forgive me, Molly chuckled, wiping a tear from her eye. It isn't that we're laughing at you. It's merely that you haven't the first idea what it's like to be married. Not that our husbands are ever cruel, Phoebe pointed out. Oh heavens no, Molly was quick to agree. But heated moments lead to heated words. Arguments. Things you wish you could take back. I know I've had to eat crow, on more than one occasion after letting my tongue get the better of me. So have I, Phoebe admitted with a rueful expression. I always wish it wasn't so. As do I. You all seem to be so in love, Rachel marveled. Who says we aren't? Molly smiled. I love my husband, and would do nearly anything for him. He's a good man, and I know how fortunate I am to have him. Does that make him perfect? Good gracious, far from it. Then again, I am not perfect either. What we mean to say is, an argument doesn't have to mean the end of the world. I'm certain he didn't mean what he said any more than you did. I did mean it, she snapped. Every word. You're still angry, Molly murmured, smoothing back the hair which sweat and tears had plastered to the side of her face. She imagined herself as looking quite a fright, all tear-swollen eyes and red-faced. What brought it about? Phoebe asked. This wouldn't be easy. Should she say anything? He'd mentioned secrecy, though it wasn't as if she would tell them where she was going. She did not even know, herself. Before she could explain, Kate burst in. One look at her horror-stricken face spoke volumes. He told you, did he? Told her what? Holly joined them. She insisted on speaking with Mr. Murphy, though I warned her against it, then charged out of the study and up the stairs without explaining why. He wants to take you away, Kate whimpered. He's going to take you away from us. The silence which fell over the room was nearly deafening. Not one of them made a sound, they might even have been holding their breath. It was Rachel who spoke first. That's right. So he told me downstairs. He may have to arrange a safe location for me to flee to, if Liam doesn't leave down or show himself at some point. Phoebe gasped. Holly moaned. Kate let out a squeak, which more than likely preceded a full outburst. I'm having a baby, Molly whispered. Four heads turned at once. You're what? Rachel asked, her problems forgotten for the moment. Did you say you're having a baby? Molly nodded. I didn't wish to say anything while this was going on, you understand? I didn't wish to take the attention away from you. But it's true. I visited the doctor this morning, and he confirmed it for me, though I had suspected for weeks. That's why you felt ill. Kate hugged her. And why Lewis warned you against getting worked up, Holly recalled. I thought he'd given us away with that, Molly admitted with a chuckle, wiping away tears which had just overflowed onto her cheeks. I feared you might all be too worried over me, when it's Rachel we ought to be concerned with. Rachel kissed her sister's cheek in the midst of so many congratulations and giggles and embraces, but she could not bring herself to be as wholeheartedly thrilled as the others. While Molly's announcement brought her a great deal of much-needed happiness, it also brought about a grim reminder. There was still life to be lived by all of them. They'd already spent days away from the ranch because of her, days when they should have been attending to their own concerns. If the house sat empty for much longer, there might be trouble with the bank. She'd already gotten the sense that they would do anything to steal the property out from under its rightful owners, and if they'd made their homes elsewhere, it could constitute a breach of terms. Now, with Molly's condition and the fact that she needed to rest in her own home, her own bed with her husband beside her, it seemed that there was no other choice to be made. If Mr. Murphy believes it best that I go somewhere for my safety, I'll go. She made this declaration quietly, with no build-up. He knows best about these things. We cannot keep intruding on Rance and Phoebe, and the rest of you need to get back to your lives. I shall be just fine. Absolutely not. Molly gasped. Don't upset yourself. I'm not upsetting myself. It sounds as though you are, Holly muttered. I'm not, she insisted. I simply refuse to entertain the notion of you being separated from us. What about the will? Kate asked. I would miss you terribly, of course. I hate the thought of you not being with us. But what would the bank say? I'd suspect Mr. McKendrick, Mason's uncle, might be able to speak to them. So might Mason himself, once he's free to stop pretending to be dead. There has to be some leeway granted. I certainly can't help this. You don't have to go. Phoebe took her hands. You don't have to. I feel like I should. I feel like I've already been a burden on all of you, and please don't tell me I haven't, she pleaded. I know you don't want me to feel as though I have, but I can see it. It weighs on me, terribly so. I don't want to ruin your lives. You never could. Holly draped an arm about her shoulder, holding her close. Not ever. It was marvelous of them to be so kind. She knew that was what this was, her sister's kindness, their love for her. She also knew that it was far past time for her to manage her problems without them. They didn't deserve to be dragged into this, any of it. They never had. If she did nothing to separate them from it, they could all very well suffer along with her for months or even years to come. Until she went into hiding, they would all be at risk. If only she could go back and change things. She would never have paid such close attention to Mason and his messages. For heaven's sake, she might have taken a position in some other office entirely. Anything to avoid this. No amount of flirtation with a handsome man was worth the grief it had caused them all. Not even when the man was one whose eyes she would still enjoy clawing out with her nails. Let him see what it meant to anger her. Let him think twice about ever speaking to a woman that way again. He would see just how much damage she could wield without a pistol in hand. So it's decided? Molly looked her in the eye, gravely intense. You're going to abandon this foolish notion? What was there for her to say? She could argue the point, and be shouted down until every single one of their voices gave way. And then she suspected they would still insist on arguing. Perhaps they would write their responses down and throw them at each other to get their point across. Worse, they might take it into their heads to restrain her. She did not put it past Phoebe to lock her in the bedroom, or even to ask her husband to use one of the cells at the jailhouse. Anything to hold her in place. That was a risk she simply could not take. If their freedom meant accepting Mason Murphy's terms, so be it. While she felt no affection for him at present, this did not mean she had taken complete leave of her senses. She still understood that he knew much more about these matters than she ever could. He knew Liam and his gang, and had likely done a great deal of research into the Molly Maguires. He knew what they were capable of. And he had managed to secure the safety of Mr. Byrne. Whether or not the man deserved that safety was up for debate. She could only imagine the sort of villainy in might have taken part in. He might well have menaced his enemies the way she was currently being menaced. With this in mind, it was difficult to muster sympathy for him. She, on the other hand, had done nothing to deserve this. She had never hurt anyone. She'd never done anything but her level best at bringing in income into her household, and while doing so, had just so happened to make the acquaintance of a man who was not who he pretended to be. It would have all been so much simpler if he'd been who she'd taken him for. She looked around her sisters, the four of them wearing nearly identical expressions of hope, waiting for her to confirm that yes, she would stay with them, that they would find a way out of this together. Who was she to break their hearts now? I suppose there is little I can do, she shrugged, and hoped they would accept this with minimal questioning. It was one thing to lie, but another to repeat the lie again and again. She wasn't sure she had it in her. She needn't have worried. Molly released a tremendous sigh of relief. Now that that's over, and we're all thinking rationally again, perhaps we had better prepare ourselves for sleep. Yes, because it was that easy for her. Because she might be able to sleep tonight. We can't possibly allow you to sleep on the floor, Kate insisted. Absolutely not. You'll take my place on the bed. Rachel patted her hand, then shook her head hard when it became clear her sister was about to protest. I shall accept no back talk from you at the present moment. Like it or not, it's because of me that you're here rather than at home, preparing to spend the night in your bed. The least I can do is make certain you sleep in another bed, rather than on the hard floor. And do you believe Lewis would let us live it down if he got word of our making his wife sleep on the floor when we know of her condition? Holly giggled. I don't think I would like to be the one to explain myself to him. Neither would I. In fact, you can take the entire bed. I shall sleep on the floor as well. Kate stood, stretching. After all, it is best for me to be familiar with all types of existence. Once I join a theater troupe, there will be no telling in advance just what sort of accommodations we've been afforded from one city to the next. Rachel allowed her eyes to slide shut for a moment, willing herself the strength to withstand her sister's flights of fancy without offering argument. While she doubted she would get a wink of sleep, this did not mean she wasn't terribly tired. Arguing with Kate would deplete what little strength left in her. Though if the youngest Reed sister thought any of them would allow her to pull up stakes and run off with some second-rate acting troupe, she was sadly mistaken. Considering that Kate herself was just as vocal as the others when it came to keeping Rachel in place, she had a great deal of nerve expecting them to accept her silly notions. It settled then. Rachel turned down the bedding before fluffing the pillows. Make yourself comfortable, my dear. From what I understand, you shall find it rather difficult to be comfortable before much longer. Molly blushed. I had hoped to speak with Martha on that very subject. If I cannot take my questions to our mother, at least I know of a mother who might be able to advise me. This gave Rachel an idea. Why don't you all go for a visit tomorrow? Martha should be home all day long, and it will be good for all of you to get out of the house for a bit. Get some fresh air. You needn't be here from dawn to dusk, simply waiting for word to arrive. She will be delighted to hear of Molly's news. And if I am not mistaken, she will be full of advice and reassurances. To her relief, it appeared as though Molly took this idea seriously. That's a good idea. I have so been longing to speak to someone who knows what I am about to embark upon. And we might better learn how to assist you, Holly pointed out. Yes, I like this. Rachel smiled, though she felt none of the warmth that smile was intended to convey. She felt cold and hollow inside. More alone than she'd ever been. For while they were gone, she would get her few things together and, if he was prepared, allow Mason Murphy to take her wherever he intended them to go. Whether or not he wished to leave during daylight hours was none of her concern. He would do as she said, or they would not go at all. When a person felt utterly out of control of their own life, it was important for them to take control wherever they could. This is where she would take control. And then she would have endless amounts of time to mourn her decision.
Chapter 16. There was a great deal of giggling and fussing going on throughout the house when Mason emerged from his room the following morning. It has been a rough night, perhaps the worst he had spent since this entire ordeal had begun. Her accusatory expression, the anger in her eyes, the sound of her voice when she called him cruel. All of it plagued him until there had been little choice but to lie in bed, awake and troubled, until the first light of dawn gave him an excuse to get up and prepare himself for the day. What sort of day would it be? For what was he preparing himself? Uncertainty was something he had long since forced himself to become accustomed to. After all, there was no telling what another person would do. He could only anticipate but so much of what his targets were likely to do or say. The rest was up to them, and he could only react. He had never so hoped for the end of a case. After their fight, he wanted nothing more than to close things up and perhaps go on a long trip elsewhere. Anywhere else. His uncle might not appreciate the sudden request for yet more time away from the office. That was something he'd have to deal with on his own. After all, Mason had already gone through more in the last week than he ever had on any other assignment. The Reed sisters were in the kitchen when he descended the stairs, speaking in hushed tones. Were they speaking about him? What did it matter if they were? He shook off his uncertainty and added what confidence he could to his stride as he stepped into the room. "Good morning, ladies," he ventured. He expected them to glare at him, to accuse him with their eyes. Instead, all he found before him were looks of sympathy. Exactly what had Rachel told them. Kate, always the most empathetic of all, stood and offered him her hand to shake. "We know you are only doing what you believe is right." He looked around, more than a bit startled. "What did your sister tell you?" "That you believe it might be for the best to take her elsewhere." Molly finished a cup of tea before rising to wash the cup at the sink. I'm glad to say that while we respect your experience on such matters, we were able to talk her out of it. He was certain he must be hearing things. Talk her out of it. He knew he must sound ridiculous, merely repeating what was being said. What else was he to do when they surprised him so? She was determined to do as you suggested, but we convinced her of the foolishness of such an idea. It's simply unnecessary. Holly took a sip from her cup, watching him over the rim all the while. As if her statement was a challenge. Argue with me if you dare, her gaze suggested. He was certain he'd fallen asleep without his knowing it, and was suffering from a nightmare. Had they any idea what they were saying? They couldn't possibly. They loved their sister enough to want nothing but the best for her. Or did they? Had he underestimated them all along? With all due respect, he began, wondering why the notion of speaking this way to 4 women rattled him so. This is a matter between Rachel and myself. Not only that, but it pertains to her safety. I should think you would all consider her safety of paramount importance. Naturally. Phoebe eyed him up and down. Are you suggesting anything to the contrary? Not at all, I would never dream of it. Yet knowing of your bond and how seriously you take each other's well-being and happiness, I have no choice but to wonder at your refusal to support her in this. Trust me when I tell you, the suggestion that she go into hiding was not made without careful consideration. I would never dream of disrupting a person's life in so serious a manner if I did not feel there was no choice but to do so. I would much rather put all of this to rest and go back about my business, as I'm certain you all would as well. I have nothing to gain from this. I have no reason to want to take her away, other than the same reason which brought me here to begin with. If Liam is out there, and if he is hiding purposely in order to draw her out, she is in grave danger. I feel as though I'm the only person in this room who understands that. He was no longer supposed to be a threat. Molly took on her normal stance, arms folded, chin lifting as if sensing a challenge. Do you mean to tell me you were wrong all this time? As much as it pains me to say it, I don't see any other way to describe it. If Liam is still here, I was wrong. I admit it. I expected him to leave once he could see for himself that Rachel was no threat. Perhaps he never read the newspaper, I couldn't say. He hasn't been in nearly the sort of contact with the group as he should be, or perhaps he has, and they've been less forthcoming with the information they share with the remaining undercover agents still lingering in Baltimore. I truly don't know. How he regretted dashing their hopes that way. He'd insisted he was in the right, that there was no true threat. Now he was telling them the opposite. What I do know is this: if he is still waiting for her, he will continue to wait. She can either spend the rest of her life locked in this house or in a cell guarded by Rance. Or she can go somewhere without all of you, with none of you being the wiser as to her location. And I realize how painful that is for you, he added at the stricken look which came over their faces. I don't say this lightly. This will require tremendous sacrifice from all of you. But in the end, it will mean saving her life. And it will mean she'll be able to have a real life instead of being captive here, unable to so much as stand by the window to take some sunshine without fear of being seen by someone. Do you understand? Do you see what this truly means for her? If he had been a lawyer arguing before a judge and jury, he couldn't have made a more impassioned plea. This was not an ordinary case, and he knew it. While he was eager for it to be over, that didn't mean he no longer cared for her. No matter what she said to him, it only mattered as much as it did because he did care. He cared for her tremendously. He suspected he might even have fallen in love with her, as unfortunate as that was. After all, what man wanted to be in love with a woman who loathed him? Nothing could come of it, no matter how he wished it were otherwise. All of that came through in his explanation, in his attempt at making them understand. He was not taking her away to punish her or them. He was taking her away so that he might help salvage what was left of her life. Simply saving it was not enough. Why save a person only to lock them away for years? And knowing Liam as he did, it would be years. The man would wait and wait until he finally got what he wanted. He'd always struck Mason as being rather unhinged. There was little he'd put past the brute. There was no longer a look of triumph on the sisters' faces. In fact, they all looked rather ashamed. The way Jesse might look after being caught stealing the cookies his mother had set aside. What are we to do? Molly looked around the room, no longer quite so prepared for a fight. She was willing to send herself away for our sake. We were selfish to argue with her. Kate sniffled, which came as no surprise. I feel terrible. All of the pleading I did with her, insisting that she stay. I'm sure I only made things worse. We all did, Holly mourned. We certainly made her decision no easier. Phoebe checked the clock on the wall. Perhaps we should discuss this later. Martha is expecting us. Martha? He asked, surprised at this sudden change in subject. Kate explained, we had planned to spend the morning with her, as there are some questions which Molly wished to ask. She blushed, averting her eyes. He understood immediately. He'd been paying attention to Molly for the last several days, her appetite, the fact that it took little to tire her. He had suspected her of being with child, but naturally did not dare breathe a word of it. He would not know where to begin if he tried. So the sisters were going to Martha's, trusting her experience and wisdom. Something about the entire affair struck him as very sweet. And his heart ached for Rachel, for he knew she would wish to be part of such a gathering. She would want to know if there was any way of making her sister's upcoming months more bearable. She would want to be right by her side through every stage, through each new symptom. Just another thing for her to hate him for. Just another thing he had taken from her with his carelessness. I suspect we shall be fine here. He forced a smile, injecting a positive note into his voice. In reality, he had no idea whether Rachel would have come around or not since their fight. Perhaps she would avoid him, and he supposed this was for the best. Phoebe would not be there to separate them this time, and there was no telling what they might say to hurt each other when left on their own. The memory of his heartless, terrible accusations stung. He had always believed himself to be above such nonsense, and he certainly believed himself to be better than the sort of man who would be deliberately hurtful toward a woman. She was a woman whose heart was dearer to him than his own. By rights, he should have gone out of his way to spare her. As if reading his thoughts, Phoebe gave him a gentle pat on the arm before leaving the kitchen. Don't worry, she murmured. We had a long talk with her last night. She understands these things happen, and I doubt she will be as angry today as she was last night. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to thank her or ask her exactly what she meant by that. Just the same, it might be better if you avoided her. And if we hear you started another fight. She lowered her brows, eyes narrowing. You don't need to tell me. He managed to smile, and so did she. No, he had no desire to inspire her sisters to take up arms against him. Though he did wish he understood what they had talked about, and what Phoebe meant when she said these things happen. Perhaps Rachel would illuminate him, if she was still speaking to him. He supposed only time would tell. With the women out of the house, there was only one thing left to do. Rather than tiptoeing about the place like a criminal or like a villain in one of Kate's plays, he would approach Rachel and do what he could to smooth things over. He did not wish to fight. While he held no childish belief that she would throw herself into his arms or any such thing, he did want them to be friends. He wanted her to know he was not the enemy. It was with this in mind that he ascended the stairs only to find her descending, a look of determination on her face and in the set of her shoulders. She appeared surprised to see him. Oh, it's you. He couldn't decide whether she was glad or unhappy about this. Yes, it is me. I'm still here. She scowled, though he sensed it was not directed at him. Forgive me. I've been so clumsy. It seems I can't get the right words out of my mouth. I knew you would be here, obviously. In fact, I wished to speak with you. I had to wait until my sisters left. This piqued his interest. Just what did you have in mind? The two of us leaving while they're out of the house. Nothing could have surprised him more.
Chapter 17. Once she had brought him to the room she'd been sharing with her sisters, he could see what she'd prepared. "I thought they would never go downstairs," she confided. Her belongings were in a valise on the bed, still open in case she'd forgotten anything. Beside it were several stuffed envelopes. He pointed to them. "And what are those?" "Letters which I wrote for each of them, along with one for Louis, one for Rance, even one for Jessie, which I hope Martha will read to him." "You've been quite busy, I take it." She snorted without humor. "I didn't get much sleep last night." "They told me?" "Yes, I can imagine what they told you. It was what I want them to believe. I knew it was a silly waste of time, trying to convince them that I needed to go. So I allowed them to believe they had convinced me." He gaped at her, leaving her to wonder whether he was truly shocked or merely surprised at her ability to lie so easily. "And you think they'll ever forgive you for this?" It was with dismay that she found her temper threatening to flare. Hadn't she sworn to herself that she would not start another fight with him? Yet here he was, the man whose reasoning had convinced her of the need to run away, making it sound as though she had done wrong. "You said it was for the best. I gave it a great bit of thought, and decided you're right. I won't have them sacrificing the rest of their lives for my sake. I must go." Why did he look at her the way he did? He stared as if he had never seen a woman before. "You intend to go now?" "If at all possible," she confirmed with a nod. "I thought it would be best to go while my sisters were out visiting." "With Molly in her condition? You think it would be best to upset her so?" Her cheeks flushed, her tongue tied. Never did a man reference such conditions in so casual a manner. "You are very bold." "I don't mean to give offense, but I've never understood this determination to ignore the natural processes of life. No one had to tell me your sister was expecting, though I suspected that was the meaning behind this sudden visit with Martha." Then his eyes widened. "Don't tell me it was your idea." "And what if it was?" She stared at him, defiant. Rather than tell her how wrong she'd been, he laughed. "You do beat all." "I suppose I should take that as a compliment," she said with a sniff. He nodded. "That is the spirit in which it was intended. Though I still think this is a mistake." "This was your idea." There went her temper. She had lost control of it already. To his credit, he did not rise to the bait. He remained calm as he reminded her, "I didn't mean you have to stay. I mean, I don't believe this is the best way to go about leaving. There will be several rather heartbroken young women left in your wake. Do you wish to do this to them?" The truth of his words tugged at her heart, making her decision more difficult than ever. "You are supposed to be making this easier for me, not more difficult." He frowned, his eyes softening. "It is not my intention to make things difficult for you. On the contrary, I want everything to be as easy as possible. But I know you. You know nothing about me. That is one mistake you have made from the start." She drew a deep breath, throwing back her shoulders as she did. "Knowing my last name, where I was born, the situation surrounding my return to Carson City. None of it is the same as knowing me. The real me." To her surprise, not to mention a slight bit of dismay, he drew closer. She smelled the cologne he wore, the pomade in his hair. The scent from his skin, so masculine. He attracted her so. "You're wrong about that. I do know you," he murmured, watching her with great interest. It took all of her resolve not to melt in the heat of his gaze. She found herself at a loss as he breached the space between them. "Oh," she managed with a shaky laugh. "Just what is it you think you know about me?" She wished she knew whether she wanted him to come closer or to leave her alone entirely. She knew it ought to be the latter rather than the former. A proper young lady did not spend time alone in the bedroom with a man, and she was already breaking enough rules. This was only making it worse, the breathless anticipation, wondering what he had in mind. The problem was, she sensed that she was already aware of what he had in mind. And she wished she were truly against it. "Well," he began, looking down at the bed and the envelope she'd placed there. I know you would stop at nothing to spare your sisters. Hence, you're taking an entire night to write letters to them, apologizing for what it is you're about to do. That is hardly what I had in mind. Seeing as how the letters are here before you, it doesn't exactly take a detective to provide such insight. Good heavens, was she teasing him? Was that what was going on here? She could hardly believe the words coming from her lips. She ought to tell him to leave her alone, to keep his distance. To get out of her room for heaven's sake. Though it wasn't her room, any more than the room in which he had been staying with his own. But the principles remain the same. Why then could she not bring herself to order him out? She could not even bring herself to ask that he keep his distance. She didn't want him to. You want a bit more insight? All right then. You're the sort of person willing to sacrifice yourself and your happiness for that of those you love. It breaks your heart, knowing you won't be here to support your sister in her time of need. You feel as though this is a betrayal, as though you're not living up to some unspoken promise, the promise that you would always be there for each other. Isn't that so? His words left her shaken. Her mouth suddenly went dry. She swallowed, her tongue darting out to moisten her lips. Something about the way he watched as she did this gave her pause, making her question whether that was in fact the right thing to do at that moment. Yet she had to do so, if she was expected to speak. Well? He prompted. I can continue. Without waiting for her to grant permission, he went on. I know you love fiercely. I know you have a strong sense of right and wrong. I know you possess a great deal of intelligence. I sensed that from the first, back in Baltimore. Not for a moment that you strike me as being like the giggling, flirtatious young women I might ordinarily have met. Those women have never held any interest for me. You, however, did. She could barely breathe. I did. He nodded, a soft smile playing across his mouth. I assumed you wished to speak with me, so as to avoid earning my suspicion. On the contrary. I enjoyed speaking with you. It was, perhaps, the best part of my day, and not simply because I spent so much of my time there dealing with thugs and criminals. He chuckled, all but reading her thoughts. She had only just been about to accuse him, albeit teasingly, of paying her a rather awkward compliment. With the company he had been forced to keep, knowing that he looked forward to hers was hardly a point of pride. Why do you think I invited you to have coffee with me? He asked. At the time? I hoped it was because you. She averted her gaze, a blush creeping up her neck. It was becoming harder to breathe with each passing minute, yet he would grant her no respite. Why do you feel the need to question me so? Don't you see how? Of course. How clumsy of me. I'll come out and tell you then. It might do you good to know that I invited you out with me, because I found you quite interesting. I found your company delightful. I wanted the chance to enjoy it outside the telegraph office. That's all. Her heart thumped madly in her chest. I feared you did so because you wanted to learn what I knew. To perhaps, I don't know how to say it, divert my attention. She glanced his way to find his brows drawn together. To his credit, he appeared to take this seriously, rather than simply brushing off her concerns as a matter of little importance. I can understand how you would draw that conclusion, he admitted. However, that was the furthest thing from my mind. I mean that sincerely. I found you to be very... She held up a hand, signaling for him to stop. There is no sense in this, she reminded him. There was a great deal of mourning in her voice, as the truth settled over her heart. And we're wasting time. I need to be on my way. But? He sputtered, tongue-tied and determined to make his point. Oh, how she hated having to say it. No. That was the past. This is now. I need to know you will help me. This is not only for me, but for my sisters. Will you help me get away from here before they return? It isn't that easy. You led me to believe it was. You told me yourself that you had already discussed with your uncle the possibility of taking me elsewhere. Knowing what little I do about you, I can't help but trust that you would have made the arrangements in advance. After all, there was no telling how much time we would have to settle matters when you arrived. You must have a place in mind, and it must already be prepared for me. Isn't that so?" He ran a hand through his hair, chuckling grimly. She didn't like his hair the way it was now. It had been much more attractive before, though she supposed he'd grown it out as a means of disguising himself. "I see you did quite a bit of thinking when you should have been asleep," he murmured, sounding a bit crestfallen. "I wish I felt better about this. I wish it didn't feel as though I was taking you away from the people who love you." The reminder sent a bolt of pain through her chest, but she stayed strong. "That's for me to worry about. All you need worry about is getting me where I need to be. Will you do this for me, or not?" His nearness was enough to steal the breath from her lungs. When he looked deep into her eyes, she didn't indulge in the impulse to fall into his arms. This was far too important to allow infatuation to get in the way. This was the difference between life and death. Her life was in his hands. For the first time since she had come to this grim conclusion, she understood there was not another pair of hands she would rather be in. He drew a long breath, his forehead creasing as if he were in pain, and opened his mouth to reply. "Rachel? Mason?" They both jumped, startled at the urgency in Rance's voice. He slammed the front door shut. "Where are you?" he called out. They hurried from the room, running downstairs, and found Rance looking disheveled, exhausted but elated nonetheless. "He's gone. Bill and Jackson just reported it to me." Rachel gaped at him. "You mean it? How can they be sure?" Mason wasn't so easily convinced. A man fitting the description of Liam O'Connor boarded the 8 o'clock train, heading east. "I went so far as to make a stop at the telegraph office, hoping to have word from your uncle." Rance thrust an envelope into Mason's hand. He opened it, quickly skimming the lines. A slow smile crept over his face before he read the message aloud, wonder and relief in his voice. "Leader set to return. All is well. Congratulations." At this, Rachel promptly fainted.
Chapter 18. Are you sure you'll be all right here? Rachel looked up and down the train platform, chewing her lip. "You'll be waiting alone." He grinned. "Nothing to worry about. I've waited longer than this, and am accustomed to traveling on my own. The train should be here shortly, and you need to be on your way home. Heaven knows you've waited long enough." She glanced behind her toward the wagon which carried her sisters. All of them seemed overjoyed at the prospect of going home. Even Phoebe would join them, having already spent more time than she had planned away from the ranch. It seems everything is in order, then. Why then did she insist on lingering at his side? It didn't matter. She had her life in Carson City and he had his. He could not stay and she could not leave. To leave would mean to forfeit her part of the family inheritance, not to mention the inheritances of her sisters. He wished for 5 minutes alone with her late father, that he might shake some sense into the man. What sort of fool concocted such strange terms? He supposed the man had wished to instill a sense of love and pride in his daughters, all of whom had been raised far from the ranch and the sort of life one had to lead if they expected to survive on one. That he could see. Even so, the man had been a fool. He understood why all those who mentioned Richard Reed did so with a note of smugness in their voice. He had clearly been a man who made himself difficult to know or to get along with. "I suppose I had better be on my way then. I've held my sisters back long enough." She tried to smile, though it didn't extend itself to the rest of her face. Her eyes were troubled, deeply so. He asked himself whether it would be a matter of breaking propriety for him to take her hand. He threw caution to the wind, did just that, closing his fingers around hers. How they trembled. "Be happy here," he murmured. "Be happy, love your sisters, and don't forget about me. You know how to reach me, if you ever need to do so." "I will, and the same goes for you. You know where to find me. At least for the rest of this year." She let out a soft laugh, one tinged with sadness. How he wished he had the courage to ask from where her sadness derived. But that would make him little better than a cad, forcing her to discuss things neither of them had a place to discuss. Not when they were about to part ways forever. It would be cruel to ask for more than he was entitled to, not to mention the height of selfishness. I suppose I should let you be on your way then. He tightened his fingers around hers for the briefest moment, wishing with all his heart he did not have to let her go. How she would haunt him for the rest of his days. The sadness in her eyes, the slight tremble of her chin. She took one backward step, and he imprinted her on his memory. Her gray calico dress with the tiny purple flowers. The mass of dark, shiny hair gathered at the back of her head, loose tendrils floating about her face. How sweet she was, and how much strength that sweetness concealed. Once more, I ask your forgiveness for what I did to you. For an instant, he thought she referred to his heart. The way she had taken it over, the way she had invaded him. There was no need to apologize for that. This wasn't what she meant, and he knew it. He looked down, his arm still in a sling, though he suspected it would not need to be for much longer. It's healing beautifully, and there is nothing you need to apologize for. That's all in the past. How sad was her smile. Yes. In the past. With that she turned away, and he had the distinct displeasure of watching her walk out of his life for good. He raised his hand in farewell, waving to the rest of the Reed sisters and to Louis, who seemed pleased to be driving them home. He tipped his hat while the girls waved handkerchiefs. Kate even went so far as to blow a kiss, which Mason accepted with a grin. "Goodbye," they called out, their voices fading as the wagon rolled away. Only Rachel did not join in their cries. She chose to sit with her hands folded primly in her lap, her gaze directed there. If only she would look at him once more. It was not to be. It was never meant to be. Even there, in Baltimore, he'd known the dangers of becoming too interested in her. Even inviting her out for a cup of coffee had gone against his better judgment, though he'd been unable to resist. He supposed he ought to be grateful for that impulse, for it was the interest he took in her which led him to find her. He took a seat on a long wooden bench, staring out across the railroad tracks to the flat, empty land beyond. He knew the land was not truly empty, likely part of some ranch or another. Just like her ranch. He almost wished he could have seen it, just once. Just to know what her life would be like once he left. And what did he have to look forward to returning to? Certainly nothing like this. Nothing half so peaceful, air nowhere near as fresh. In spite of the still healing wound to his shoulder, he had never felt as healthy and alive as he did in Carson City. He wondered if a life of working outdoors, among the horses and cattle and whatnot, would suit him better than one spent moving from city to city, never truly feeling at home. What was he thinking? He shook his head, unhappy with himself. There was no sense in allowing his thoughts to take this course. He had responsibilities, he had a life back in Pittsburgh. His uncle needed him, or at the very least, expected him to return. He had the feeling that no matter how old he became, no matter how many cases he worked for Uncle Robert, in the man's eyes, he would never be more than a wayward nephew in need of assistance. Perhaps that was always the way of it, family doing their best to protect family. He had certainly seen enough of that mentality in the last several days. He'd agreed at Rachel's insistence to keep the matter of her intended escape secret. No sense in alarming her sisters when it was now a moot point. "They'll never forgive me if they know my intentions," she had whispered after waking up from her fainting spell. At the time he'd seen it as the least he could do. They were friends after all. Friends did favors for each other. He would have to remind himself in the coming days of that friendship. Nothing more than friendship. Checking his pocket watch, he saw that a half hour had already passed while he sank into dark, brooding thoughts. The train should arrive at any minute. He stood, looking down the long expanse of track, just as he had expected. A thin plume of smoke rose in the distance. The train which would take him away from Carson City, and from her for the rest of his life. Several passengers exited the station, preparing to board. Now he was only one of them, just another passenger on his way home. And he would be going home. This was not home and never would be. He would do well to remind himself of this. no matter how many times it took before he committed it to memory. This is not his home. What if it could be? More importantly, what if Rachel was his home? Not a place, but a person. The woman he loved. The notion startled him, nearly enough to make him stagger backward in surprise. What if it only mattered that they were together? What if nothing else was nearly as important as the pleasure and privilege of seeing her every day? What if he could choose for himself? Of course, there was always the question of whether she wanted him. He wanted to believe she did, though he'd taken care against talking himself into believing otherwise. Surely, a woman whose eyes had reflected so much pain in so many unspoken words must have borne him at least a slight bit of affection. Regardless, he now understood one thing more clearly than he had ever understood anything else in his life: he could not leave until he knew for certain. Was he truly this foolish? Was this nothing more than madness? He couldn't say. All he knew was he'd never felt such a sense of relief, except when Rance handed him the telegram confirming Liam's departure. Only that moment could compare to this one. He didn't need to return to Pittsburgh. He didn't need to leave her. And if she didn't want him, so be it. He would go on with his life. What he could not do, however, was move on without knowing for certain what he was leaving behind. There was no harm in finding her and asking, flat out. He could always catch the next train. He signaled for the aid of one of the young men who made their living assisting passengers on and off the trains. "Would you mind taking my bags into the station and storing them behind the counter?" he asked, fishing a sizable banknote from his billfold. "I forgot a matter of business I need to attend to, and I believe I'll have to take this evening's train instead. I cannot carry in my left hand, so I would need your help in moving the bags." The young man looked utterly agog at the sight of so much money. "Certainly, sir," he breathed. "I would be happy to take care of it personally." Mason was willing to bet he would. The boy was all but spending the money as they spoke, already prepared to have a time of it. "That's good to hear. I'd be glad to give you the same amount when I return for my things, assuming of course that they are in good condition and nothing is missing." "You needn't worry about that, sir." The boy all but scampered into the station. Mason suspected he would guard the bags with his life. Just as he hoped. He felt lighter than he had in a long time as he stepped off the platform and began the walk to town. He would stop in at the telegraph office and drop a line for his uncle, knowing his absence would be noted otherwise. He didn't wish to cause any worry. After that, he would secure a horse to take him to the ranch. The Reeds would beat him there, of course, but he supposed he could make good time. Even with the use of only one hand. The day seemed sunnier, somehow. The air smelled more crisp. He found himself smiling at everyone he passed. He had made the right decision. Even when the sound of the train's brakes echoed through the air, and a thick dark plume of smoke spread across the sky, he didn't regret having walked away. If anything, he would have regretted boarding the train and rolling away from her. Upon his entrance into the telegraph office, Mason was greeted warmly. "Do you wish to send a telegram, sir?" the young woman behind the desk asked. She was a pleasant sort, pretty enough. Nothing when compared to Rachel, naturally. "I do." The girl handed him a slip of paper and pencil, on which he jotted down the quick note for his uncle. "Have decided to stay one day more. Will alert you as to when you might expect me." He signed his assumed name to the slip before handing it to the girl. She looked over the message, then glanced up at him in surprise. "Mr. Smith." He nodded. "I have a message here for you. Sheriff Connolly has been taking them as of late, and I assumed he would be in to retrieve it." She slid a sealed envelope across the desk, which he quickly opened. It took 3 tries for him to make sense of what was before him, his mind struggling to understand in spite of the horror growing within him. O'Connor still in Carson City. Did not board train. Was a look-alike. He was out the door and trotting down the boardwalk before the girl was able to question how he intended to pay for the telegram he'd been preparing to send. There was no need to send it now. He was across from the jailhouse, moments away from running across the street to alert Rance, when a commotion outside the newspaper office caught his attention. Weeping women gathered outside, while a man called out for someone to fetch the sheriff. Mason approached, his heart in his throat. What happened? One of the women wept, Mr. Grant. He has been terribly beaten, left for dead. He's near death from what I hear, another woman whimpered. How could anyone be so cruel? It was as if she'd kicked him in the stomach. All of the air in his lungs left in one great burst, and stars swam before his eyes. Liam. And there was only one piece of information he would have been in search of. Mason looked around, finding a single black gelding tied nearby. It would have to do. He took one of the closest men by the lapel and held him steady until they were eye to eye. Tell the sheriff he's going to the ranch. Tell him Mason says he is going to the ranch. He'll understand. What? The man stammered, clearly frightened by this. He probably looked deranged. Just tell him. Mason says he's going to ranch. I'm leaving now and will try to catch up to them. Tell him. He went to the horse, untying its reins from the post and hoisting himself into the saddle with the use of only his right hand on the pommel. Before he could think to feel even a slight bit of guilt for stealing another man's horse, he tore away. Molly had once described the ride from town out to the ranch. He only hoped he remembered it correctly.
Chapter 19. How could they all sound so cheerful? Rachel couldn't bring herself to engage in the frivolity all around her. She understood the relief her sisters felt, and would never begrudge them their happiness or the pleasure of knowing they would soon be home. In fact, she knew she would have behaved in a similar fashion were she in their shoes. What did it matter? To them, they were putting an unhappy situation behind them. They were moving on with their lives. They did not understand that for Rachel, there would be no returning to life as it was before. She would never be the same. Not only because she had feared for her life. If only it were that simple. If only she could rid herself of the sense that she had just lost something she might never find again. Kate nudged her. You're very quiet, she noted. I would think you'd be laughing, rejoicing. She tried to smile. I am happy. Please don't mistake my lack of enthusiasm for unhappiness. The entire situation has left me quite fatigued. I look forward to nothing more than a long, long sleep in my own bed. I hope none of you expect to see me at dinner, perhaps even at supper, she added with a forced smile. It was not entirely untrue. She was quite exhausted, though some of that came from a sore, bruised heart. He had not even kissed her hand. Not that she would have known what to do had he done so. She wouldn't know how to react if he took liberties, especially while her sisters had been watching. Perhaps that was why he'd held back when she sensed he wanted to do and say more. Perhaps she was merely lying to herself, and he was glad to be rid of her. Knowing the way her luck had run as of late, that was far more likely. I shall miss him. Kate looked around as if challenging her sisters to say otherwise. He is a good man, and I enjoyed his company. He even told me I was wise, something none of you have ever bothered to do. Holly chuckled. You only like him because he flattered you, she teased. Perhaps I appreciate the company of men who have intelligence, Kate sniffed, turning her head away. From his position behind the team, Lewis laughed. I'll try not to take that personally, he called back. Even Rachel could laugh at this. It was nice, being with her sisters without a dark cloud hanging over all of them. While she already missed Mason, and knew she would continue to miss him for a long time, she had to forget him. There was no other way. The team made good time. Each turn of the wheels took her closer to home. And further from him. Was he already on the train? Was he glad to be rid of her, glad to put Carson City behind him? Had he breathed a sigh of relief when she walked away and climbed into the wagon? Now he was free of her. He needn't worry over her, or pay her more mind that need be. Yes, she could imagine he would be quite relieved to return to his life. He had a future in Pittsburgh, at his uncle's agency. Perhaps one day they would be as well known as the Pinkertons. Perhaps the agency would even be his someday, and she wished that for him. If that was what he wanted, she wanted it too. Phoebe sat opposite her, watching closely. Until then, she hadn't spoken word. She had only laughed at her sister's antics, but all the while she'd watched Rachel. Finally, it became unnerving. "What is it?" she asked, exasperated. "I only wonder how you're feeling about this. How do you think? I'm on my way home, with all of you. I couldn't imagine a more suitable ending, or one I desired more." Phoebe pressed her lips together before sighing. "I have the sense of you not being completely honest with either me or yourself." "I don't know what you want from me," she hissed, staring at her sister. "This ordeal has taken a toll on me. What else do you expect?" It was impossible for their sisters not to take note of what was transpiring. "Are you unwell?" Molly asked, half turning in her seat to look behind her. "I am fine," Rachel snapped. "For the life of me, I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. I don't understand what you expect from me. Should I break out into song? Should I sing of how overjoyed I am for this to be over?" "Oh, please don't sing." Molly's poor attempt at humor failed to impress Rachel, who glared at her. "Just for that perhaps I will," she snapped. "Do you know what I think the trouble is?" Phoebe asked. "I can imagine, and you're wrong," Rachel insisted. "What is the matter with admitting how close the two of you became? It is not a sign of weakness, on the contrary, it's only natural that you would develop a fondness for him. Especially since you were already fond of him back in Baltimore. Now that you've gotten to know him better, it's natural for your feelings to deepen." "I would expect this from you," Rachel replied. "Evidently, marriage has not calmed your romantic nature. Always looking for romance where there is none. Then I suppose you'll not wish to hear what I have to say." Molly looked rather sympathetic. "I believe she's right." "You too?" Rachel asked with a sinking heart. "Just when I thought I had at least one level-headed ally. I don't see what having a level head has to do with this." Rachel rolled her eyes. It was like talking to a brick wall. "None of you understand, and I would appreciate you keeping your opinions to yourselves. Mr. Murphy is out of our lives, on his way to Pittsburgh as we speak. That's the way things are supposed to be." If only she believed that. Just because that is how things are, doesn't mean it's how they are supposed to be. Kate rubbed her shoulder. "I might be the youngest, and I know none of you take me seriously, but I have a knack for seeing through people, especially when they try so hard to conceal what is truly in their hearts. And I could see it, plain as plain. He cared very much for you, and you for him." Rachel's chest tightened her words. So they had seen it too. If this were true, why would he have left so easily? Why didn't he stay with me? Molly heaved a heavy sigh. "That's not for us to say," she offered. "I suppose he had his reasons." "And it isn't as if you encouraged him to stay," Phoebe was quick to remind her. "You might have told him how you felt." Rachel gasped. "As if I would. Why would I make a fool of myself, when I knew nothing of his feelings or his intentions? No man wishes to have a woman offer herself to him, when he is disinterested." Yet would he have been disinterested? They had never gotten the chance to finish the conversation they'd begun in her room, before Rance had come in with the news of Liam's departure. No matter how she told herself otherwise, she could not forget the look in his eye, the sound of his voice, how near he'd stood, and how certain she'd been that something was about to happen between them. Something she wanted very, very much. But Rance had interrupted, and she had fainted. Upon waking up, it was as if nothing had ever happened. Mason didn't bring it up, which led her to believe it would be better if she did not. She'd resolved to forget it, to put it behind her. To chalk it up to nothing more than a moment's madness. He couldn't care for her. Not the way she cared for him. If he did, why did he not take the chance to tell her so? She had lingered so long with him at the station, hoping all the while that he would say something, anything. Whatever it took to share what was in his heart. The answer was quite simple then. There had been nothing for her in his heart. She'd been foolish to ever believe there might be. It was a relief, the ranch coming into view. They need not discuss her any further. She wasn't the only one who was relieved either. Molly clasped her hands together at the sight of the house they had all come to love so well. "I never thought the sight of that house would bring me such joy," she confessed, sounding almost embarrassed by this admission. Rachel understood what she meant. Perhaps their father had been right in his way, bringing them together at the ranch, knowing they would come to love it as he had. While she'd certainly detested him for what he was putting them through, her thoughts on the subject had softened considerably since they first arrived in Carson City. Just as her sisters had. Still, she wished she could be entirely happy. She wished her aching heart would grant her a bit of respite. How long could she survive with this ache in her chest, the sense that she might burst into tears at any moment? How did anyone live this way? Louis brought the team to a halt, and Kate was quick to leap from the back of the wagon. "Oh, how I've missed my books and my plays." "Yes, that is indeed the most important thing we left here," Holly smirked. "Kate's books and plays. What a relief it is to know they have been reunited." Even Rachel could chuckle at this. Perhaps it would be all right after all. With her sister's help, she would recover from this disappointment, and she would be better for it. She'd never experienced heartbreak before, nothing like this. She would be wiser in the future. She would not leave herself open to such pain. "If you don't mind, I would very much like to go to my room and sleep for a while. I haven't slept well as of late." Louis cast a sympathetic look her way. "Who could blame you?" Molly climbed down from the wagon, which led Louis to take the team onward into the stables. "Of course, dear. Rest as long as you need. I might rest a bit myself." She climbed the steps leading up to the front door, following Kate and Holly inside. Why was it such a surprise that everything looked just the same as it had before? Nothing changed. Nothing except for her. She would never go back to being the person she had once been. Her feet were heavy as she climbed the stairs. To think, she had never imagined being away for so long when she'd left the house that morning. The day she shot Mason Murphy through the shoulder. How was she to know the direction her life would take after that terrible experience? She stepped into her room and instantly felt relief. She could be alone here. There was no one to answer to, no one's expectations to meet. She need not hide her broken heart. She kicked the door closed while her hands worked at the pin holding her hat in place. She heard him before she felt him clutching her. And in that instant, the moment the floorboard creaked beneath his foot, everything came to her at once. It had all been a ruse from the start. He'd been waiting for her return. She drew in a breath, intending to scream out her horror and a warning to the rest of the house, but his strong hand clamped over her mouth before she could make a sound. He laughed in her ear, his breath hot, the smell of it making her stomach churn. "Miss Reed," Liam O'Connor whispered. "We meet at last."
Chapter 20. Faster, faster. Mason urged the gelding. The poor beast was running full out as it had since leaving Carson Street. It was a swift animal to be sure, though not fast enough. Nothing would be fast enough. When would he ever reach the ranch? Was it already too late? He would never forgive himself if that were the case. Sweat rolled down his back, sometimes rolling from his forehead into his eyes. He knuckled it away, frustrated. All of his faculties needed to be trained on her. On reaching her. How could he have been such a fool? So blind? So willing to believe that everything had turned out for the best. To think he'd been all but moments from boarding the train. Then again, if this blasted animal did not pick up speed, he would be too late. It would not matter either way. No. He could not allow himself to believe it. He leaned over the horse's neck, shouting into its ear, pressing his heels tight against the beast's ribs. "Yeah? Yeah." Was that even the right thing to say? He had no idea. Rance or Louis would be able to tell him, but he had not the benefit of their company. Only the thought of Lewis being present at the ranch when the girls arrived gave him any measure of relief. Though Mason had no idea of the sort of man Lewis Sutton truly was. If he had grown up on a ranch, he might not know how to handle himself against a man as cunning and devious as Liam O'Connor. Was he even traveling in the correct direction? He'd followed the route Molly had described, but was he remembering it correctly? What a terrible joke on him if he wasn't. Leaving the woman he loved to die because he couldn't remember whether to turn right or left at the wide road which crossed Carson Street 2 blocks after the hotel. He was about to give up all hope when suddenly, cresting a ridge, the horse brought him to what he assumed was the Reed Ranch. A large stately home stood in the distance, surrounded by flat land in all directions. To the east, a herd of cattle grazed. To the west, a river cut across the land like a sparkling ribbon under the bright, midday sun. This had to be it. If this was not it, he would beg for help from whoever the house belonged to. Though it pained him to do so, he kicked the horse's flanks. The poor beast took off, kicking up dust in its haste to be rid of its rider. Mason's thighs ached, chafing after such exertion. He was not accustomed to riding this way. He was also not accustomed to riding with one arm in a sling. He'd long since given up the option of using only one hand, and the tightness in his shoulder served as a reminder of what might happen if he overexerted himself. The wound, only somewhat healed, might easily reopen and lead to another heavy loss of blood. There was nothing to be done about that. There'd be time to worry about it once Rachel was safe. If such a thing was even possible anymore. The house looked quiet. No one ran screaming from its doors. He didn't know if this was a good sign or no. Perhaps he had the women restrained. Had he already threatened their lives? No doubt, as he would waste no time in asserting his authority over them. Bully that he was, he would make certain to frighten them as badly as possible before he took what he wanted. And he wanted Rachel. He was willing to take a tremendous risk to get to her. Mason pulled the gelding to a halt and was quick to dismount, the poor beast in a lather after such hard exertion. He would have to tend to the animal once all was said and done. He took the stairs 2 at a time, only at the very last moment thinking better of bursting into the house. No sense in alerting Liam to his presence. With this in mind, he opened the door slowly. This might not even be the correct house, he reminded himself. He took one cautious step inside, then another. The door closed with a quiet click, leaving him in the center of a grand entry hall decorated with flowers which unfortunately had to come to wilt after neglect. This had to be the place. No one had lived here in at least a week, the layer of dust on the small card table beside the door told him so. He looked up at the sound of footsteps, and Kate gasped at the sight of him. He held a finger to his lips, darting to her as silently as possible. Taking her hands in his own, he pulled her close and whispered in her ear. "I believe he is here." She went rigid. "Where is Rachel?" She managed to whisper while gasping for air. She said she was going upstairs to lie down. And what of the others? Phoebe's in the kitchen with Holly. Molly went upstairs to rest as well. Lewis? She began to shake almost violently. He went to tend to the team. Where does he keep his pistol? He looked up the stairs as he asked it, wondering whether Liam was already up there with her. There was no time to waste if that were the case. In the study. In his desk drawer. He could not have locked it, or it would not have been so easy for Rachel to obtain it. Get your sisters from the kitchen and leave by the back door. Go straight out stables as quietly as you can and with no sense of urgency in case he's watching. Find Lewis. Tell him what I told you. I'll take his pistol upstairs. The floorboards creak overhead, causing Kate to nearly convulse in terror. Kate, he hissed. You must do this. Warn Lewis, tell him to come at once, but again with no urgency. Do not come on the run, do not let out a cry. Tell him to pretend nothing is amiss, and I will go upstairs to tend to Rachel. With any luck, there's nothing to fear, and I have missed my mark. Only he knew he hadn't. Not this time. He pushed her down the hall. "Go," he hissed while choosing the room which looked the most like a study. The door was open, and a desk sat before the windows, which overlooked a garden of roses just beyond. Such a beautiful, idyllic scene. How could such horror and such loveliness be contained in the same space? All of this went through his head as he worked his way through the desk. Sure enough, in the bottom drawer was nestled a pistol. It was loaded, one stroke of luck in the middle of all of this. He dashed up the stairs 2 at a time, his eyes moving back and forth all the while. Only 2 of the doors were closed. Using his powers of deduction, he guessed that the room facing the front of the house was the master bedroom, where Molly and Louis would most likely sleep. He had not ascended with any plan in mind, but the sight of that closed door gave him an idea. Rather than rushing straight to Rachel's room, he tiptoed down the hall and opened the door slowly, silently. Sure enough, Molly was in bed, and she sat up with a shot at the sight, a man who was not her husband. He held a finger to his lips, just as he had downstairs, and went to her. "I believe Liam is in the house. I'm going to Rachel's room. I need you to stay here and lock the door. Count to 10, and then let out the loudest, shrillest scream you possibly can." "Why?" she whispered as she followed him to the door, drawing a wrapper tightly closed around herself. As if modesty mattered the slightest in such a moment. "To distract him if he truly is there." Molly reached out, gripping his wrist tighter than he would have imagined she were capable of doing. "Help her." "I intend to." With that, he slipped down the hall and counted to 10 as he did so. He wanted to be aware of when Molly would scream, that he might time his kick at Rachel's door perfectly. 8, 9, 10. She was as good as her word. A shriek rose up on the other end of the hall, where he had just been. Even though he knew its cause, it left the hair on the back of his neck standing straight up. He lifted his right foot and with all his might kicked out. The lock broke, sending the door flying inward. Before him on the bed was Rachel, her face tear-stained. Her wrists were tied to one of the bedposts with a length of cloth which appeared to have been torn from her curtains. She was wide-eyed, drenched in sweat, but alive and looking as though she were unhurt. Her eyes cut to the side, indicating the space behind her bedroom door. With the pistol in hand, he swung the door shut and was greeted by a fist smashing itself into his face. In his surprise, he had not the opportunity to fire the gun. The impact sent him hurtling backward, falling over a chair placed before a vanity table. He sprawled on his back and was quickly overtaken by Liam. "Nice to see you again," Liam snarled as he cocked his fist and prepared to deliver another blow. But Mason was quicker. He drove a knee into the man's ribs, then took him by the back of the neck and used the same knee on his nose. A sharp crack echoed through the room as he made contact, and blood soon spurted from the wound. Liam fell backward, one hand over his now broken nose. "You vile bastard," he snarled through the blood which ran over his mouth. "You liar, you backstabber." Mason scrambled to his feet, quick to deliver a kick to Liam's stomach before he could right himself. Again he kicked, this time at his side. Liam's wretched groan told him he might have broken a rib or 2. He hardly felt sorry for having done so. Still, Liam managed to get to his knees and drive himself into Mason, headbutting him in the stomach and knocking the air from his lungs. They fell back against the vanity, shattering the mirror and sending glass flying in all directions. Rachel screamed, and he caught sight of her out of the corner of his eye before falling to the floor. She struggled against her bindings, even going so far as to use her teeth on the torn fabric. He only hoped that if she managed to free herself, she would do nothing foolish. "Run!" he shouted before Liam delivered a blow to his mouth. His lips split, his ears rang. Liam turned around at the last moment, just as Rachel freed herself. He abandoned Mason in favor of taking hold of her, his arm about her throat. Mason gaped in panic, his eyes moving this way and that whenever possible. Where had the pistol gotten to? He supposed it must have slid beneath the bed or the chiffrab, because it was nowhere on the floor. Liam chuckled, spitting blood on Rachel's shoulder. "You thought it would be so easy. You thought you could lure me out of town with the false report of her imprisonment. I saw straight through it from the first." "Congratulations," Mason spat. The girl had no intention of saying a word of what she saw back in Baltimore. You came all this way for no reason. You've done all of this in vain. I would not be so sure if I were you. Liam looked down at Rachel, his hand caressing her throat and making her whimper in fear and disgust before reaching into his pocket for a knife which he held against her delicate skin. Horror rolled through Mason at the sight of this, and he got to his feet without ever taking his eye from the gleaming metal. "Don't be foolish," he whispered. "I know you are not a stupid man. Everyone in the household is aware of your presence, and the sheriff is on his way. You cannot possibly escape this." A momentary flash of fear crossed Liam's face, but it disappeared just as quickly. "So be it. So long as she is quiet and cannot lead to the downfall of my men. I would gladly make the sacrifice of my freedom or even my life for their sake. I will silence her just as Byrne was silenced." To his complete surprise, a smile touched the corners of Rachel's mouth. "I know something you don't know," she whispered with a note of satisfaction in her voice. "What is that?" Liam laughed, clearly paying her little mind. Her eyes never left Mason, not for a moment. Only then did he notice what she held in her hand, hidden in her skirts. She had picked up the pistol on freeing herself, and Liam had clearly not taken notice. "I know exactly what she's referring to," Mason smiled, in spite of his split lip and the pain it caused him. There was much more pain coursing through other parts of his body. His lip hardly mattered just then. Especially not when he understood the way her mind worked. "What is it then?" Liam asked, pressing the blade tighter against her skin. A thin line of blood began to trickle down, sending Mason into a frenzy he could barely control. "Byrne isn't dead. We took him away. I fed a story to the newspaper just as I did here. It was a risk, to be sure. Would Liam slit her throat just as a way of paying him back? He did not. Instead he growled. "Where is he?" he spat. "Where did you hide the cur?" Mason smirked. "I could tell you, but that would mean you releasing her. Let her go unharmed, and I will tell you what you wish to know. Her life for Burns's life. And after that, this is over. I will tell you where I hid him. I did it myself, knowing such a task could not be left to another man. But you'll never know if you hurt her. And the rest of your men will never know, because you will either die or be locked away for the rest of your life. None of them will never be able to contact you. And Byrne will go free, alive, and able to report to the authorities whenever he so desires." Liam didn't know whether he could believe him, which came as no surprise. He was a naturally suspicious person, and the present situation had only served to exacerbate that. Slowly, the knife left Rachel's throat. As if getting some loathsome task finished quickly, he shoved her into Mason. She stumbled, catching herself quickly, and passed him the pistol with her body between Liam's and Mason's. Their eyes met. She nodded slightly. Then she threw herself onto the bed, out of the way. Liam's mouth fell open at the sight of the pistol, which Mason aimed at him. For the briefest moment they stood frozen. Neither of them moved, neither of them even breathed. Mason wondered what Liam was thinking, whether he knew this was the last moment of his life. Did he understand? Did he perhaps wish he'd done things differently? There would never be any telling. For just as the man appeared prepared to lunge, Mason fired the pistol. And unlike Rachel, he aimed for the heart. In an instant, Liam O'Connor was no more. He dropped to the floor, eyes still wide in shock. He did not move again. A scream rose up from downstairs, and feet thundered up the stairs as Mason collapsed against the bed. Rachel was on him in an instant, throwing her arms about his neck just as Lewis and Rance entered the room. "You're injured," Rachel shouted when one of her hands came back covered in his blood. He looked down at his shoulder, almost surprised to see the blood there. When the wound had opened, he couldn't say. He hadn't felt a thing. Most likely the excitement of the moment had clouded his senses. Now, however, the danger passed, he felt everything quite acutely. It was clear he had already bled quite a bit. "I think I shall need the assistance of a doctor," he managed, before darkness overtook him. The last thing he felt was the pressure of Rachel's lips against his forehead. And he smiled.
Chapter 21. Beat it out of Mr. Grant. Should recover. He made it here before we did, hid upstairs. Broken window in the parlor. All of this went on around her, though she could hardly hear it. Not that it mattered. Liam O'Connor was dead, and could no longer hurt her. Or Mason. Thanks to whatever instinct had led him to return, rather than boarding the train. She could hardly wait to ask him why he'd remained in Carson City. She owed him her life. Nothing less. They all did. How is he? Rachel asked, the moment the doctor stepped out of her bedroom, closing the door behind him. He appeared rather amused at the sight of 5 anxious women crowded around the door. This seemed like a good sign. Would he appear in good spirits if Mason was dying? He'll be just fine, the kindly old doctor assured them. Lost some blood, took a few blows to his face, but nothing that won't heal nicely. Rest, good food, plenty to drink. He'll be good as new in no time. She could have hugged the man until he begged her to stop. Can I see him? Naturally. In fact, he's rather determined to see you, young Rachel. I nearly had to pin him to the bed to keep him in place. Rachel cast a glance around at her sisters. All of them appeared to encourage her, with Phoebe even going so far as to nudge her. Go on, she whispered. What are you waiting for? She was right. There was nothing to wait for. Why then, did it feel as though someone had nailed her shoes to the floor? The man came back for you, Molly whispered. The least you can do is thank him for all of us. Yes, Kate urged. He saved us all. Who knows what might have happened if he hadn't been so clever? Go on. Holly insisted, nudging her as Phoebe had. There was nothing left to do but to go inside or be nagged to death by her sisters. That was not as easy a task as one would imagine, seeing as how the man who'd been hell-bent on killing her had died there not an hour earlier. Rance and Lewis had removed the body, while Molly supervised the rolling up of the rug. Aside from the torn curtains and shattered mirror, there was nothing left to remind her of Liam O'Connor's presence. Though her memories were a different matter. But she could manage them, so long as Mason was alive to help her do so. His exasperated sigh came as something of a surprise. He saw fit to let you in, then? I thought he'd never allow it. She burst out laughing. Hello. It's good to see you awake. His frustration melted away, and he laughed with her. Forgive me. Please sit down. He patted the side of the bed, and the humor of him inviting her to sit on her own bed wasn't lost on her. She smiled to herself as she sat. Whatever made you come back? She asked, first off. It's been on my mind since the moment I saw you there, holding the pistol. Such horrible moments. Liam's rough hands, the tightness of her restraints. His promises, how he would make her suffer for leading him so far from home. How he'd longed to follow her the moment he knew where she'd gone, but knew he'd do better to wait. To make certain she wasn't on her guard when he chose to make her acquaintance. I realized at the last minute that there was business I had yet to see to, he confessed. He spoke slowly, a bit slurred, as his wounded lip made it difficult to be clear. What business was that? He reached for her, and she did not flinch away. What do you think? The touch of his hand on her cheek sent a ripple of pure pleasure and joy racing through her, starting from her heart and moving down to her fingers and toes. Were it not for the presence of the bed beneath her, she would have sworn she was floating. I wanted you to stay, she confessed in a whisper, trembling. Even though the look in his eyes told her heart what it needed to know, there was still fear in her voice. This was all so new. What did a person say in a situation such as this? Had there ever been a situation such as this? I understood before it was too late that I wanted to stay, he confessed, his voice as soft as his caress. She was glad now that her sisters had forced her away from the door so she might wash and dress in something without Liam's blood on it. But why? Why did you want to stay? You're going to force me to admit it, aren't you? He smiled, shaking his head. You won't make this easy for me. You need only say what's on your mind. It doesn't have to be difficult. This feels all wrong. I should be kneeling before you, in the parlor perhaps, prevailing upon you to open your heart and accept me into it. Not sitting up in your bed with fresh stitches in my shoulder. I don't care. I truly don't. So long as you say what made you stay behind. It's going to come out all wrong. You aren't doing a grand job of it now, either. This made him chuckle, and that seemed to be enough to break through his nervousness. I stayed because there was something left unspoken. I couldn't see the wisdom in putting most of the country between us, before I knew for certain. Knew what? She breathed, her heart in her throat. He took her trembling hands in his. Whether you could find it in your heart to love me as I love you. Because I love you. Terribly. And if you don't feel the same, I understand. I've no intention of forcing my affection upon you. But. She shook her head. You needn't go on. His face fell. No. Because I do love you. She beamed, the words pouring from her willing lips. I wanted so much to tell you so, but I was afraid. I didn't want you to think I was trying to ruin your life, to hold you here with me. I wanted you to have whatever it is you want. I want you. He took her face between his hands. I've wanted you from the first, months ago. The first time I set eyes on you, I knew there could be no one else for me. Only you. Truly. Always. But his smile faded a bit. Although, are you sure you want a man like myself? I'm uncertain where I'll go from here. Whether I want to continue as a detective. Whether I'll be able to do so, staying out here. You'll stay? Miracle after miracle. She could hardly keep track of the wonders in her life. He laughed. Of course. Do you think I'd be able to bear being away from you now? She ran her hand over his cheek, delighting in the ability to do so. She'd longed to touch him so many times. His beard was as soft as it looked. But I have to stay here, she reminded him. I'm sure we can work something out, as Phoebe and Rance have. So long as I can be with you and have you as my wife, nothing else matters. Her heart skipped a beat. Your wife? Didn't you know that's what this was leading up to? Precious woman. He leaned in, pressing his mouth, injured lip and all, to her forehead. Yes, Rachel Reed. I'm asking you to be my wife. It was a dream come true. Nothing less. Never would she have to settle for anything except true love. All thanks to him. I'm accepting, she laughed through the tears which had begun to flow. She was quite careful to be as gentle as could be when he kissed her, barely brushing her lips over his for fear of hurting him. He was the one person she'd take care never to hurt again. It seems it's over now. Mason lowered the telegram, gazing at her from the other side of the parlor sofa. The Baltimore police have moved in on Liam's group, who they're just now classifying as an offshoot of the Maguires. The other agents in the city handed in all of the intelligence we gathered, and it was more than enough to round them up and send them away for a long time. That's wonderful news. I can only imagine what a relief it must be for the people there to be rid of those men. Rachel kissed his cheek, freshly shaven now that there was no longer a need for disguise. How she'd missed his face, the dimples, the cleft in his chin. Now he looked more like himself, down to shorter hair. And what does your uncle think of me? She dared ask. I know that's more than can be shared in a telegram, but I also know you received a letter from him in the post this morning. He rolled his eyes. Is anything sacred? Can a man not receive a letter without interrogation? When I suspect the letter has to do with me, and when I know you wrote to him the very day of your encounter with Liam, and that you sent the letter to town with Rance the following morning? All right. I give up. You've got me beat. He favored her with a fond smile in spite of his grumbling. He thinks my being married is an excellent idea, though he'll miss my presence in the office. He understands why you can't return? Not yet, at least. He does, and he thinks me mad for agreeing to be one of Rance's deputies for now. To say nothing of his opinion on my living in the spare bedroom of Rance and Phoebe's home. It would be an unusual arrangement, to be sure. The two of them living as bachelors for half of the week, then living with their wives during the remainder. Yet plenty of married couples shared their homes with other family members. They were not unique. And they were willing to do it, if it meant being together permanently, once the year was out and the ranch was officially theirs. Besides, it pleased Phoebe to know her husband would have someone to keep an eye on him, and make sure he didn't spend entire days at a time behind his desk, though, as Mason gently reminded her, he was perhaps not the best person to keep Rance on the straight and narrow. "I've been known to work for days at a time too," he'd admitted to her consternation. "Martha will nag you until you take care of yourselves then," she'd decided, knowing it would be best for the men to avoid her ire. Rachel moved a bit nearer, knowing the rest of the family was out of the house and unlikely to surprise them. It was difficult to find a moment's privacy in such a busy household, but with Louis rounding up the herd and the girls serving a hearty dinner to the hands when they returned, the place was otherwise quiet. "Now that we have this settled and my uncle's blessing is upon us, I suppose we ought to start discussing plans for the wedding," Mason suggested, kissing the top of her head before draping an arm over her shoulders. "For what it's worth, I think we've waited long enough to be husband and wife." She couldn't have agreed more. Epilogue. I never thought it would be my time. Rachel sat before the mirror, watching as Molly placed the finishing touches on the flowers in her hair. The last of the roses for the year, white and pink. With October closing in on them, there would be no more. "You look beautiful," Molly whispered, squeezing Rachel's shoulders. They were covered in cream satin, overlaid in lace. The train of her gown stretched out 3 feet behind her, covered in jets of lace and bunches of roses. She felt every inch a queen on this beautiful autumn day. A queen in all her finery, down to the pearl necklace and earbobs which Mason had given her as a gift the prior evening. "They were my mother's," he'd explained, fastening the clasp at the back of her neck. "I asked Uncle Robert to bring them out for me." "They're exquisite," she'd gasped, admiring herself in the looking-glass. "You are exquisite," he'd reminded her. "The pearls are nothing when compared to your beauty. You make them pale in comparison." While she suspected this was the sweet talk of an enamored fiancé, it was lovely to hear. She turned her head this way and that, watching the earbobs dance. How lucky she was. Mason had saved her life, and now he was giving her the sort of life she'd only ever dreamed of. True love. Devotion. Protection. Joy. Deep, radiant joy, which seemed to pour from her as she waited for the signal to descend to the parlor. The door opened, and in came the rest of her sisters. They oot and ought, admiring her gown and the veil which frosted her rich brown hair in its curls and waves. "You're like something out of Godey's," Kate gushed. "A walking fashion plate." "Everyone is ready," Phoebe whispered, kissing her cheek through the veil. "They're waiting for you." "We'll meet you downstairs," Holly gushed, then rounded up the others and ushered them out the door and into the hall, leaving her alone for just a moment. One last moment to herself before she was someone's bride. A bride. A wife. Mrs. Mason Murphy, wife to one of the deputies of Carson City. What a turn life had taken. Rance met her in the hall, his eyes shining as he watched her approach. "You are truly lovely. Mason is a lucky man." "I'm the lucky one," she whispered, beaming, as they began their descent arm in arm. Martha gasped in delight at the sight of her, while Jesse beamed with pride. He behaved as though this were his wedding day, and had even subjected himself to a thorough scrubbing before dressing in his finest. He'd promised to leave his pet snake at home just for the occasion. The ranch hands removed their hats at her approach, all of them nodding in acknowledgement as she passed on her way to the hearth in the parlor. Mason's uncle stood at his side, smiling with deep pride and affection. Rachel and he had taken to each other instantly. He looked like an older version of his nephew, and was just as devoted to him as any father could be. It was sweet to see his obvious pride as he patted Mason on the back. And there he was. How could she have known that the handsome young man who'd caught her fancy would one day be her husband. How could she have predicted any of this? It was enough to make her wait with breathless anticipation to see what life had in store for them next. She reached him, placing her hand in his and taking a deep breath. "Are you ready, my beauty?" he whispered, his eyes going over every inch of her face as if to hold this moment in his memory forever. Forever. Yes. She was ready.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.